What's going on, everybody, and good evening. As you can see, we are joined by a panel of your favorite toy tubers and all around degenerates that hang out in the clubhouse every Saturday night. Well, most Saturday nights, as we have a returning guest who has not been here for some weeks because he is easily turning into one of the busiest people across all toy tube. And just because he's here, I got to play his entrance music.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
That I wish.
If all you guys didn't know, we got Punk with toys here with us tonight. It's been a while since you've been back on, brother. I am glad you are here though, because it was awesome to spend some time with you last weekend and hang out. I know it was a blur and a whirlwind of all kinds of people throughout the weekend, but we did get to spend some time together at least throughout the weekend, which was nice.
After last week's show, the song should be "There Goes the Money." There goes the money.
Yeah, we might all be feeling that a little bit, after last week. As I said, I am going on a personal spending freeze for the month of July.
Yeah,
That's
me
a
too.
personal thing. 'Cause-
Yes, I'm waiting till Monday when the HasLab hits, and I have to order that.
Right, yeah. 'Cause
But
that's gonna be a
then,
big thing.
that's it.
But then, well, technically Monday's still June, right? So I mean, like,
Yeah.
as long as you don't spend it on Tuesday when we hit July, you're okay.
And the snake armor is supposed to be coming charging me for that anytime. Yeah, I don't even care.
Well, that was a pre-purchase, pre-ordered. It's going to hit later. We all expect that, and sometimes we're even smart enough to cancel a pre-order. We're like, "Ah, shit, I should probably cancel that before it hits."
You know what? To that point, though, I will say this. The funny thing is, every time a package arrives at my house and it's new toys, I can legitimately say, "Oh, I ordered this a long time ago," but I've been saying that for like 2 years.
Right? But it was because you ordered it 2 years ago and it just showed up finally. So we're in that rotation now, right?
Because
Like,
we're in this world where everything's pre-ordered, 6 months in advance. I can legitimately say, I ordered that a long time ago. I
See,
totally forgot about that one.
When my Rattler actually ships and shows up, I can actually say, "Oh, I paid for this a year ago," so it's like it's a free toy.
Yeah,
right.
like
At
Christmas.
that point, when you're doing
toy.
the pay up front, it's a free toy that's
course.
just showing up.
I'm gonna be backing another one around the same time. So, but that's
You just
neither
Yeah,
rolling
but you don't
over
have
the
anybody
money
to
from the
answer
last
to,
one.
so it's okay.
You're absolutely right. I don't have
True.
anyone to answer to.
Toy collector rules to live by. Joe knows he's been divorced twice.
I have been, yes. And I buy what I want.
That's right.
We're not sure if
Oh,
the
man.
divorces caused that or that caused the divorces, but either way, he buys what he wants
A
now.
little bit of both, I think.
I mean, look, he's a happy man either way, right? Yeah.
I am totally a happy man.
So-
I'm in a relationship right now, but she has her own house that she lives in. So I still order whatever I want because I don't have to explain when boxes come.
Joe, does she have any unused rooms in that house?
No, unfortunately. I know.
You
I
could
know.
expand your collection. You'd be like, I'll just keep
What-
a couple
darn,
things at
how
your house.
quick-
She'll be like, oh, that's cool.
What
Put a
happened is
dragon in there, and she'll be like, that's not what I thought you meant.
my middle son was supposed to move out, and he did not. And I've got it all planned out. As soon as I can get him out the door, boom, toy room. Yeah, a lot of stuff.
Just like,
going on
honey,
this
I know
place.
you only have one car. Can I use the other side of your garage?
right. You have enough room for my son to live there, so I
Right.
can use his room for a toy room.
Or you could just move in with her, and then you could take your master bedroom and fill that with toys.
Oh man, I
No,
don't
but then
know.
he's going to be in a separate house than most of his
Yeah.
toys. I don't know that he wants to do
my
that.
my Legion's displays would have to go with me, and I don't know if her
No,
house is
because
big
once he
enough
starts
for-
living with her, then he's got to answer to why there's so many fucking packages showing up.
Yeah,
No,
that's
they still be coming to
No,
his
they go
old
to the other house.
where
Oh, they still go to the other house?
yeah, where the
Yeah.
museum is, and he just spends
I
the
see.
majority of his
You know,
time.
yeah. What you
But
got to do
the
is
great-
get the official backing of the Horsemen and label your house the official Four Horsemen Museum, since you've got 10th Kingdom and Gothotropolis. Like, you
Mhm.
could literally say this is the Four Horsemen Museum post classics or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
The
you
best
might-
thing about collecting horsemen for as long as I have, because her and I have been together like 5.5 years, they're pre-orders. I have pre-orders coming in. I'm like, oh, I ordered that like 2 years ago. I can totally go on the site right now, order stuff, have it here in a week, and be like, "Yeah, I ordered that like 2 years ago. That's I'm spending now money on it. Come on."
You've been together
Like-
5.5 years and still live in 2 different homes.
Well, we actually lived together the majority of those 5.5 years, and then her kids moved up here, so she had to get her own place because my house wasn't big enough for my kids and her kids.
He's a smart man,
And your
Lawrence.
collection.
He's a
Yeah,
smart
that
man.
might be the secret.
Look, if she ever really questions anything, I mean, I guess by now she's been with you 5 years. That shouldn't be an issue.
He just likes to.
You've been in a relationship with the Horseman a lot longer.
I have that much is true, and they have yet to let me down. So
That,
No, but
what?
got to balance
They
it.
don't.
Maybe
tend
if
to
you
make
got-
that point.
Maybe
Wait
if you
till
got your
you say
house
child
registered as a
support.
museum, you could get like a tax break or something.
That would be nice because I pay a lot of taxes right
Yeah, but
now.
Joe,
Actually.
the moment you miss that child support payment with them, and they're like, "Wait a minute, we didn't get your payment,"
I am done. I did child support for like 15 years.
2 more
And
years. 2 more
I
years.
did my time.
I got
I'm
8.
free now. No,
2 years.
I gotta have to do that.
2 years.
I've got at least
strong,
8
brother.
down.
unless Connor goes to college. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping I get added years tacked onto that because I want Connor to go to college. But it is what it is. As long as
Right.
he's taken care of, he's got a roof over his head. I'll pay whatever I need to because
Well, I don't know how it is there, but in Nevada, it doesn't matter if they go to college or not. Once they turn 18, you don't have to pay child support.
See,
Yeah.
our law is if they are going as a full-time student, you pay up to 21 or 24. I forget
Gotcha.
which one it is, but either way, I'm happy to pay that because at least at that point, like once they turn 18, instead of paying the mother, you pay them.
Right.
So I feel better about where
Wait,
that
wait,
money
wait,
is
wait,
going.
wait. So once they turn 18, if they go to college, you pay them.
As a full-time student, yes, not as a
Okay,
part-time student, but a
That's
full-time.
tell me how that's. First off, you're probably paying for their college. Then you got to fucking pay them to not be there half the fucking time. And then when they move in, when they come back for college, from college for summer, they're gonna eat all your fucking food, and God knows at that point they eat everything. Yeah,
It's because they've starved all year
Baltimore
because they weren't
sounds
receiving
stupid.
child support.
Well, in New
Well,
York, you pay
Baltimore
until
is
they're
stupid. I ain't
23
fighting that.
if they're in college.
I've
And they don't
already
even
told
live with
you,
the parent anymore. So you're still paying the ex-wife when they're not even living there. half the
and
time.
I've already told you how stupid that one is.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, guys, enough complaining about paying.
But I don't
our
have to worry about that
responsibilities.
anymore because
Yeah, right. You're good, Ed. You're
I'm
good.
good.
Let's get into the chat here and say hello to some people. We got a lot of returning faces into the chat. We've got JMax77 here saying, "Hope you had a great time, Oz. I would love to go someday." I hope so too, brother. It was kind of odd not seeing you at one of the bigger conventions that I'm going to for once. Onryu83, hello all. I have a teachable moment. Some old Pokemon cards can turn into a lot of figures if you do it right. That's very true. Very solid advice. Crash 2427 is here. Got to spend a lot of time with this dude over the weekend last week. We had a blast. I really, really did have a great time with you. We have the, you know what? Since Punk has returned, I will let Punk take over the duties for this one. Very special guy. We all like to say his name a certain way, and Punk does it best.
Menhuza.
I appreciate that.
And
Yes.
Menhuza, I don't dislike you.
I was just gonna say I thought you didn't like him.
You know,
It was total new news to me, but
You told Tony
I'm
and I
pretty
how
sure I
much of a
know-
jerk he
I-
was and
yeah,
how
I'm
much you
pretty sure I
hated him
know
all
who I don't
weekend.
like. He never made the list.
look,
Don't
I'm
believe
pretty
him,
sure.
Mendoza.
I'm just gonna say I'm pretty sure the people that you don't like know that you don't like them. You're pretty clear about that. So
I thought so, but what the hell do I know, right?
You are known-
apparently, we don't know.
You are known for your subtlety.
Right.
That's an understatement.
Subtle as a jackhammer. We've got Gamer Bud in the house. He's hanging out with us in the chat this evening, not on screen. He's not feeling too good. But I'm still glad you're hanging out with us because it's just not a clubhouse without you around, brother. So thank you for being here. We've got Ian Sweeney in the house. Brother, what is up? It's good to see you. It's crazy because at first we didn't recognize because he's been going by Mudhorn for a while now. and yeah, like he put his actual name back up. It was
I
kind of
know. I
odd.
think everybody's name's changed to at. So you look at that's why Nolan's has changed. It's something YouTube did.
Okay, that is new, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hold on, then let me
Alright.
try something here.
So if you go to YouTube, it might be different.
That's I'm doing it on YouTube, not on StreamYard. Yeah, I'm at Ostradamus Toys in the chat now with Butt
Yep.
Stank.
Yep.
That's a thing.
That does say butt stank.
It definitely says Butt Stank.
YouTube did something.
Keeping it
Look at
classy.
Look, we're in summer now. Wash your ass, please. Wash your ass.
I do it in winter too. This isn't an old
I mean,
summer
yeah,
thing,
do it in
by
the
the
winter
way.
too, please.
This is
But
year
it's
round, please.
summertime. It's summertime. Make sure, like, double check, double wash your ass. You know, but definitely
Use
wash your ass
deodorant.
on. Use a lot of deodorant. if
Deodorant
possible.
is key.
All right, we got Paul Morales here with us. What is up, brother? Then we have the Vine Jungle Figure Factory also on screen with us. He says, "My body is ready." Oh, you know it,
I'm
brother.
ready. I'm ready.
You the man, Alan.
And speaking of that guy, so for those of you who don't recognize the Nostrum 82, this is our man Nolan in the house. Gotta say, it threw me for a loop because I was like, that guy's got, Adam said it best. That guy's got Nolan's picture.
Said you can't go ToyTube official until Nolan shows up, and that's not Nolan. So
Right, that's not Nolan. So I don't know when we're going to be official tonight. I'm not sure. It doesn't say Nolan. That says No Stream 82. Man, I don't know what's going on here. It's madness, pure madness. We got Frankie Rivera in the house saying, hello, everyone. K Roll is here. What is up, sis? Good to see you. And we have, I don't believe I've seen this one before, Violent Death 86 saying, yo. Now,
Well,
look,
we don't know
again,
who it is, so maybe we have.
I was going to say, it could be somebody who's been here. I don't recognize the picture as much, but we are glad you are here with us.
I will say
At
this:
least,
YouTube did change something because I was helping Rowdy Riles today,
Yeah.
and so we jumped on StreamYard, and I was showing something in the YouTube studio, and they removed a few things, like when you go to your analytics to look at things, they completely changed it. So
yeah, they did, because I was just in there editing some of my year one videos so I can get channel membership finally turned on. But it took me forever to find where the editor was in YouTube Studio because it wasn't where it used to be. I was trying to find it a few weeks ago and I just was frustrated and gave up.
Oof.
But yeah, the analytics look all different too because I was looking at some other stuff.
I hate that.
They got to stop changing all this stuff on us. We're old. We don't keep up with changes like we used to.
Did you guys watch any of the This Week in YouTube videos that they send you?
No, I probably should, but I don't.
Not this week in YouTube, but I watched like what happened on my channel.
Yeah, but like they to your channel page, they'll send a This Week on YouTube of all the different changes they're making, and it's always like it's analytics tips and that kind of stuff.
Oh no!
I need to get into that a little bit more.
Yeah, I see
I'm
that.
going to look for that.
It should be right on your page. I don't know.
So we got
There should
GI
be a- there should
Jetman.
GI
There should be
Jetman.
a tab on your page or something like that. It says like, "Do you care?" And I would click no.
No.
Like,
Because
like,
I
I
see
got
them
people-
and I'm like, I don't have any interest in any of that. I know a lot of people
somewhat
do, and there's
care
nothing
about
wrong with that. I'm just saying, like,
numbers.
when that feeds into my algorithm, I'm just like, why? I don't. That's not why I'm here. That's not what I want to watch.
Right.
I've never leaned into.
I
that
say it
in
all the
any way,
time.
but
I'm here for this. I'm hanging out with my buddies. We're having a good time. We're going to open some toys. We're going to talk toys. We're going to talk all kinds of shit by the end of the night. That's what I'm here for. If it just so happens that we've got other people watching too, don't forget to hit that like button. Tickle
are we
it a
live?
little bit. It appreciates it. No, this show's never live. I couldn't take us live. We'd get thrown off the air. But also, make sure that you hit that subscribe button, because another thing YouTube likes to do is randomly unsubscribe you from channels you're subscribed to. So double check that every now and again and make sure you're subscribed. But One name that did not change, GI Jetman's in the house. And what's up, Clubhouse and chat? Good to see you.
That guy's awesome.
Yeah, Jetman, he is great. He is on top of it. He has been bouncing around all the chats now. It's great to see him. Then we have this awesome, beautiful, beautiful person in the house. We got Rowdy Riley. Got to meet her a couple of weeks ago at Maryland Toy Expo. Had a good time. It was only a brief moment, but can't wait to see you at the next one. We've got the Collecting Brothers, John and his AI brother Josh, hanging out with us this evening saying, "Hey, cuties, what's up, brother? Good to have you." I think we did a double highlight on Nostrum there. And then this special one right here, we're going to get Alan's tagline for the evening. We have Shannon Hops in the house.
Hey, that's my wife.
That's his wife.
That's my wife. Always happy to see her.
Always, always. Okay, now we need to hit some music real quick here because we got a $2 super chat. I'm going to play Punk's theme again.
Here we go. Money talk.
All right, this one is our favorite JoeFest 2025 moment. Go. Well, there's only a couple of us here that were there. That would be myself, Ed, Adam, and Punk. So let's start from the top. Ed, real quick, what was your favorite moment?
My favorite JoeFest moment.
We can't share that.
Oh, come on. Hold on here.
What happens at Augusta stays in Augusta.
Well, that's bullshit because I'm spilling the beans on a lot of stuff that happened with me.
You can spill it all you want.
Yeah.
I think one of the funniest moments at JoeFest for me, on a personal note, was Larry passing out when I was commentating on his video, and then him waking up and telling me, "Well, I have more subs than you."
That's not what I said. I said, "Let me look at my 7,000 subs."
Yeah.
A big 7K, baby. Woo. That was really freaking funny to hear that story the next morning. All right, Punk, what do you got for us? What can you share? What can you spread around?
I think one of the funniest things was watching or holding, like, stopping GI Bro and Tony as someone was like they were 6 guys were taking a picture, and as soon as I finished, I started walking, and GI Bro says, "See, everyone doesn't know who you are, Punk." For the person to instantly go, "Hey, a Punk with toys." I looked back at Rich and I go, "Man, I wish we had that on video."
Well, even then, like that will almost tie in with like my favorite moment, my personal favorite moment of JoeFest. Like, weren't you also recognized by whoever it was walking around with Seth Green? That other
Oh yeah,
his manager,
his manager, his handler, whatever.
Yeah. When I met, when I kind of interrupted Seth, is that how you call it, Ed? We took a picture together, and I'm like, "Hey, can I give you a sticker?" And I pulled out my Roman sticker, which
you're so much bigger than him. I think you startled him.
It's like 1.5 feet taller.
I am actually noticeably taller, but I pulled this sticker out, which doesn't have my logo on it, and his assistant goes, "Hey, you're a Punk with toys. I saw you on Instagram," and I went, "Yeah." So that was kind of shocking. I wasn't, and the only reason why I asked to even take a picture with him, because I don't really care about like stars, is just that Olivia and I have been watching Buffy and Angel, so. And then she didn't even know who he was.
Oh,
she didn't recognize. She didn't recognize him because he's much older.
He's not a young guy anymore.
He's much older than when he was on Buffy.
He doesn't look anything like he used to. I mean, like when he was a young guy, right? I mean,
I'll be completely honest. I didn't recognize him, and I'll talk about that on my favorite story here in a second. But I did want to jump over to Adam. What was your favorite JoeFest moment, Adam?
I don't know. I
So Adam's favorite JoeFest moment was sitting in the lobby with me watching whatever team it was win the NBA
that was
finals.
A good game.
There was
that
a
was
Canadian
a good game.
on there.
Game 7 of the NBA championship finals. It was a very good game.
Ooh,
Kenzo doesn't agree, but that's okay.
Kenzo's giving us a
That's
thumbs
because the
down.
Nuggets weren't in it, but
That's true.
I was excited that I actually got to catch that. I forgot that the NBA takes 6 months to play the finals.
Yeah.
And so I thought that it
Right.
finished like I watched game 6 before I left for JoeFest. And before I had to go home, they played game 7.
Right.
Like
So
4 days later or something. But
this does bring up another point that I wanted to go over real quick. So it was you, Jordan, and I sitting at the table, and Amanda called you up, and we got to say hi to Amanda and Georgie. And then you went off to have a more private conversation where you could actually hear on the phone in the lobby because you couldn't really hear anything in there. I was sticking around talking with Jordan for a minute, but then we decided we wanted to go outside and have a smoke. We come back in
Wait,
finally.
you smoked? I didn't even
Oh
notice.
man, you know what? It was insane. I was wild this weekend. I did all kinds of bad things I don't normally do, ever ish. I still didn't drink, still sober. It was really difficult in a lot of instances, but I did good. I did really, really good.
Good job, Oz.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Good
So
job.
I will say Jordan and I come back in, and suddenly the box of beers that was on the table that Adam and I were sitting at it migrated to Punk's table, and I was like, I
I
don't
moved it.
know.
Yeah,
I
Adam brought
kind
him
of
over.
figured that's what you happened because Jordan was like,
Yeah.
aren't those Adams? And I was like, Adam's the kind of guy that if he's done in the lobby for the night, he handed them the case of beer and then went upstairs. But I did want to get some clarity on that. I didn't see anybody jacking like random beers. But then again, one of the teachable moments we're going to talk tonight is getting random drinks. And I think we might wait for Ken to be here.
Those Modelo's were delicious, so thank you, Adam.
I will. So this is my. Maybe I'll think of it while I go through my weekend because nobody asked, but I'll tell you how my weekend goes every time I do a convention. My conventions, like I am a creature of habit. I like my comforts. There's certain things that I kind of need for my weekend to kind of go smoothly. And because I mean, I can be fun and spontaneous, but for the most part, I'm pretty not regimented's the wrong word, but like I said, I like my comfort. So I like to sort of have certain things. So typically my con weekends start before the weekend. I figure out, where there's a Target that has alcohol sales, not because I'm an alcoholic, but because it's the weekend. And to me, cons are kind of a holiday. I have a full-time Monday to Friday job. So when I go to a convention, there's rarely a time where, I don't have a drink in my hand kind of thing. Cause that's, it's the weekend. I'm having fun.
Attaboy.
So I find a Target, where I can get what I normally get, and I get, my case of cider or ranch waters or whatever, and a case of beer. Usually, I usually don't drink both. So I by Sunday, I usually have stuff to give away before I pack. So that's not the first time that I've sort of come down with a case of beer and just sort of left it, but because it's so. Like you said, we were sitting at the table chatting, and then my wife called, and so I stepped away. And then when I came back, you guys had stepped out, and the beer was sitting at the table. And I didn't want somebody to just sort of pick it up. I didn't want like the hotel staff to like pick it up and like take it. So I just shifted it to a table that had people at it and said, "Here, you guys take this." I don't know where those losers went. They abandoned me. So you guys get the beer now. Not that you or Jordan would have drank any of it anyway, so that was part of it as well. But.
Right, we were doing that other thing outside. So.
I think the highlight for me of the weekend, and this is just very vague and general, but like the highlight of any convention weekend for me is like seeing all the people that I never get to see, face to face, and then meeting new people and having conversations with people that aren't on screen and stuff like that, where we can talk about either sort of little details or little sort of things that aren't necessarily meant to be public or what have you. So yeah, it's just the weekend is just about hanging out and kind of hanging out with people, and I think that's the highlight every time. And it's weird because I'm an introvert, and for the most part, I generally don't like crowds of people.
I hate it.
But I do enjoy, the moments that I get to sort of have little conversations with people one-on-one in the hallways or, in the lobby in the evening or whatever. So
it's got a totally different feel from like you go to a concert, and yes, everybody at the concert is also typically going and enjoying the band that's there. So there's like that similar taste. But these cons, it's a little bit different than even like that kind of a big crowd, because especially with our sphere, like again, every week we're all meeting up, we're hanging out, we're talking on different chats and shows. Like I know Monday night I'm going to be hanging out in Larry's chat talking with a bunch of awesome people. Throughout the week, hitting different shows in the chats, and then even Saturday nights culminating everything here at the clubhouse with all these amazing people. And it just getting that feel in a convention, it's different. And even then, I still had a panic attack.
That was definitely different. Punk's really introverted too. I couldn't get him to talk to anybody when he was there.
No, I heard Punk was a real ass the entire weekend.
Yep.
Like, people were trying to get his attention. He was just like, "Who the fuck are you? Do you have 7K subs or higher? Nope, you're below my level. Goodbye."
Well,
Goodbye.
another very interesting moment was at the pool when I realized that Adam's swim trunks are the same length as the 1989 Pistons shorts were.
That's one of my longer pairs of shorts. You're welcome.
There was someone at the Savage Crucible table that had these short shorts also.
I was jealous of his shorts.
I mean, I wasn't checking out everybody's shorts, but I'll take Punk's word for it, because I mean that's at eye level for him. So
that's exactly what I said to Punk when he asked me about. He said, "Did you see how short Adam's shorts were?" I was like, "I wasn't looking at his ass, so I can't tell you that."
Well, it was a nice one.
But what an ass it was!
I mean, I can't call it America's ass because
that's right.
It's Canada's ass.
Canada's
right
ass.
There.
I think if you lived in Canada and you had their weather most of the time, and then you went to Georgia, you might want fewer clothes than normal.
I think if you live anywhere, including hell, you would want as few clothes as possible in Augusta, Georgia.
I had a hoodie on most of the time.
Well, yeah, because inside the hotel was
that
actually
hotel
like
is not that cold.
I didn't find it hot outside.
I'm a big guy. I was very comfortable in the hotel because I prefer cold. That's why I know it was like cold there for people. But again, Punk, like you live up in Michigan, so it's colder up there typically. Summer's still hot and you still got a ton of humidity off the lakes, but yeah, it's like typically colder up there. So you're not going to feel cold the same way. Some of our friends live in the South coming up from like, I don't know, people that live in Florida.
Adam
ACs
didn't come from southern Canada.
Yeah,
no,
I don't think I heard anyone say that it was chilly.
I heard a couple people say it was chilly in the hotel.
I
thought it was good.
I thought it was cool
last year too. I don't remember being chilly last year, and this year was no different.
They definitely had the AC higher than last year. It was definitely cooler in there this year than it was last year.
I got to tell you that humidity
I wouldn't say
outside
it
was worse than Baltimore.
Probably stunk a little less too if it's cooler, right?
I don't know about that at the con.
Fortunately, adult men know how to shower every day at a con, or at least the ones I was around.
I was like, I don't know, man. You're giving them too much credit.
I wear a hoodie, so at every con, because they're always in hotels and they're always too cold. I run really cold, so I have a hoodie. It's actually an Animal Warriors of the Kingdom hoodie. It's like it's like the perfect balance of like. And I wear it at Legion's Con in November, and I wear it at JoeFest in end of June.
And he's an introvert, so when he gets anxiety,
I just put the hood up, and I pretend that I have headphones in.
Yep.
Well, that was the funny part about when you invited me to your table while we were in the lobby to watch the game. I'd been walking around, and I actually didn't notice that it was you in that chair, and I just kind of went and sat down in a chair, and I was like, I'll wait until I see some people I recognize, and I was just hanging out on the phone, and then next thing I know, Adam's coming up and saying, "Hey, you can sit over here with me," and I was like, Oh yeah, sure, because I'm just fucking around on the phone. So
Yeah, it was selfish of me too, though, because then that way that fills up the table a little bit more, and then random people
totally.
don't
No,
sit
I
down.
get it. I get it. Less room for random people to just
Mhm.
invite themselves.
I would never do something like that.
And then Jordan showed up, and once Purple Gang's around, ain't nobody coming over.
That's fucking true right there.
All right, let me get back to the chat here and say hello to some people. Plus, we got another super chat, and I'm going to get to that. We have Wilhelm Toy and Hobby. Got to hang out with this guy quite a bit over the weekend. As a matter of fact, it was either Friday. Yeah, it was Friday night. Me, Wilhelm, and Van closed out the lobby. There was nobody left by the time we went upstairs. So that was a really good time. And Punk is doing the official. Actually, it's really funny because I was going to say Cobb's doing it too, and I don't even think Cobb knows the story yet.
Cobb is doing exactly what we thought
Cobb-
Little Willie was doing.
That you're absolutely right.
And we'll bring that up because that's going to be a teachable moment tonight. We've got the retro toy princess in the house. What is up, Allison? Good to see you. SCS Dog saying aloha all. The incredible Brick something is here with us saying, spill the beans, you weirdos. Who did what now? We're going to get into a lot more of that. Oh, you know what? I never did say what my favorite part of JoeFest was. My favorite part of JoeFest, and I'm pretty sure I mentioned it last week when we did that brief live. And again, thank you to Curtis for running a very short, abbreviated clubhouse. But as he said last night on Let's Go
It was
Off
like
World,
an hour and
90
40 minutes.
it's been the shortest clubhouse since before I started calling it Clubhouse.
Yes.
But kudos to him for taking the reins and trying to run it. While, as he so eloquently put, 90% of us that run the show were at JoeFest, and 80% of us who watch the show were at JoeFest, and that was actually pretty close. Except for all those bots that never give us any engagement that I have now. But yes, my favorite JoeFest moment was the Mythic meetup, not because of Mythic Legions and hanging out with Jeremy and Diego and Purple Gang, as well as Terrence, Gina, and Liam. I brought the whole family this time, which was great because I haven't seen Liam in forever. But yeah, I had a lot of fun hanging out there with them. But what was great is that Seth Green came in wondering why all these people were in his panel waiting, since his panel was the next day. And then Van proceeded to troll him till he left.
Oh, no.
So Van, just being Van, totally just made a professional comedian straight up walk out the room.
He's probably just fucking annoyed.
It was really good. It was really good. And he actually made Seth Green sub and bow out, because as he was getting out of the room, Van yelled, give us a Chris Griffin. Or actually, I think Jordan yelled it. And sure enough, he did the Chris Griffin voice as he left. That was a great moment. I didn't actually recognize it was Seth Green at first because he's got a beard and it's white. And I still view Seth Green as Oz from Buffy and as the dorky white kid thug from Can't Hardly Wait. And if you haven't seen that movie, I recommend that you go back and watch it. Because if you were a teenager around the late 90s, early 2000s, that movie is really funny.
Now, Oz, did you think beard that's white, special night, must be Santa?
No, I was definitely up there thinking Santa
Toys.
lost a lot of freaking weight. Yeah, he's at a toy convention just picking up deals.
Yeah.
Getting ready. The season's coming, man. We got 6 months.
As he walks through the lobby, checking people onto the naughty list. Don't gotta worry about that guy. Don't gotta worry about that guy.
This fucker's not getting shit this week or this year. All right. Ed, can you do me a favor and highlight that other super chat? I'm going to bring up the media asset here. I got to call it media asset now.
Let me find it. It's at the top here.
So while he's finding that, just a note for you guys on your channel page for YouTube, on channel customization on your dashboard studio, under channel customization, that's your handle that shows up. And I just changed mine because I don't want those dumb numbers at the end of mine. I would have to log out and then log back in for it to update.
Ooh, do
But
I have dumb numbers after mine? Hold on a sec. I gotta check again.
I
I
have
checked mine. No dumb numbers.
I had
Yes,
dumb
no dumb
numbers.
numbers.
So
Fortunately, I am an original, but that's because I spell toys with a Z. Ooh.
Wait, where was
I
it
had to
at again?
manually change mine because my channel name was like an email address. I don't
Where'd
know
you
how.
say
Right.
it was at?
Channel customization.
Yeah,
yeah.
I
Well, I
got
think
it.
I
Oz.
did.
I'm
I
right where
did
you
that a
are.
long time ago, but not
All right, I'm
not
hit.
because I knew I should. But
Right.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
So Allison wants to know who hooked up at JoeFest.
I hooked up with Tony at JoeFest.
I mean, it was Tony, for somebody who hates diversity, was really getting around at JoeFest.
I heard you had soft hands.
He's like my
Um,
pinky toe. He's kind of cute, and I bang him on the coffee table.
Right. I mean, I definitely had a lot of intimate gazes into people's eyes that I didn't recognize, but recognized me. So that was the thing that happened. Um, I can't say I don't know of anybody who legitimately hooked up at Joe Fest, but
to be
I'm sure
fair,
people were banging. I don't know.
there's like 8 women there.
Yeah.
Right,
And most
right.
of them
And
are with their significant other.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
most of them are married, and
They're not
somehow their
there by
husbands
choice a
managed
lot
to
of times.
drag them
Yeah.
to Joe Fest.
There was actually
Stanley,
a lot of wives there this year.
Sharlock.
and I say that knowing that I'm sure there were people there. You know, I'm suggesting, you know, in terms of heterosexual hookups, there may or may not have been, you know, other hookups. No judgment, but they probably would have been non-heterosexual hookups just based on statistics of who was there.
I
Right.
think you're right.
Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely enough people there that people should have been getting it on at Joe Fest.
It's not like, you know, the like a work convention thing. You know, you get like a you know, if you get a corporate setting where there's like the balance is probably more in the
Right. Numbers
Well
are a
said,
little more
man.
balanced, but hey, look,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
weird.
shame anybody. Go enjoy yourself, whatever you want to do, whoever you want to bang,
I
including
heard
the coffee table itself.
I heard I can't remember who it was. One of the Savage Crucible guys was basically saying that when you go to these conventions, whether it's Joe Fest or you know, any one of the other ones, it's just like a guys weekend. Like it's just a bunch of guys hanging out,
Yeah.
talking about toys.
Yeah.
And I think people probably have a very different impression of what it is versus
So
the
It's like when
realities.
guys
Like,
go on a fishing trip
yeah,
or a hunting trip. That's literally what this is. So
we went. I know I wasn't there. Ed, maybe you were there when the guy that I guess was there that was golfing.
Yes,
Were you there?
oh yeah, because there's that golf course in Augusta. I just found that out. I didn't know that was a
that
thing.
was at like 1:30 a.m. in the morning on
Oh, that story.
I was think it was Friday night.
He was
We're all
golfing
down at the
at
table.
1 a.m.
No, he was golfing that's why he was in Augusta. So he texts his wife that he's in the lobby for a GI Joe convention, and his wife didn't believe him. So we made him a sign, and then he took a selfie with all of us to send to his wife that he was at Joe Fest hanging out with a bunch of dudes that play with toys.
Yeah, she didn't think that
Yeah,
was an
even-
actual thing.
Yeah,
I mean, even if you're that guy, right? And you're thinking, I'm gonna stay at this hotel. There's gonna be, you know, I'm
Yeah.
gonna go to the bar. I might meet a woman. I might, you know, be
there was
unfaithful to
no
my
beer
wife
left.
or something like that. Boy, was he let down by the crowd at the
The bad
hotel.
part is there was no beer left at that point in time, right? There was nothing left. Nobody had any. The bar was way closed. He was offering he's like, I'll give anybody a $20 bill just for a beer. I was like, dude, if I had one,
Well, it should have
I'd
texted me.
if I had one, I'd just give you one. But you know,
Was
Right.
he not there for the show? He was just there for golf.
he was just there to golf. Yeah.
We get people who wander into haunt shows because they look cool, and they're like the only person in khakis and a polo. Everybody else is in black t-shirts, black hoodies, you know, and
Yeah.
they always stand out.
So
You
there
can, yeah,
wa-
you know the golfers. at
Yeah,
the hotel.
3-star
for
was
sure.
there right here. He
Different-
says
it's a different look.
we made the sign, put our
Yeah.
YouTube channel names on there so she could actually look up for proof.
Right? See all the videos over the last
Yeah.
week of this was JoeFest. Yeah.
So there
And
was. Oh,
go ahead, Bong.
oh no! I was outside getting because they had water out there, and the kid that was delivering Domino's came out, and he's like, "What is this?" And I go, "It's a GI Joe convention, the largest one in the world." And he's like, "Yeah, I have the GI Joe game on Switch."
Nice.
Look, man, they got to
I
bring in
love
new
that
fans
game.
somewhere. They got to bring them in somewhere. I mean,
So,
hopefully this will set him on the right path. He might find some nice plastic out of it.
it was just it was hilarious. He got like super excited, and then left to go deliver more pizzas.
He and I
Yeah.
are like the two people in the world that like that game.
I don't have it. I haven't played it, so I can't say whether I like it or not. But
It was fun sitting at that one table out like towards the outside the bar, but towards the doors, and just watching the delivery guys come in with those pizzas
oh,
and stuff,
so many of them.
because they just walk in lost, like they have no idea who they're looking
They'd
for.
walk in and get approached by like 5 people in
Yep.
the lobby. That was fun. All right, let me try to finish out getting into the rest of the starred chats here, so then I can get back and bring up some other stuff in the chats. We got Legends Collector Dylan here with us saying, "What's up, boys and ghouls?" The Thanos Copter is here. He is not on screen with us, but I did see another chat where he said he's been working all week, and ain't that the truth? He has definitely been working. And Brick something saying, "With all due respect, fuck the AC. How were the toys?" Toys were brilliant, and we're gonna get into that a lot more because
Yeah, Brick,
I
I got a
want-
surprise
Brick?
for you. I got something I haven't. I don't think I mentioned to anybody one of the things that I picked up. So that's
nice.
So, Brick, why didn't you come? I mean, you're kind of associated with a walk. I thought, like, why didn't you take the trip? We know why last year, but I'm wondering if there's a reason why. I was hoping you were going to show up.
Adam doesn't like him, so he said to stay away.
No, probably because Brick didn't ask. I bet if Brick asked, Jason would have flown him out.
Probably, but I do know. I think at the beginning when we were all traveling to JoeFest, Brick was actually playing GI Joe with his kids out in the woods. So
That's true.
I did see that.
Yeah, I think he said he had a family thing.
Yeah.
That's why he wasn't going this year.
So we got Legend Series Tony here. What's up, brother? Good to have you. Thank you for showing up. All right, we got another super chat here. Let me go back to that media asset one more
Here
time.
comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
That media corrupted, dude.
Yeah. I wish there was like a shortcut like Control Fu that I could just play that. That means I got $2. So what Crash is referring to with me, Oz, and Ken took a trip. So on the on Sunday, Steve was taking the guys from Team Delta 17 out to dinner. I tagged along. We went to this restaurant called it's like a swingers club, I guess, because it was Pineapple something, Pineapple Tavern Inn. I don't know. There was pineapples involved, so I just assumed it was a swingers thing. I don't even know. But there was a smoke shop right next door. And when I say smoke shop, yes, it was a dispensary. But it was like regular convenience store with dispensary items. Crash went in, got himself a little snacky snack. And then he came back out and he had a whole gummy. Then he shared a half of one with me. Now, I know how gummies affect me, so I really try not to overdo it all at once. I definitely try to dose those. My digestion is very slow. So it takes a while before it hits me. But then when it starts to hit me, it hits me hard. And then it hangs around for a while. So I was really good and toasty for the rest of that evening. I had cotton mouth like a motherfucker.
Do you know how many milligrams it was? Somebody was asking that.
It was only 8 milligrams. It was 8 milligrams per gummy, which is not a lot.
Right.
It's really not a lot, but it's the way that it breaks it down and affects you doing an edible versus smoking. Because I mostly smoke it. I don't eat a lot. Because again, gummies take a while. So I get a much more instant reaction when I smoke.
I take 2 3 milligram gummies every night of melatonin. so I can sleep.
There you go. There you go. See, that's the way I used to smoke a joint before bed so I could go to sleep. It was
I have no
nice.
problem going to sleep.
It's because
Oh.
you're like 50 years
I
old.
can attest to that.
I have no problem either.
Actually, Ed gets really uncomfortable if there's an actual bed involved because most of the time he
Yes.
just falls asleep in that chair.
I do.
No, he went
We're
out.
doing Netflix and chill
5
all the
minutes
time,
out.
Ed. God.
I did send a picture to Curtis, and I don't know why I just sent it to Curtis and not everybody else, but one of the chairs in the lobby looked like Ed's chair. So I took a picture of myself sitting in it and I said, haha, I stole Ed's chair. And apparently only sent it to Curtis, and I have no idea why.
Those were the ones we were sitting in on Sunday. That was
Yeah,
that's
it
why
was.
you
Gummy,
couldn't
Oz.
see me
Because
they
of
have
the
like
gummy.
they have
That's
like
why.
the
Yeah, they got the parts that come out and around.
Mhm.
Yep. So anyway, I was feeling really, really good. Then Crash disappeared and he sent me a selfie that was a very nondescript selfie within the lobby, I guess, or within the hotel. Now, mind you, most of the halls and the walls look the same. It's like wood paneling up to about halfway, or wood trim up to about halfway, and then it's just like white, above that, or off white, or whatever the fuck it is. I get a picture of Crash up against the wall, looking like Private Pile from freaking Full Metal Jacket, like out of
Crash
his
was
mind.
so Crash was sitting at the table with me
Okay.
before you came down to the lobby. He probably doesn't remember because I was just watching the basketball game and he was just sitting,
Just
probably
sitting.
looking exactly the same as he was in that photo.
I'm sure he
He
was.
didn't say anything. He didn't move. He was just gooned, just sitting in the chair.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
And
Putting the story a little more together here.
And so to add a few more details, so I don't know if Crash will remember it either, but so we were
He
just
may
sitting
not.
there and I was watching like I said, I was watching the basketball game and he was doing his thing. And somebody came down and delivered him an Action Force figure, an Action Man figure. A British fellow actually came down and handed it to him. And I sort of watched the interaction, and the guy was like, I think he'd probably chatted with Crash a bunch, and Crash was like not really engaging with him at all. And the guy was like, "Okay, are you good? Like, here's."
Right.
So Crash gave him it was a trade. Like there was, Crash had something for this guy, and this guy had the Action Man for Crash, and I watched this whole interaction, and it was like really awkward on both sides because now I know why.
Yeah. Yeah, because he was really, really well. I should put this out there. So after he had already had a gummy and a half, well, he had a whole gummy, a quarter of a gummy, because he ate the other half of the half that he split with me, and then he ate the entire other half. So he had 3/4 of a gummy and the whole gummy. And then on top of that, he picked up more. He had to take some home for the wife, but he took some more, and he gave Ken some. And Ken had less than I had. And then
Ken's
Crash
little,
had the rest of that pack, from what I understand. And so, like, Crash was gone. I didn't even remember seeing him for the rest of that night until the next morning. And he was still feeling it. And I know because I was still feeling it. Like I said, my digestion is very
he
slow.
wasn't, and I will say this, like it wasn't he wasn't he wasn't acting weird or anything like that. It was just
He's very quiet.
Crash
zoned
was
out.
at the Delta 17 table all weekend right across from us, and I sort of saw how he interacted with people, and he was much more engaged and stuff like that. So it seemed like he was just really tired and kind of subdued. So he wasn't, acting a fool or anything like that. He was just very, very chilled out, very stoic while he was sitting there. So.
Oh yeah. Well, this is also going to go into part of the Teachable Moments segment of the show when Ken can arrive. But we got some other comments here real quick, and then I'm going to jump back in and finish up saying get hi to people. We got Weed Classic is the way to go. I agree with Thanos. It's like smoking my shit. It hits. I know how potent it's going to be. As a matter of fact, I know now I know more now how potent it's going to be than I used to, because it used to be whoever I was buying them off of, I just had to trust that they were good. That they weren't giving me some crazy shit in my weed. Now it's all on the label. I can see how many milligrams of this, how many milligrams of that. It's a beautiful thing, and I love that. Bud says he's on 20 grams of edible, not milligrams. He's on 20 grams of edible
Oh,
right
he
now.
clarified. He clarified.
Then he clarifies very quickly that it's milligrams. Then he says, "Oh my God, 20 grams? I'd be flying." Now that would
Bud's
be a
got
sight
like
to see.
Bud's got like a gummy that looks like a cheeseburger. It's 20 milligrams. Like
It's like one of
like
those
20
Krabby
grams.
Patty gummies you can get,
Yeah.
except it's this big.
So my
Oh,
wife Jess does gummies.
I
and
just
she-
do gummies too.
She
I'm the
got
opposite of you. I'm the opposite of you, Oz. Like I think maybe it was I don't know. I know 5 milligrams THC and CBD. I'm good. Like that's a good buzz. Like I'm chilled. For the
yeah,
night.
like I don't need anything more. I don't need a lot.
so my wife got these gummies and she would get them all the time. She's like, I really like them, good high, blah, blah. They taste good. Her mom's a smoker. She just smokes. That's all she does. And she was talking to her mom about it. She's like, well, how much are they? She's like thinking they're like, 3 or 4. She's like, oh, I don't know, like 35s or something like that. She's like, are you fucking kidding me, Jess? I can't do that. And I smoke like it's going out of style. And just like, I don't understand why I'm so high all the time. It's like, good
35?
35s. Yes.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't be able to function.
Jess
at
takes
that many,
time to go to work.
right? Like, I'll just, like I say, I take a little.
What's
bit.
her job so I cannot go there?
Right? I was thinking the same thing, Alan.
She works in an office. Don't worry. It's furniture delivery. It's fine.
So
I work in the warehouse.
Despite the little bit that I had and the little bit that Ken had, Crash had so many milligrams. He says he was so fucked up he had to stay another night in Georgia, which meant he was roasted all of Monday.
Hey, respect. He did not come across nearly as as out of
That
it
might
as
be
he
because what
was.
he was still only probably feeling effects from the first gummies
Yeah,
he
maybe.
ate. The other ones hadn't quite hit yet. Because I was still feeling the effects well into the morning. Like I said, I know that my digestion's slow, so that stuff it like hits and releases into my system over time. I was still really high when I was going to the airport. Mind you, typically I won't get high before going to an airport because of all the bullshit with security. I feel like I'm
Yeah.
just going to do something stupid.
I
Not that they would
also-
ever have a reason, but
I also had to so Sunday night Monday morning I had to be up to drive back to Atlanta to fly home. And my flight was at like 8, so I had to be at the airport by like 6:30. So I had to return a car. So I had to be at the airport by, like 6, which it's a 2-hour drive. I was planning to leave
Right.
at 4. I woke up at 2 in the morning and I was like, fuck it, it's 2 in the morning. Like, what am I
Man, you
going
just
to
went to
go back
bed.
to sleep for like an hour? Like, I just got up, packed my stuff, and left at 2 in the morning, driving in
you
the
might
middle
as
of the
well
night. It
just
was
get
great.
ahead
There's
of
no
all of
traffic.
it. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we still got. I want to say hey to William Husted. I hope you enjoyed JoeFest. Understand there was a lot of new stuff shown, but not much available. Yeah, there wasn't really a lot of like new stuff available. There was good stuff available, but yeah, there was a lot of like talks about release. I mean, Savage Crucible had plenty of new stuff on the table. AWOC had plenty of offerings on their table. Yep, I was hanging out there. And then of course Delta 17 was killing it. The guys over at Marauders and Skeletron, they had stuff ready to go, selling. Heck,
Ticket
they were
Pride
even
toys.
raffling off Robo Skull.
Yeah.
Ramen toys. They were selling vans left and right this past weekend. I actually saw a couple people selling Vanguards too. Like there was plenty of offerings. Definitely plenty of offerings, even outside of the vintage stuff. From the Realm, they were there. No, not From the Realm. Sorry, I was just looking at their sticker.
Dark
Brutal
Realm.
Realm.
Realm Toys, Brutal
Oh.
Realm.
Yeah.
They were showing off stuff, but they didn't have anything to offer because they're still not through production yet. But they were on this year they had like a second floor with some vendors. So actually I did think about you, Kenny, because they had the collegiate the Collegiate Heroes up there, which is funny because they are from
They're Harbinger Studios.
Harbinger Studios.
Yeah.
That's the name I was trying to think. The same guys that do Savage Crucible.
Yep.
But they weren't with Savage Crucible. They were
They
like,
got moved
yeah,
downstairs to the Saturday afternoon. They moved downstairs across from
Did they?
Savage. Yeah.
That's because
Okay.
there was someone canceled or didn't show up.
Yeah.
right, yeah, because I know, like,
I
when
didn't
I
even know
was looking
Bobby
at
was supposed to be there.
he canceled 2 years ago.
Oh yeah.
I saw that. I didn't even know they were there until I happened to walk up to the second floor later on Friday to see what was going on up there, and that's where I saw them. And I was like, "Yeah, go figure. The sports guys are all the way up here, hidden where nobody's going to see them." Like it kind of sucked, but at the same time, yeah, I get it.
It fits.
Floor layout.
I did get one of those to customize just in case. I did get like just that quarterback Alabama, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
But just to maybe test the waters with an actual articulated one, because all the ones I usually did were McFarlane and they weren't articulating at all, so they were just
Adam, hold it up again real quick.
statues.
How is the articulation on them, by the way?
Good.
Oh,
They're nice, really good, actually.
Forgotten King.
Very cool. Yeah, because I honestly, yeah, I wanted to pick one or two up just for, as Brick would say, for science. I want to check them out and see what their articulation's like, see how they, how they feel, and then decide if maybe I want like a couple of them, and then I could send them off to Kenzo to have them painted up as like Ravens. Like,
Yep.
hey, can you go ahead and make a custom Ed Reed and Ray Lewis, like legends, not people who are currently on the team, just legends.
No, Ray Lewis would be a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, he's fucking phenomenal.
Yeah. You know.
Make sure he comes with a knife accessory.
Yeah, knife and blood all over him. You don't want to leave that
And
out.
If Ramen, if
That's-
Ace, if
that's the
you're watching, if you
exclusive
can make
version.
a limousine
Yeah,
with
okay.
blood splashed all over the inside, I'd appreciate it.
But then you have to go back and do the Miami outfit, right?
And
Oh
the
yeah,
Ray,
it's true. We got to get him the Miami outfit.
yeah, the Ray Rice one has come with a knocked out girlfriend.
Ooh,
Too soon.
and an anti-bullying campaign, but domestic violence is apparently okay.
Right.
Pick your battle.
Oh,
Pick your battle.
man. It was a rough one. All right, so we got another super chat here. Man, we're going heavy on the meat ass.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
We got the man TD3 Trooper Troy Dodson in the house saying, "What's up, my dudes? What is going on, brother? It is good to see you here." Mo2 Prince is in the house. I like the fact that we've been live for almost an hour and I'm still saying hi to people, even though there's not really many people here as there normally is for like punks midnight toy ramblings. But we're interrupting with a lot.
Well, there's a reason for that. Ed, you want to tell him
What?
why are there less people here than for my Monday night show?
Because you have 7,000 subs.
No,
Oh, okay. I thought that.
Ed, why?
I don't have any idea.
Because I'm kind of a big deal.
Oh, you wanted me to say that line? Yes.
It's kind of a big deal in a little package.
Yeah.
We got Todd CE in the house saying the clubhouse is getting pretty big now. Well, as we just said, the big deal is here. Troy does say no gummies for me, bad reaction, and most opiate medicines. Yeah, I'm not big into the opiates. I try to stay away as best I can.
Pussies. No, I'm just joking.
Got
Sorry.
so we all know this is our good friend Terrence. However, it says on
Untap Media.
Tap Media. There we go. On Tap Media. So that must have
That's
been like the email address or something that was used. No, look, we're just finding out about this where basically YouTube, you're going to have to go into your settings and you will have to
Channel customization.
channel customization, and you should be able to change your display name back to what you would prefer. And
You have to change it and then hit publish.
yeah,
And that
hit
saves
that
it. I
publish button.
just fixed mine, so my weird numbers are gone at the end of mine.
Right.
Alan
yeah,
doesn't
'cause
like
it's
numbers. He's strictly a letters guy.
a letters guy. He prefers algebra without the numbers, whereas most people prefer algebra without the letters.
My
don't
job
think
is
any-
art. I
No,
was told there'd be no math.
Dead wrong.
Hell yeah. Oh, man.
That was almost a lie. In some of what you do, there's definitely engineering, and engineering always boils down to numbers. So we
Is
got
that
Todd.
movie sword, Kenzo? I'm sorry,
This
there's a
one-
toy on screen.
This one's a
yeah, that's
this
a
one's a
Tila
Tila sword.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you for embiggening him.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I like that paint job, Kenzo. That looks good.
Thank you. Been busy.
Yeah,
Kenzo,
man.
your hair's looking extra sexy today.
Right? Did you put some
This is
gel in it?
this is my I didn't put a hat on and I just didn't do anything to
You
it.
look like you're ready to
I
deliver
like
some
it. Keep that
pizzas.
shit up.
Or deliver newspapers. He looks 12.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I want
He's
my
looking
$2.
Looking young.
The week.
All right. So Todd's saying we all changed our names. No, we didn't. We've yeah, it's weird right now. It's definitely thrown us all for a loop. Wait a minute. My sister's saying, "Oh my God, someone get Larry a mirror." Wait, why are we getting him a mirror? What did he do? Because I can just pull it back up. Or are we just talking about what a big deal he is?
Make out with it? Yeah.
Jake Anderson, 5757 again. If your name is normally something else, sorry if it has changed and I don't recognize you, but thank you for being here. He says to hi to everybody and little package.
Yeah, he's had to have been around here somewhere. or came from
At least for the
Punch-Out,
last couple of minutes.
right? Anybody that feels comfortable saying that has been around a little bit, right?
I mean, Terrence jumped right in and said, all I heard, Lawrence has a small package. Big things come in small packages, though. Isn't that what they say?
Sure.
Yes, but nobody understands because you can't see it on screen. But Larry is just as wide as he is tall now.
So if
I
anything,
don't
you
think
got to
I'm any
call him
wider than I was
Chode.
last year.
Yeah,
Nothing
who
like
was it
leading
that
with
kept
your
bringing
stomach,
that
right?
up? I was like, this is getting a little weird. Like,
What?
Dave just saying, Rick Jones. Somebody kept bringing that up that you were just as wide as you were tall, and I'm like, look, you're getting a little creepy with that. Like,
Wasn't me.
no, Ed brought it
All I
up a
ever
couple
said
of
is,
times, but
look,
no,
I'm kind of a
somebody
big
else
deal.
was bringing it up a lot.
Really?
It was awkward.
No one brought it up to me other than Ed because Ed doesn't give a shit about my feelings.
I don't care. Fuck your feelings.
None of us do. We're gonna bust your balls just as bad as. Yeah, I mean, you bust back, so we're good. Menhoza says, I guess I'm unlucky. My Operation Monster Force Delta Reds both came needing a warm bath, but after very articulate, most perfect, except for their necks and hands. I mean, in all honesty, I'm just used to giving all my toys a little heat bath. Less the summer,
I had
like hot out, but
Ed. Did you have any issues with any of your? I didn't have one issue with any of them. As a matter of fact,
mine were.
they're very soft, to be honest. At least all the
Yeah.
ones I had.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
was
have
gonna
any
say,
issues
I
with
didn't
mine
have-
at all.
Adams looks a little stiff, or at least stiffer
Whoa.
than what I had.
How do you know?
Hey, I don't want.
Whoa.
Clearly,
Okay.
you were looking at short
Who has
shorts.
this?
Well,
No, it's good. It's like I mean, I'm not forcing it to.
Right, you're not gonna.
I
force
think
down.
that figure is very underrated.
Is that your first Monster Force figs, Adam?
No.
Oh, I didn't think so.
Hey, Victoria. If anybody wants to know, that is the youngest guest of the clubhouse, who brought up the short, angry German people before Van ever implied Sonny was one.
Yes.
Damn.
All right,
That's my kid. I don't remember
yeah,
that.
no, she's awesome. She's
Was I on
sassy.
at that time?
Yeah, you brought
Or
her
was that
on,
when she was
and
on the
that was like the
time-
first time she was on, and we asked her what she was learning about in school, and she went in
Oh.
on World War II. And I was like, whoa, gotta watch out
Something
about saying
happened?
certain names.
Something
But
happened in that war.
A couple of things happened in that war. One of the biggest ones was genocide.
Oh,
With Phil Collins?
Yes. Yes. Fucking Phil Collins.
can't
That's
believe
the
that he got. I can't believe his old band was named after that.
Right. All right, so I want to highlight this here because we got another super chat from Troy. Thank you guys tonight, being very generous. I really appreciate that.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Just saying, show me
You only have 2 more days to spend those super chats on toys since you're going dry for July.
No, it'll be all right. It'll help my recovery effort.
The super chats he gets tonight, he'll get in like 2 months.
Yeah,
I was
right.
gonna
It's
say
true.
2 months or whenever
True.
I hit 100 before I can
Ain't
cash
no
out.
freaking joke. Holy crap.
All right. And yes, Carol said it's because you're a big deal. You need a mirror.
I can
So
just
we
see
can have
myself
double
on
the
here.
Lawrence?
Listen, if it really bothers me, all I have to do is that, and then it's just like Monday night all over again.
It really is.
Then you guys can watch me do my fucking show as I've been doing this whole time, which is exciting.
They're good content for their channels to thrive and succeed while they're here on the clubhouse hanging out with me, just kind of going along. Nah, I think it's fun. I prefer it this way. All right. And yes, I will agree with Thanos. She was the youngest and yet the most mature.
Are you trying to say Olivia wasn't the most mature yet?
She wasn't
no.
on Clubhouse.
She was.
Yeah, she
yeah,
was.
she
But
was.
she
That's
shut
right.
it down when
Yeah,
TikTok
did.
went.
You're right. I forgot about.
She
the
did shut
TikTok
down
incident.
Clubhouse. I remember. That was a big deal that night. I don't think Victoria. No, that was after Victoria was on. So that's probably why, because Victoria was still the most mature.
I don't know if you could call it
Because Olivia was freaking out about her
mature.
TikTok. So, all right, we've got Kurt McMahon here saying, "Hey," and again, I'm not recognizing the picture. If your name's weird and it's not what it normally is, I thank you for being here tonight. But yeah, YouTube's been weird. Go to your channel settings, go to your customization, and then you can get your name back to what it should be. Even for you people without like actual channels, you should be able to get back there and do that and change your names to whatever your previous handle was before. YouTube just said "fuck you" to everybody and said, "Here we go, we're gonna mess with things." All right. Bud says it's okay, Oz. If you get the itch to spend money on toys, just send my box and you get your toy itch, and I
Look
get
at
goodies.
this stoned motherfucker.
There he is. He made it on the 20 grams
Y'all
of
were
edible.
y'all were talking edibles, and I was in the bathroom, and then I went to go get food, so I couldn't hop on right away. I'm just like, they're talking about something I can relate to.
Good, Bud. I'm
It was like
glad
that time you
you're.
were talking sports and I wasn't on. It was like, oh no.
It was so weird. We had nobody to lead the conversation.
Speaking of that,
I have something to give.
just to make tonight fun, I'm on 20. Here's 40.
20 grams. There we go.
Great.
All
Now we
20
can all
grams.
watch you sleep.
20 more.
Right.
We're gonna watch his face melt off like
Yeah.
hot.
10 minutes, I'm just passed out. But
So
I'm not
I
actually
did-
passed out. I'm so high, my eyes are like squinted shut, and y'all just think I'm sleeping.
I did see Jeff pop in earlier saying he's here from Texas because I believe, if I remember correctly, Jeff is doing DFW this weekend. And honestly, that's awesome. I know we got a couple of friends going over that way. Radnom's there, John Emerald Knight Photos. Can I say, John is the GOAT. Oh, wait, that's the Invisible Man. Right, Adam? Yeah, you can barely see him there. The Eraser.
Is that John Cena?
Oh, yes, you can't see him.
So I came to this beautiful realization today. There he is, the purple version, which I feel belongs in Ghostbusters. I came to this wonderful realization earlier today that last year at JoeFest, they had the exclusive monster force of the translucent red Dracula, the translucent blue unknown king, or forgotten king, rather. And then I didn't have any monster force figures till I bought the Kilowog, the primal Kilowog. So I had a really good werewolf in my collection that still has a cigarette to smoke. And then last night on Purple Gang Gang's member only stream. I was on there and I won the eraser, the same version that Adam just held up. Came to the realization that 75% of my Monster Force collection is all translucent plastic.
Nice.
You do like the translucents.
I do. I love them. So anytime I can get them, especially for free, I go for it. Although I did pay for.
I would love translucent figures, but I hate seeing the mechanics inside the body when it doesn't make sense.
Was that Jesus
on a
or
human
Obi-Wan
character,
Kenobi, Adam?
Hate it.
Both.
Yes.
Okay.
Good choice. So Dave mentions the fact that YouTube didn't change anything for him because they don't care of him. Well, we care, Dave. We care.
You have an @ sign now. They changed that.
That's right. At least they added an @ sign to your name. But the truth is, we like you just the way you are. Oh, speaking of that, John Cena. That
Well,
Motu John Cena.
This is the Skeletor, but his bits are on this guy for some reason.
Do
But
you have the John Cena figure?
well, this used to be John
Oh.
Cena.
Are they the same colors, or is John
No,
Cena
that's
little more
a
blue?
different shade of blue.
Different blue.
Because I was wanting to make a figure, and I was thinking maybe if I just get a Skeletor and
I made an
have
icer,
it
but I put
head
his hood
printed off.
down.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, I totally dig. Like that John Cena figure is really cool, but he goes for too much for me to try to
Yeah.
find him. All right. So just Jeff saying, good people, good food, good toys. Also, I guess I collect 4-inch Joes now. Well, if that's the case, Jeff, did you hear about this brand called Delta 17 that's pretty badass? Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Have a lot of fun with those. Nolan is asking, was Ace and Ramen Toy at JoeFest? Yes, they were. Ace was with us. Got to hang out with him for a bit. He was very busy this weekend. He had the Musk prototype on display. He was selling vans.
His 3030
Stanley,
looks amazing. My God.
right? And it's beefy too.
Yeah.
It's beefy. It looked good next to that Marshall. All right. So I will say this, folks. I'm going to take this mobile for myself. Ed, you know that. You know what? No, Punk's here. Punk hasn't been here for a while. Punk, I know you normally just chill on the stream, but I'm putting you in charge because you got to keep it alive.
Ed, you're in charge.
Delegation.
Don't tell me
Substitute
what to do,
teacher
Paul.
day. Substitute
tell me what
teacher
to do.
day. Next,
Do
we're gonna watch
whatever
a
you want.
video.
Okay. I can do that, I think.
Does anybody want to show the scores that they got at JoeFest or other places?
I got a bowl of taco meat.
I got the eraser, the one that Adam just held up.
Yeah, you didn't buy very much, did you?
I got him, and I got the warrior with ball and chain from Savage Crucible, and then I pre-ordered the other Monster Force exclusive. That was it.
Yeah, I got the
I
ball and
listened
Yeah, I
to
pre-ordered-
I
I
listened
did
to
that
this
pre-order
guy
too.
who said you don't need to spend a lot of money at JoeFest when you go,
You
and
don't.
then spend a shit ton of money when he was at JoeFest.
You don't need to spend a lot. I just might have. I don't think I bought that much, did I?
No, I mean the one thing you bought that was the big expense was not for you. So
Yeah, well, I bought this. I bought the Delta 17 stuff. That was a big chunk of change. I got the ball and chain, and I don't care what anyone says. There's a reason why they call the warrior with ball and chain.
Because he's married.
Yes, and he comes with that ball and chain that he has to drag around. I got the eraser. Oh, I was able to get the flight deck crew for my aircraft carrier. I don't know if you guys know it, but I have a USS Flag. But there was a Kickstarter that had 3.75 figures, and they did 3 different deck crews: ketchup, mustard, and they call it relish. But they sold out super quick, and then I was just actually right across from the booth that was selling the Air Eagle. The guy he backed the Kickstarter, so he had them for the same price, and I got all 3 of them. So, and then I got that JoeFest bunker. So there's like a little JoeFest bunker that this guy Anthony, who has no social media, He has Facebook because I've talked to him a bunch of times on Facebook now.
Tell him to get a damn Instagram.
I told him. I told him. He's like, I don't like social media. It's just all drama. I'm like, no, you're not wrong, but Instagram would be perfect for what you're doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because
Does
all
he
you gotta do is
just
you
do
post
3
pictures.
3/4 inch Joes?
What was that?
Does the guy with no social media just do 1982 to 1987 Joes?
His bunkers were 3 3/4 inch, but he had bunkers actually like made.
Let me grab
they
it.
weren't.
Cobweb, was that a beast man?
It's
Animal AWOC. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Feral beastie.
We're gonna take him apart and put some armor on him. Armor him up.
Nice.
They'll be with my
it's Joe Mega.
Joe Mega, yeah.
So it's kind of like the a lot like the Cobra bunker. Let's see, how do we do this again? I got to move over here. And then don't want that. Do this. So what's actually cool is that these are actually on magnets, so they just come right out. So they just kind of stick wherever you want them, and you don't have to worry about anything popping out. But the magnet thing is really smart. It's got the little top. He had like 3 different colors too. But he put like JoeFest on it, and it's not 3D printed either.
No,
So
it's
I don't know
injection
how.
molded. It's injection molded.
Yeah, so I don't know how he didn't have that many of them. They were $50, so they were kind of pricey. There's like, stuff to go around it. And then he also gives you like stickers. So got some stickers I would never put stickers on it. Then his little card for it. So really cool. He didn't have a lot. And one was what was it? One was
there was the Battle Force 2000 color.
2000 color, which
there
was
was green, and then there was it purple or
the purple one.
Yeah, like a deep purple.
Yeah. Now I think this was supposed to be a darker green.
It's definitely more like a greenish blue color.
So I think it was supposed to be a darker green. But it came out that way. I don't mind it. I mean, I think it reminds me of the Cobra bunker. I think that's exactly what it's supposed to be. But that was one of the coolest things. And, he had me at a sale from day one when he said, fuck that guy. And talk about that later.
Someone is trying to jump in, but currently we are full up.
So I'm trying to think that.
Well, I got a lot and get going, fellas. I'm pretty tired and I haven't eaten dinner yet or anything. So,
all right.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Super fun hanging out with you guys as always. And
always,
you guys have
Joe.
a good night.
Later, Joe. Good seeing you, brother.
This week, brother.
Yeah.
All right. If you are trying to jump in again, feel free.
The other thing, I may have got a lot of 3D printed stuff from Plastic Fantastic.
Yes.
It
was so cool hanging out with him.
You picked up 4 really cool dios from Action Figures sold separately.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Well, I got one over here with.
Yeah, there was a lot of good dio purchases going on, man. A lot of good dios.
So here's one of them.
Here, I'll embiggen you so you can actually.
I was going to say, can we embiggen him? I'll wait. Oh yeah.
It may be from a picture shoot that I took earlier today. The leatherneck's not supposed to be on him.
I was just going to say, what is Leatherneck doing?
I thought that was one of those JoeFest hookups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Larry Deck was doing at JoeFest.
And if you look, it has iced tea, but that's body count.
I see that.
No effects. And I noticed no effects right away. And
that's why you got that one, isn't it?
Well, this was I think this was the coolest one. The other ones are kind of basic. If you follow my Instagram, I posted a couple of them. But that was last day pickup, and I think it like anything, stuff like that, they don't want to take home. So I walked away with 4 dials for $100,
Yeah, you're welcome.
and I do appreciate that.
Nice. Very nice. All right. John mentions, he says, can I just say tonight's Clubhouse has finally felt like Clubhouse. You the best, Oz, and bring the best vibes. Well, thanks, John. I appreciate that, man. Means a lot. We got Van in the house joining us here on Clubhouse
Holy
again. Well, it's
shit.
actually Van's evil twin.
Yeah, you absolutely crushed the sentiment that was just brought forth by that comment, because I'm
Yeah,
here
I did.
to, Action Figs and Adam and I, we're bringing forth the toy apocalypse. Don't back down, Adam. We talked about this. Action Figs, you actually had a sidebar with me. You explained to me, like, Van, learn to read. Van's evil twin. Learn to read. It's actually Action Figs, but it didn't take. Yeah.
Well,
the
one of those
education didn't
teachable
take.
moments, Van, we need to remember. Van, learn to read.
Yeah.
I did have to laugh because I was outside having a smoke, and Jordan comes up to me and he's like, "Hey," he goes, "Van just learned today that your name is Action."
Yeah, it fucked me up so bad. Yeah.
It
It's true.
definitely
Then he
was.
said just today for the 5th time.
I can
was
still
something.
hear you, but nature still calls.
Yep.
Well, we don't want to hear you.
Please mute. We'll mute if we have to. D Griff jumping in saying Freight Zone is going up Tuesday for pre-order. Who's getting one? It's coming up at the wrong time for me. I want to so bad, but it's just it'll be available on BBTS for pre-order.
It'll be a Big Bad Toy Store eventually.
I could put it up. I could put the pre-order in. Well, no, they might do this one. It's expensive enough. They might ask for the down payment. That little
Usually
deposit.
anything over $100 they require.
It's only
I'm
$90.
pretty sure that with it being teased far back like it was, I wouldn't be surprised if we get it within a week or so or two. I might be wrong, but
yeah, I'm not sure how long.
Mattel Creation stuff very long lately, so.
Nah, pretty much by the time we're ordering it all Mattel Creations, we're getting it in hand a week later. Right. At least that's the pattern I've been seeing. Whatever they're doing, they're getting it in stock.
Well, with the exception of next day, because if you order it next day, it'll take 4 days to get there, but your standard deliveries will get there the next day.
Right.
Ask me and Mr. Home Arcade. It happened to both of us this week.
Yeah. K-Roll's rubbing it in a little bit. Y'all missed out if you didn't get the She-Ra Barbie. She managed to get them. Not a lot of people did. That one sold out quick. Not as quick as Wondar, but it was quick.
Well, didn't they just put it up for sale again and it sold out again?
Yeah, because I think it was people who Mattel Creations has gotten better about bots ordering, and they will cancel those people's pre-orders, and then they'll put up the leftover stock in sale. But the problem is they don't tell anybody they're putting it up. You just kind of got to check. So one of the teachable moments I wanted to talk about tonight involved Van. And it wasn't that he learned that Action Figs is not Action Figs. So Van, you, myself, and Wilhelm, we had a good time hanging out in the lobby one night. We closed out the lobby. We're having a real good time. Now, I'm not going to talk about everything that happened with Wilhelm's son, Willie. Yeah, we're not going to talk about everything because I'm not trying to put Willie on blast like that. He's a good kid. Actually, I had a lot of fun with Willie.
He really was a sweet guy.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not going to blow up everything. However, we all come from an age where if you partied, the first person to pass out at a party typically would get marker all over them, phallic objects drawn on faces, certain words written. And, we didn't have a Sharpie Oh, Van, I see you. You have your hand up, sir. I'll embiggen you.
Thank you for embiggening me. In the backpack that I had with me, I had I had metallic, I had black, I had purple Sharpies, but he was such a sweet and wholesome young man. And like he just had such a happy, like drunken energy, and I may or may not have identified with it, that I was guarding him with my life. Like if anybody came near that guy with a Sharpie, I was absolutely going to chew out their throat. So
What
he
most
made it
don't
through the
know
night. Yeah.
is the night before that he was over in the bushes hurling. So he had 2 good nights.
Yeah.
he had quite a few good nights.
It was a good
I know
con for him. Yeah.
Yeah.
he definitely had a very late morning to the Delta 17 booth the next morning, but he passed out in the chair with us at the table, and he had himself. As a matter of fact, Larry, if you could, I'll embiggen you. Could you
Hold on.
please do the
Let me
Willie, Willie again, please?
Do you just want to see the picture?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Why don't we? Because we didn't have a marker, so if we get a share screen, that'll be perfect.
Hold on one second.
As a matter of fact, if I could do the share screen, oh, there's Damon. We all got the chance to meet Damon. He has been one of the biggest supporters of my channel since the beginning. Having him there was fantastic.
So
that's Photog, Damon, for anybody wondering.
Clinton Jorgensen.
I wish I'd gotten a selfie with Clint. He paid me one of the biggest compliments that I've ever had. And Warchest, asking for the autograph, that was something. He had everybody signing the book, but still, that's not something that I expected.
Jesus Christ. Do we have to go through this shit again?
Hey, I didn't bring it up. He brought it up.
Grandpa's fucking vacation photos. Jesus Christ.
He brought it up. I was going to do it
Well, find the
backstage.
picture.
It might not even be on this one.
Did you take any pictures you're not in?
Why would I take pictures? Why would I take pictures that I'm not in?
Of just cool stuff you saw? Like I was expecting a picture of a toy from the toy show.
Wait, hold on one second.
The
Can
name
we
to
go back
Punk
to that
Fest.
last picture that was up?
What?
Go back to the last picture at the taco place.
With the picture in picture.
You noticed. You know
another table in the background.
Adam, you actually noticed that? He showed it to me and Tony. And Tony and I were like, he's like, what's funny about this picture? We're like, I don't know. What's funny about this picture? We didn't even notice.
Oh yeah, there's a weird table floating in the air back there.
In the top.
They don't have any legs.
So last
there is
year,
a table there. We went and ate there. There is a table there, but
Yes.
those guys aren't sitting at it.
So last year, myself, Tony, Zen, and Travis fucking Moody all went here to eat. So while we were there, since these two didn't come, I was too busy trying to edit them in. While they were like, "Hey, are we gonna leave?" And I'm like, "I'm doing something right now. Leave me alone." And nobody noticed. Like nobody noticed, and I can't believe you noticed right away.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Well, it's obvious when it's pointed out, but no one's looking at it in the corner. You know what I mean? Everyone's looking at all the pictures.
They don't have legs. They're all Lieutenant Dan.
Well, I mean,
but Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no legs.
let me see if I can find that other. The file was or the
You had to split it.
Yeah, it was way too fucking big.
While he's looking, oh, never mind.
Well, it'll take him 5 minutes to scroll through. So go ahead, Adam.
We're doing.
No, I was just gonna go over like not my haul, but like.
Wait,
so I
you passed
back
it.
up. There it is.
There he is.
There's little Willie.
So
Willie,
I thought he was playing on his phone.
Peaceful he is.
right? You weren't the only one. A lot of people just thought he was sitting in the chair playing on his phone while all of us older dudes were just talking. Nah, he's passed out in that chair. As a matter of fact, Van even got selfies with him because that's what you do. Everybody started
Did you
taking
guys
selfies.
give him a gummy too?
We didn't have to. He was just that lit. Yeah. Mind you, I was
I want
feeling
to
pretty
remember the
toasty
good
this
times I
night
had.
too, because this was the night me and Jordan had ourselves a nice little Bluntsky out front by the trash cans in the smoking area. We were looking for raccoons for Dirk, and we were using the skunk bait, and yeah, we were having a good time.
Nice.
Now Van just sent me the video we shot and the and one of the pictures that we took, but I can't share screen on the phone because StreamYard is stupid on mobile now.
Just upload it to your media assets. We'll wait.
Oh yeah, I could do that, can't I?
We'll wait.
Hold on, I gotta
Kenzo, what
download
you
it.
working on? I'm not even sure.
That
Oh,
is
it's a
a
shield.
Catra shield. Yeah, the glow in the dark red, which is of course pink. Which then I took advantage of the fact that it's Catra, and it's it'll be the only thing I really have that I'll be able to use the pink with.
He said glow in the dark, and I'm all for it.
This show does go crazy for anything glow in the dark.
Well,
I mean,
doing
at
three
least this
different
guy
colors
goes
of
crazy.
Air glow right now.
Oz, I'm trying to remember who took like low-key snippy shots at me the last time I was on your show.
I did.
Are they on the screen?
I did.
Okay.
Well, I know Ed did and Kenny did.
But I took them out.
I took high.
I mean,
key.
everybody took some low.
Right. I didn't go low key. I went high.
I did take real shots at you in person too.
That's
so
true.
Oh, which one did?
I did. I took shots at you in person too. So
No,
it's
but actually, Action Figs, like that was fun times. I don't know. I felt somebody
I mean,
was
did we want to talk it out with? Did we want to talk it out with Kenny here? Because Kenny admitted he was taking high shots at you. They weren't even low.
It's all in fun.
It didn't feel fun, Ken. It didn't feel fun because if I'm being real, no
Truth
disrespect
hurts, man.
to.
That's okay. Truth hurts. It's all right.
Okay, cool. No,
It does, right?
Thank you, Oz. Oz, I'm ready to play this game. Adam, don't laugh. Kenzo, if we are absolutely revoking Van's troll powers, I will go harder than anybody on this screen. And I felt like I was being playful, and you were being like, oh, he's showing weakness, so I'm going to be a little bitch. And you're being a little bitch. You're being a little bitch. And and I didn't respond because you're being a little bitch. And the person saying hey may have actually agreed that no, he is being a bitch, but he's a bitch all the time. We just kind of deal with it. But yeah. I'm not going to show screenshots because that would be a real bitch move, but yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah. Kenzo, I'm a fan of you. Like, that's the thing.
No, you're not.
Like,
no, you're not. It's okay. I don't give a fuck if you are, but it's fine if you're not. I don't care.
I am, though. I am. Like, you're an
if
artist.
If you were,
like,
you wouldn't come at me like you are. If you want to, then that's fine, and I get it. That's okay.
Okay.
Well, my internet's acting up, so I'm going to head out, guys. Y'all have a great night.
Sorry,
I'll see you all later.
You have yourself a good night.
Not to be a keyboard warrior, you would actually understand that sometimes you're.
I've said one thing. I said
we
one
don't
thing.
need the name call.
When?
Come on now.
No, I did. All I'm saying is,
when have I ever said anything to you except the one time? When?
Yeah, but would you say it? Would you say it standing actually in front of me? I don't feel like you would.
Absolutely.
And if I'm being honest, Kenzo, I would have knocked you completely the fuck out if you talked to me that same way in person. Because I was being friendly, but I felt like you weren't.
When I say that, when you try to say something, what is it? Apologies without change is manipulation. That's a fucking that's a saying. It's a given.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
Dude, it was a fucking joke. It's a joke that I come on here after I've done an entire live stream being a bumbling cunt. And then
every time you've been in here doing that, I haven't said a fucking thing. And then when you come in apologizing, it seems like every apology you've ever given,
Oz, had we had a
has been
conversation
half-hearted and
prior to
bullshit.
my apology? Was that an actual staged event? Yes or no, Oz?
No, we don't stage events.
Van,
Oz, come on, Oz.
Van.
Like I send you the video beforehand.
Which means you
Oh
don't
no!
apologize.
Yeah, you
Van.
sent me the
don't care.
video because you
Yeah,
were.
shut up, Kenzo.
You
Go
have
ahead.
to
Hey,
Oz.
hey, Van.
Hey, we're gonna keep some peace here.
This is
All
the
right.
deal. What Kenzo's trying to say is that you've come on the show several times, many times, where you're drunk, feeling good, and that's fine. You want to have a good time, that's fine. You start going off on your stuff, trolling everybody, and then the next day you feel guilty about it and you apologize. So what Kenzo's saying is that if you apologize without changing the behavior, it's not an apology. That's a fact. And
That's it. That's
if you're
all
married,
I ever said.
if
Ever.
you're married, you would know that because a woman would tell you that every time you
Oh,
apologize.
he's married. He's
for-
married.
Screwing up, right?
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
were
no.
if you were to
I'll
go
dodge
home,
that bullet, but
if you were
again,
to go
Oz,
home every
Oz
day,
and I had a conversation where we were laughing about it, and I said, "Hey, dude, I'm going to send you an entire video of me making an apology video, and just play that if ever you feel the need." So, I mean, Oz, yeah.
Hey, Popeye. Yeah, gonna need you to maybe go take a nap. You're being a little bit of a drunk bitch. Yeah, I tell you what, No. Let me take this. I'm gonna go ahead and get you a glass of water and some Tylenol. And, you just go on ahead and run upstairs and I'll be there to tuck you in there shortly, Popeye. Nope. No back talk. Take your drunk ass upstairs, go to sleep, and I'll get you a toy tomorrow. That's right, I'll get you a toy tomorrow, Popeye. All right, no need to tell the clubhouse goodbye. That I'll relay the message. You have yourself go get you some sweet dreams, Popeye. Good night.
Yeah, it's as dumb as the first time.
Right. We have the video now, so that way we know when things go too far. Right. We had discussed that because you were apologizing again. You said, I'm going to record this video. You play it when you cross that line. So we're going to tone down calling people a little
Did you not
bitch.
say that you thought it was funny and nothing I said offended you?
Yeah, 100%. No, I thought it was funny as shit what you were saying to
Thank you.
Sonny. We definitely talked about that. Like I said, I wasn't offended. I thought it was funny. The thing I was worried about was how close you were getting to say certain words that they will cancel my channel and shut down my stream.
Yeah, we can't do that.
That we cannot do. I do have limits. But we're going to keep the language down a little bit, though. We're not going to call each other a little bitch. We can call people a little package. Okay. I mean, I understand we're just trying to air out any kind of grievances because you did feel a bit offended by Kenny's comment, but again,
I stand
Kenny
by
was
it.
saying,
too. I'm not going to fucking apologize
Right.
for it. Absolutely stand by it.
Yeah, no, Kenny, I don't want your apology. I'd rather us hug out in public and go from there.
Well, the funny thing is you've been on this show a lot. You've done a lot of stupid shit, and you've admitted that.
Huh?
The one person that says nothing until he says one thing, and then we have to stop the whole show because you want to fucking say something, but you ain't saying shit to anybody else but me. So what else? What else you got, man? Because that's one thing I said. One thing.
Here's
You
the
really
problem.
broke your heart over one thing? Come on, dude.
My heart's not broken. I just felt like you were being Oz. What's the
you felt
What
like
am I-
he wouldn't say that to you in person, but I would say Kenny
I
would.
stand by that.
And I would.
No, I believe Kenny
Dude,
would because
I worked at
Kenny
a
used
prison for 9 years. I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck. I don't give a fuck.
I'm so intimidated.
But you think I'm intimidated by you? That's what I'm telling you. I'm not intimidated.
I
by
don't want
you.
you to be intimidated. Like, here's my frustration.
I would
like,
never say I'm going to
it's
knock
so-
you the fuck out either, because that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, I
Grow
mean,
up, man.
absolutely, Ken. Seriously, hit me with that shit in person. Like, record it. I will knock you clean the fuck out. If you came
Yeah,
at me with that
And then
toy,
all those
Van,
toys you
Van,
got
why are
would
you
be
being a
We're not here
Van?
to be
Why,
threatening to
Van?
all
actually
those
fight.
toys would be
well, I mean,
mine.
I'm not threatening. This
I'll
is
just take
absolutely
everything
from
you
my
got.
heart.
Go
Like,
ahead.
But why are you being aggressive, Van?
Exactly.
I'm not. Like, I'm being
You
honest.
are,
You're,
because I
you're
wouldn't call you
threatening
out if you
physical
weren't.
violence, and that
All
is
right, all right.
bullshit.
You're being
Action.
aggressive. You're being
Okay,
aggressive.
I'm sorry.
There's no need for it.
Yeah, no, I will choose my
If
words
you want to
better.
say that you didn't agree with what he said, that's fine. But you don't need to get aggressive,
Yeah,
right?
I'm sorry.
You know better.
I'm not sorry. I was aggressive, but because again, like in this day and age, we absolutely encounter on a day-to-day basis all these people that feel like
And
they
I'm
can
not one
say
of them.
whatever they
Never
want to
have been
say
one.
without
Never.
any type of
Never have
retribution
been one.
because they're hiding behind a keyboard. And Kenzo, I feel like you're one of those.
Never in my life. You don't know
Oz,
anything about me,
did
man.
I choose my words careful enough? I mean,
You chose your words carefully because you
okay,
chose to
thanks.
stay away from the language. But what I'm
Yep.
going to say here is that this is going to end.
Fucking
Understand? Look,
Okay.
Kenzo said something that hurt your feelings. Doesn't change the fact that he said it. Kenny,
Yeah,
we're certainly not going
seriously.
to, and we're
Kenzo,
not.
please,
Van,
please.
I've muted you now, Van, because I was going to finish what I was saying. We are going to move past it because we are not here to feed any kind of drama of any kind. All right. I'm going to pull out full Papa Oz moment here. I won't tolerate it. You said what you had to say to Kenny. Kenzo said what he had to say to you. We're not asking
I don't
each.
give a fuck
Hey,
about him. I
hey,
have nothing to say to
look,
him. Like
that's
at
okay.
all.
We're not, and nobody here is asking for any type of apology. I'm not asking either one of you to apologize. You're grown ass men. You can take it to DMs. Anything more you have to say to each other about that? Do you understand?
Fuck it.
Kenzo?
I got nothing to say. This is the dumbest thing I've ever fucking seen.
Van?
I've never had anybody fucking like cry about shit on fucking a live camera.
Yeah, no, I'm crying. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm crying. Yeah.
Well, that's it.
Tears are
We're
falling.
squashing it. It's done.
I
It's
hope to see the con, bro.
it's done.
No,
I don't want to hear anything more about it after this.
No,
It's done.
Oz, before I go to sleep tonight, I'm praying to see this guy with the loud mouth at a con.
Look, Van, he said one thing. There's no need for that aggression.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Is it aggression? I'm just saying I hope to see him. Like I
You're
want to
threatening
embrace him
physical violence at a con because you've already
solidarity
said you were going to
and
knock him
brotherhood.
out. You said if you first off challenged him about whether he'd say it at a con. He already told you he would say it to you in person.
So let him do it.
And you said you would knock him out for it. So as far as I'm concerned, you're now threatening violence. I'm not cool with that. We're not about that.
All right, Oz.
That's not wholesome. That's not
Oz,
purple.
if you have to boot me, I respect that.
All right.
I love you either way.
I love you too, Van.
Hey, Popeye. Yeah, gonna need you to maybe go take a nap. You're being a little bit of a drunk bitch. Yeah, I tell you what, No. Let me take this. I'm gonna go ahead and get you a glass of water and some Tylenol. And, you just go on ahead and run upstairs and I'll be there to tuck you in there shortly, Popeye. Nope. No back talk. Take your drunk ass upstairs, go to sleep, and I'll get you a toy tomorrow. That's right, I'll get you a toy tomorrow, Popeye. All right, no need to tell the clubhouse goodbye. I'll relay the message. You have yourself go get you some sweet dreams, Popeye. Good night.
And we're back.
So, Adam, what else
What you
did
guys
get at
doing?
JoeFest?
I was waiting to tell you guys I got a dragon.
You got the dragon? Let's bring that up on big screen.
Could you please, Ed?
Look at that fucking toy. They had an awesome looking display at their table.
I've been
Matt.
saying for ages I wasn't gonna get one of these. I was saying my headcanon doesn't need the dragons, and then I have
legitimately seen it in person a couple times. I've played with the prototype and everything, and I was still like, no, I don't need it. And then I got some of the other stuff, and I was there at the booth, and I had picked up everything that I knew that I was going to pick up. I got Old Smoky, I got my Barbarian for Mythic Legions. I got a couple figures from Monster Force. I got my Force Ghost Jesus, which Jason brought me. I packed my suitcase up, and I still had some room, so I was like, well. And then I went down Sunday afternoon. I think they only had like 2 or 3 of them left, and I was just like chatting with the guys, and I had to get a couple things. So I got the albino Zuniceratops. I got the Styracosaurus. These were for George and Victoria, because
that Styracosaurus is totally in Battle Cat colors.
It's pretty dope too.
It is.
And so I had to pick those up for my kids, and I was at the table just kind of like playing around with stuff, and I was like, can you give me a total with those 2, and could you also give me a total with those 2 plus a dragon? and it was Sunday, and I hadn't, I admittedly hadn't spent as much as I thought I might, because it was a couple other things that I had thought I was going to pick up if they were there, but they weren't. And the guys kind of gave me a little bit of a package deal, and so yeah, now I've got a Kuraokami dragon, and doubled down and added the other dragon to my backer kit. I had to email David for him to open my backer kit back up so I could add one to my backer kit. So I'm gonna be opening this now.
Yeah, open that dragon, because we still got like a year before any of us get the other one.
Maybe not. Actually, that's so I was talking to those guys a bunch, and the first wave got delayed, and there's been a whole bunch of delays in action figures recently. And the really fun part, if you are working for a toy company and chatting with other toy company people, is when you go to something like JoeFest, you learn a whole lot about, like, why are your things delayed? Like, what's your timeline look like? What are you doing to sort of fix things and all that kind of stuff? And what's really, really cool is that, like, everybody's cool with everybody else for the most part. And everybody, shares their frustrations, and everybody sort of shares everything in terms of like factories and all that kind of stuff. And to that point, this is just a slight aside, but like to that point, I again, Sunday afternoon, I was like, oh shit, I got to get the second Savage Crucible trade paperback. So I went over to the table and I said, do you have the new Jaeger trade? And they said, oh, I think so. And they started, going through, and they couldn't find one. And, they pulled out, another box, and there wasn't one there. And like there was like 3 people looking for the book, and they couldn't find it. And I said, that's fine. I'll see you guys again at another show, and I'll pick it up then. And went back to the table, and like hours later, Rob Post comes over to the table and hands me this. He found one. He found one like in a random box. And brought it over, and so that was like, again, just toy companies hanging out and being cool with other toy companies.
It was pretty funny because Darren 3-Star Draw went over to where they had the D13 figures and was asking for Jesus, and the guy was like, "There's no Jesus here." He wasn't really sure how to take that.
You know what? The search for Jesus was very real, because that was even brought up on several other shows, that Jesus is not in Augusta. Did not.
Well, that's weird, because so much stuff is closed on Sunday. So as you guys probably all know, on Sunday when the show ended, you went to look for food. Nothing's open.
Yeah, it's a dry city.
Shut down.
Yep. All right. Ronnie wants to know who brought the flu to JoeFest, because he's dead. Wasn't me, man. Maybe it was somebody on the international flight back.
Jesus.
I mean,
I told them they got it in Dallas.
Go ahead, Ed.
I was saying that Ronnie and Adam picked it up in Dallas. They didn't get it at JoeFest. They got it on the way home in Dallas when they stopped and went out to lunch with Matthew.
Yeah. So I don't know. That was definitely not there. I mean, I know Ken has not been feeling well, but Ken had his different reasons. And Curtis, welcome to the show again. I want to thank you for taking over last weekend for us. But you have your hand raised, sir. So
I do.
Howdy, Curtis.
Yeah. So when I joined, I noticed that Kenzo was painting, and each time that he would get more paint on his paintbrush, his light would shine into my eyes. And I just wanted to tell him that I hope that I see him at a con because I'm going to kick his ass for that.
Yeah.
So,
all right, look,
Get mine. Get
that
mine.
is enough. That is enough of the violence tonight. Jeez.
I fixed my internet.
In my eye.
I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that,
Curtis,
Alan.
Curtis,
Bud,
I'd
good
like
to have you back.
publicly apologize for that. Please don't beat me up.
I accept
love
your apology.
Do the whole thing. Bud's just like, man, I'm so stoned. This is amazing television.
No, Bud's like, when are we getting to my slideshow?
The second edibles kicking in.
But well, we already had Punk's 3-hour-long selfie tour.
Oh my goodness.
I did see the Punk selfie tour. It was almost like there was like a cardboard cutout of him, and people were just coming over and taking pictures with it.
I don't know how to tell you this, Curtis, but he's kind of a big deal.
I've heard that.
Kind of a big deal. His cardboard cutout is actually taller than he is by about a half a meter.
For the
I said
record,
that because I wanted to know. Adam needed to know exactly how tall that was. The rest
For
of
the
us are still
record,
trying to figure out for Imperial.
I'd love to just have a cardboard cutout, and then people could take pictures and send them to me, because then I could walk around and not be stopped every 5 feet.
I have a cardboard cutout of me at my booth.
There you go.
Because I'm always teaching classes, and they're like, "Where's he at?" And I think there he is.
I was really hoping you were going to say that you had a cardboard cutout of Larry at your booth.
That would be great too.
Cool.
Yeah.
Because Ed got annoyed because he's like, he just eventually walk away.
Look, I think I found out that next year I need to have a cardboard cutout of Larry, and then maybe I'll remember to actually take selfies, because I always forget. I did take a few like the last day. I finally remembered I should probably do this, but I missed way too many people.
I took none.
I did.
I never do.
I got a selfie with Blake Wright, Toy Collector Magazine. He was at the show, and he actually kind of hunted me down. Yeah, Punk doesn't like mingling in the unwashed messes. That seems about right. Even though he takes selfies, you have to have at least a 1.5 foot spacer between you and him.
Well, during the show, Punk and Tony and I had, like basically press passes. We got guest passes so we could go in, and we are calling all the normal people the commoners. So that's where Punk's head's at. They were just commoners.
Right.
The common people.
Right. The common people. The poor.
The commoners. The common layabouts that just show up. But yeah, now I need a cardboard cutout of Larry to go in my room, just so it can be creepy that Larry stares at me while I sleep. But I want the raged out Punk
I
face.
experienced that in the hotel over the weekend. You don't want that, Oz. It's a nightmare waking up to that shit. First thing he says is, "Let me check how many subs I got now."
Yes, that's what I did the moment we got together.
Yeah,
I was like,
he wanted to see how much it went up by the end of the 3 days, and I think my count went up by 4. So I feel I made an impact. I don't know.
I was like, all right, guys, before anyone starts shit with me, here's my sub count.
Larry went down.
Mine went down by 2.
5.
Because you're associated with Larry?
Yeah, that was it.
They saw us talking in the pool.
Yeah.
It was because those other people that were checking out Adam's Canadian ass. Drunks.
These shorts brought to you by Highly Articulate. Yeah, people on
Those
So,
are
the cardboard
were
cutout
highly
on
articulated.
some tops. There it is. We got K Dog Broadcasting in the house. What's going on? I know I saw Steve pop up in the chat earlier. As new people were jumping in, sorry I didn't get a chance to highlight everybody here. And my controls for the mobile is just ass. So I'm not even going to try to really control too much of this. But yeah, we all had a good time. And Ken's not with us yet. And I wanted to talk about teachable moments with Ken. Because I think Ken may have learned a few lessons
I think he's
while
on
we
his
were
way.
at JoeFest.
Ken doesn't learn any lessons. He thinks he does.
That's
all right. Here we go, folks.
Them the next year,
dude.
That's who I got mine from.
All right. Starting at $14.99. Now I just need a full picture of Larry.
They do like 2 foot, 4 foot, 6 foot.
You'll only need a 2 foot.
You know, I did do that. I did do that one where I photoshopped Larry's face on the on the guy from Storage Wars.
First off, if I'm getting a cardboard cutout, he's going to be at least 6'1". Right?
Imagine how stretched the picture is going to be, though.
Well, you know what?
Those are the longest legs I've ever seen.
To be fair, no one's ever said that you weren't larger than life. So
that's true.
That is on brand.
And the name of the company is Big Head.
Even
That's
better.
the name of
Yeah,
the
that's right. Big heads.
Yeah, they
we
used to sell
get
those
stuff
big head
from them.
stickers, right? Or they still do.
Yeah.
Anyway?
The fat
Used to
head.
sell them at
Fat heads,
GameStop for sure.
yeah,
fat
fat
heads.
heads.
That's the one. So
Nothing wrong with big head.
Ken always comes back with joyous tales of JoeFest, and Ken goes on some adventures when he drinks, as we all know. And as Ken drinks, he'll get like 2 beers deep, and Ken gets pretty lit after just 2 beers, I'll say. So what he ended up doing. Oh, and by the way, Ronnie Trickshot says he unsubbed from Punk as soon as he saw him shirtless at the pool.
Sounds like a little bit of jealousy there, but that's okay.
Yeah, yeah. So,
wait a minute. I'm gonna give Ronnie a lot of credit because he went over and he did like posing next to GI Bro.
I was gonna.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Which was
Best
hilarious.
comment I heard all weekend. He looks like a stick of chalk.
Chalk outlines. So Ken went on one of his drinking adventures, and he is a very, very social butterfly, I will say. He was going all around the lobby, talking with different group of people. He went up to the second floor of the lobby, and then Ken comes downstairs, and he says, "Hey, there was a guy up there just passing out shots, and I got a shot." And then I hit the floor. So we had to have a talk with Ken about not taking shots from strangers.
Did Ken get roofied?
Actually, that sounds more like what Crash did to him the second night. Because Ken also took a shot from somebody at random the second night. However, that person was a familiar face. It was Kenny, not the one that you see above us here, but Kenny from Toy Department. I almost said Toy Federation. I knew that wasn't right and wasn't one of those guys. He's Toy Department. He took a shot from him. He was passing around like some white Russians. And that was also that night that he took the edible from
Oh, damn.
from Crash. Plus he was having beers. And that's why
In Ken's defense, at least he didn't take the shot in the urinal like he did last year.
Yeah, no, he didn't take any shots in the urinal that I know of, but that's because when Ken finally learned what the appropriate signage is to go into the male bathroom, but when he went to go use the male bathroom, Andrew Davis was there, and he had been hunting for Ken all weekend. So if you go watch, Ken did his premiere of JoeFest last night. You can definitely go catch that and watch it. Yeah, but taking shots from strangers, kids, if you're out there, I hope we're all adult enough to realize do not take a shot from a stranger, especially if that shot puts your ass on the floor.
They may not teach you that in Canada. Maybe that's just a U.S. thing.
I might trust random strangers' drinks in Canada because they're so nice, but I'd probably get roofied and end up bitch bait for another Sasquatch. I don't know. Might go on another month-long break.
Here's
with
Oz.
some Miss Squatch. But that was definitely another big teachable moment. No shots from strangers.
So I picked up a $10 Ninja Turtle today. I'm not a huge turtle guy, but I like the Toka and Razar. Like I really like those two.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's one of the retro styled ones.
Yeah, he looks good, but I think they're an inch shorter than they used to be. Because it used to be they were like an inch shorter than Motu.
That's what I felt like too.
Look at this size difference. They shrunk an inch. I know they got half an inch taller. I know they did. But dang, sucker. That's a tiny little turtle.
Ninja Turtles were always 4-inch, where Motu was 5.5. And the with the newer ones that are out, they're relatively the same size from what I've seen. However, I was just looking at that guy today. I know they definitely did a way different paint job from the original. And I don't like the fact that their movie star Splinter is just a repaint of the regular Splinter figure, because the original vintage movie star Splinter, he actually looked like the Muppet and was flocked. But I know these are the vintage styled movie star line. This one was from, of course, the Secret of the Ooze. And you can see right there, all they did was paint up Splinter from the first toy line. Also, they did a horrible job with the eyes on the Splinter. And at least on the Raza that I saw, like one eye was looking at the fridge and the other eye was looking at whatever else was like. They were pointed in way two different directions. He wasn't looking at anybody.
Suck. Yeah, these eyes suck too. I'll totally repaint this guy, but
yeah,
I wish he was an inch taller. You know, one more inch. What I wouldn't give.
We have a question for Adam
Wish he was a
here.
baller.
Yeah, wish he was a baller.
Wish
So
he was a little bit taller. That's Punk song.
Adam, how much is the Arctic Dragon at a convention?
I think the convention price was $220.
I know the Smilodon was 65.
65, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, be quiet. Can you guys hear that? Roman is snoring like Stanley's wife.
Which we all got a chance to meet Stanley's wife over the weekend, and I let her know about her starring role on Clubhouse, the resident snorer, the first person to fall asleep in the room.
You probably got Stanley's ass in trouble because she was mad that he even told everybody that was her.
Well, and that was the thing that I let her know, that as much as we were amused by her snores, that we all jumped on Stanley for throwing her under the bus for it instead of just blaming it on a dog. Like, again, Punk was probably snoring, but he blamed it on Roman just now.
You guys could see I wasn't sleeping.
That's true.
I'm not Little Willie. I'm not Little Willie.
Not Little Willie. Don't fall asleep.
And I have
at least not
right
first. Yeah. No, so we definitely, like, I let her know that we all jumped in his shit for throwing her under the bus so fast. He's like, "That's my wife," very much like how Alan does, except this was not in a good way. Like, really, really should have.
In that case, I would have said,
blamed
"I
it
think
on
that's
a
my
dog or
dog,"
something and saved his
yeah.
life.
Yeah,
totally would have blamed the dog.
Yeah. See, Alan knows how to play the game.
It was pretty funny.
And apparently, Ronnie Trickshot snores.
Yeah, Thursday night or Friday night, whatever night that Little Willie was chucking, Punk and Tony and I and a couple other guys were outside smoking by the exit doors to the lobby, and Little Willie's over on the bench in the middle where everybody smoked. And there was this older lady, and she was like comforting him.
A little
right?
bit younger than us, right?
Yeah.
Because she was talking to us.
Yeah, she wasn't very much younger than us. We thought Little Willie was going to score, and then the next morning we find out that she was comforting him, helping through the throw up. So it was pretty funny.
Because she was over there talking to there was 5 of us, and then they both ended up on that chair, and we're looking over there, and Ed and I were like, man, like he's gonna get lucky here. And then the next day, Ed was like, dude, he was like, did he throw up in the?
He threw up in the bush, like right next
bush,
to that.
What you meant was he's going to be lucky to survive.
Right, exactly.
He's going to wake up in a tub full of ice with a kidney missing.
Well,
yeah, because I was out there. Alcohol, you don't want that kidney.
Yeah,
no, you don't want his liver. The kidney will be okay.
Okay.
Liver is what really gets fucked with the alcohol. I know you don't know, Punk, because you're straight edge, but I got your back, buddy, because I about shot my liver to death a couple of times.
So I got to Ollie's, and they had the Mirror Earth Genie.
Yes, sir. They got a couple of those these days.
That guy has been there for like 2 fucking years at least.
Well,
he's been there at least 2 fucking years.
I'm gonna change his head and make something cool because he was $5.
Darn right. Darn right.
I can't believe how long some of that stuff has been sitting in Ollie's.
Sits there.
There were the No Ankles Battle Cats. They were $7.
Oh,
they had like
lowered them.
They had like 20 of them.
So when they got them a couple years ago, they were the normal price.
They were like $20. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, this isn't really a deal.
So Troy is asking if anyone has checked on Stanley lately. Stanley is actually out at a concert tonight. He had messaged me earlier today. He is out at a concert tonight having a blast.
Let me just say this. Stanley was at JoeFest all weekend, and that motherfucker had the best time of his life.
He was so stressed about everything. He's like, what do I do? Like, hey, guys, that's cool that he had fun.
I didn't see that. I didn't see him one time without the biggest friggin' smile on his face, except for the fact that he's Michael Myers, I've decided, because
he is a sneaky, fast bastard.
Shows up.
3 times
behind you, and
I just showed up behind my back without just there.
I watched him the one you were like across, and I'm like, there's fucking Stanley, and all of a sudden he's like right behind you. I'm like, holy shit, he's like right behind Ed, like waiting.
Yep. He snuck up on Tony. It was like, man, where did you come from, Stanley?
And Ken, we were just talking about you taking shots from strangers. I was hoping you would have been on by then, but yeah, Ken, I know you've got plenty of stories of your JoeFest
Back
festivities.
shots? What kind of shots?
Ken might not have any stories because I'm not sure how much he remembers.
He remembers enough from talks that we've had. So yeah. And 3-Star also talked with Stanley today. Like we said, he's going to a concert, having the time of his life right now. Well, even though he had a blast last weekend, that dude is just all party all the time. All right, we got since Nolan can't be in the chat tonight, at least Ray Black is in the chat with us. You know, we all know that's Nolan's better half, making us semi-toy tube official. It can't be fully official without both halves here. But yeah, we got Ray Black.
With the haircut thing with Stanley.
Oh yeah, so we never did give Stanley the skullet.
Oh,
in all honesty, I think. I mean, he rocks a hard mullet after finally seeing it in person. He rocks a hard mullet. But honestly, the skullet is not a hairstyle for anybody.
Kento, you'd be proud. He was wearing a fucking Arizona Cardinals.
Nice.
I busted his balls for that quite a bit. So
hey, you know, as long as you can represent everywhere, that's it, man. It doesn't matter where you're at.
Yeah, you said push him under the water.
Yes, I said hold him under the water till he takes the hat off.
Well, that's great. We're just threatening to push people under the water now. Guys, the violence tonight.
I was 6-7 beers deep at that point in time.
Okay. So K Dog's mentioning the fact that there was no streaking incidents or embarrassments. Now there were plenty of embarrassments, but I don't think there was many streaking events. At least none that I was a witness to.
I had no embarrassments. I don't know about anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't embarrassed. Even when I had the panic attack and had to leave, I wasn't embarrassed by it. You guys know I'll embrace that. That's part of my issues. That I'm just open about it. Like it's okay
Little
to
Willie
have that shit
puked,
happen.
passed out. He wasn't embarrassed.
Yeah, no, he came
He
back.
has no shame. He has no shame.
No shame.
No, he doesn't. But that's okay. He's young.
I just like the fact that people are
gonna
like,
learn.
yeah, back in my day, we would have drawn all over your face. As much fun as his dad was having Adam, I don't think that Big Willie was going to let that happen.
Are you kidding me? He was asking for a marker.
Well, he might do it, but again, it's a big difference.
That's true. That's true. That is his kid. So, and again, if everybody's wondering who Little Willie and who Big Willie is, we're not talking about penises. That's Wilhelm Toys and Willie, his son.
And
they clearly do have the wrong voices because you look at Wilhelm, he should have Little Willie's voice and vice versa.
So
there is a disparity between the deepness of voices.
I remembered that I got this head at Legion's Con.
Nice. Can we embiggen that, please?
Yeah, let me find him. Where is he?
I appreciate it.
There's Alan.
I exist.
There he is.
Oh,
ooh, yeah.
I was looking for a white guy with a beard, and then that head popped up. So,
yeah, it's a white guy.
Yeah, that looks
with
good.
a gray beard.
Yeah,
yeah. I think that's going to be nice.
That looks good, man. Absolutely perfect head for that.
Yeah, I'm digging it. Okay, it's good.
Yeah, I'm digging it. I like that head sculpt, and that would look great on that body.
I didn't do this head sculpt. I bought this at Legion's Con. It's really nice.
No. Do you remember whose table it was on, so we can plug them? Probably not. That's okay.
No, I bought a lot of heads.
You did. You got a lot of head while you were at Legion's Con.
Damn.
Did your wife know you bought a lot of head? I mean,
she was with
there
me
for all of it.
Oh.
She was right there.
That's cool.
Does your wife know you're plugging people?
Well, it was Oz who wanted to plug. I was going to let it slide
true.
under the radar.
Typically the top. I like to plug people, so. Right, and Troy says this. He says, "Always make that next generation better." And that's true. We hopefully go through lessons that we can teach our kids without them having to go through it. However, most of them are hard-headed and seem to want to go through it anyway. Jetman's asking if anybody is going to be willing to sell their Rattler. I'm sure there are going to people be willing to sell. Plenty of people, maybe not people on stream that have bought it, but there's always somebody out there that picks up an extra HasLab just to resell, and normally not at a price you really want to pay.
Or somebody that bought it and their situation has changed.
That's true. That's true. Because I know recently we had a member of the Cabal post that they're getting out of collecting, and they were selling off all their stuff and their pre-order for a dragon. So and he was just selling at cost. He wasn't like trying to go like huge gougey numbers or anything like that.
I got lucky when I got my Eternia last year. That's how I got it. A guy locally was like, "I guess I can't anymore, and give me what I bought it for." I was like,
"There's been
Corey,
an Eternia."
Corey, did anybody ask?
Nope, but I was going to volunteer anyway.
Poor Corey hasn't said much all night. Give him a break, man.
I can take it. I don't care. I'm not going to get mad or call anyone a little bitch. I promise.
I was busting on Corey
We've had
before
enough
the
of
show
that kind of
started. That's why I
language here
said
tonight.
that.
Damn it.
I'm sure there's a few people once they got that Eternia, realizing how big it was like, what the hell did I do?
There's one on my
I had it
local.
as a kid, so I
was
knew
one
all
of them.
There's one on my local Facebook Marketplace, and it's bouncing around. It's $500, but it's one of the damaged boxes. I still would have bought it, but if it's still around in October when I have money, I'm going to pick it up for sure.
Yeah,
There you go.
Yeah,
So, K Dog saying he already saw pre-order on eBay for $3,000. My piece of advice: don't pay that shit because somebody's definitely going to undercut that when they actually get theirs.
Yeah,
they're popping up
but
on
we-
Joe Facebook groups for like what people paid for them.
Right, basically like what
They
it's going to
are?
cost with shipping.
I've
When
seen
you
a
get
couple,
some more
yeah.
people with it in hand, you're going to see the price drop.
Same thing happened with the Dragonfly. Travis bought
Yeah.
2 of them, ended up selling them for what he
Well,
actually paid.
Usually right away they jump. They usually double, and then you start to
Right.
see them come down, and then
Yeah.
it usually, at least for most of the Joe Has labs, it normally I would say is you're gonna buy the vehicle for what the price of the actual thing was, and then you buy
Right.
the figures individually.
Right.
That's normally how they go.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that I've noticed too on watching a couple of these things. Like people were selling Eternia for like the price that Eternia was, but then they were turning around and selling that King Grayskull figure for like $100 or so,
Yeah.
and just like recouping that extra cost.
And you will find people that you'll find people that are selling the whole thing for the same price or maybe $25-$50 more, which is a pretty good price to be 100% honest. I mean,
overall, yeah.
If you didn't back it, there's a limited amount. I mean, they're not making them again.
Right.
They'll
You
make the
can't
vehicle again,
expect-
I'm sure, but not this one.
Right. Yeah, you can't expect to get that first initial pre-order price. That's really out of people's generosity to lower it down that much.
If you're going to
And then
pay,
you just
pay
got to
$3,000
decide
for
how
the-
much is it worth for you to pay.
If you're going to pay $3,000 for the Rattler, you might as well just go buy that flag for $24K. I mean,
Right?
Pretty
Exactly.
much. Nah.
That's how I feel about it. All right, guys, I'm backing off the phone here. I'm heading back inside. I'll see you in a bit.
And also, it also comes down to I do find that if you say, "Hey, does anyone have a HasLab for the base price for me and my son?" I wasn't able to get it. That usually goes over really well in the community. Usually, there's always someone that's like, "You know what? I bought extra just for someone like you." So be sure to ask for that.
That's right.
I think Punk is telling a mistruth.
Oh no!
I don't. Adam, you seem to have seen
People
a
do
couple.
it.
What would you say?
No, that's true. That's
Yeah.
I think the 2 that I saw were sold to someone's dad for a reasonable price. Yeah.
That's truly my favorite thing that you see, because you know when someone's doing the troll, and then you know when someone's like, "Hey, I just got into this, but my son's really into it. Would anyone be willing to to sell one for roughly the cost?" And everyone's like, "Oh yeah, sure."
It's it never ceases to amaze me how people think everyone else is dumb, and like
That they're the
if you
smart
bought
one.
a second one, you're smarter than the guy that's trying to scam somebody into selling them at like below retail.
If you bought 2 of them and one to sell, you didn't buy it so
For
you can
someone's
sell it
kid.
at cost, right?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna look at the snowcat when it hits on Monday and be like, you know what, I should buy 2, one to just get my money back for someone who wasn't in the hobby earlier or didn't have the money.
I'm gonna
Clint's
buy
asking
2.
for a flag sold for the original price. He
Yeah,
didn't
I'm
get
gonna
one in
buy 2.
1985, and now his son would really like one.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy 2 just in case somebody's son decides that they're into classified 2 years from now.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'll just sit on it until then and pay for it on my credit card, and have to deal with it and sit on it, and cost of living will go up, my wages won't, I'll be losing money by sitting on this, but I'm definitely going to sell it to somebody for less than what
Adam,
I
you're
paid
making
for
me
it.
sad.
I'm paying interest on my credit card, but hey, you got it. You
For
got it.
you,
Yeah.
for
For
your
your son.
son,
For your
to
son.
make you look like a cool dad.
That's right.
All right, so I just want to say it now that we definitely could have had Stanley blame the snoring on Bud because he's looking really peaceful. Really peaceful.
Because Bud's eyes are puffy and swollen shut, and he's got a red light on his face. He looks like he was stung by bees. I'm having like a Nicolas Cage moment.
Curtis, Ivan Big and Jew, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to this discussion about selling something at cost and all this kind of stuff. So I am not what you would call a smart man. And
I've never accused you of that.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Curtis is
The
still
way that
around.
math works in my head is that once I've paid for something on a pre-order or something and it arrives, it's now free because I own it. So I have given away lots of stuff that cost me lots of money. Not even like tried to get what I paid for it or extra, but just giving it away because somebody in the community didn't have an opportunity to get one or wanted one or whatever. And I'm like, well, I've got one and it's free. And so here it is. So
Curtis, can you say I'm not a smart man in your best Forrest Gump voice?
Curtis,
yeah.
Come Monday, the HasLab is dropping. I would like you to buy 5 of them. And remember this conversation. You know what? I'm just going to screen grab this conversation and I'm going to send it to you.
Yeah, I've got a 3-year-old son. He's about to get into classified, but probably not for about 16 months.
Yeah, I've never gotten in on a HasLab. I don't plan on getting in on a HasLab. But within the Mythic Legions community, especially the figure obscure, I almost always grab an extra figure obscure just to give away. Like just.
Well, you're one hell of a nice guy. I'll tell you that much.
Well, like I said, it's just stupidity. It's not niceness. It's irresponsibility, and yeah.
Janae, I'm not a smart man.
Yeah.
But so the HasLab is supposed to be a snowcat, and that sounds like it could be a Mythic Legion character, like a snowcat. You should just order a couple, and when you decide you don't want it, when it comes in,
if it was the Cobra Wolf, I would be buying it.
I think the Cosmic Legions would look great in a snowcat.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Well, smaller stuff, I don't know. I've done that with smaller stuff. Like, I know there was a couple times that, I mean, even you guys have done it too. Everybody in the clubhouse has done it. Like, if it's something, nothing like a HasLab or like a big, like, you know.
I don't know. I bought 3 dragons. I could definitely see, and I mean, hell, the night that we were doing the last night of the dragon campaign, we gave away 4 dragons that night. Yeah. So I mean, I could definitely see myself giving away a $500-$600 dragon. So
let me just be the first to say that I don't know what happened. I completely missed the dragon pre-order. So I mean, if there's one going.
Yeah, and your son is really now into dragons.
No, he wants to introduce
he loves
his son to
dragons,
Mythic
I'm
Legions
just
the right way. He wants to introduce
I took
him
my
the right
son
way.
to the new Jurassic Park movie, and then I said, "Whoa, if you like dinosaurs, just wait till you see dragons." And then he fell in love, and yeah.
Curtis, I have really been wanting to have you on Thursday with a friend. I mean, I think it'd be an amazing interview. Just, I want you to remember this when the dragon comes out. That you're on my mind. That I want to have you on soon. So
I appreciate that.
But not
I like how he offers you a spot on the show to remember because of the dragon, even though I've willingly offered that we will figure out a way to get my dragon over to his house at least for a review. Like, I am willing to let Punk open my dragon before me.
Damn.
So the funny thing is that like I saw Punk for the first time because he had Joe on his show, and this is like several months ago. And then he promptly let me know how big of a deal he is, as expected. And then it wasn't shortly thereafter, Oz goes, "Yeah, I was talking to Punk, and he was talking about wanting to have you on his show." And I'm like, I'm not hard to find. He hasn't messaged me. I don't, it's not like, I'm not a difficult guy to get a hold of. So I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
In all honesty, they're usually planned out like months in advance. And I try and break it up where I don't have like 4 or 5 G.I. Joe people. So,
well, when you do the show, Curtis, you got to bring a figure to present to Punk as
gotcha.
a gift
As
of
tribute.
offering.
Like
Yeah.
this.
So I'll probably have you on right about the time you get that extra
Walk up
dragon.
to the altar,
Right.
kneel before it. Yeah.
Yeah. When you kneel, you'll be just as tall as he is, so it's good.
I will say that this community and the Legions community are actually really cool about that, and that's something that I've only been around. I don't think I've been around a year with you guys, but I know everybody has said, "Oh yeah, Joe gave me this," or Joe Gonzalez. He's apparently super nice and just mails people figures all willy nilly. So that's kind of I saw that culture. So if someone needs something and I can grab it,
I wouldn't know.
It'll come back to
my
me.
stuff.
It'll come back to me, so I just mail it out to him.
100%.
Not only does Punk buy all his stuff, he gets left out of the very top secret thread of don't show the fucking spoiler in the thumbnail.
Yeah, exactly. And then when he finds out about it, he's like, well, go fuck yourself.
Nice.
Hey, you know what, though?
I mean, that was pretty mean, man.
It's his right. It's his toy at that point.
Yeah, I'll show whatever the fuck I want.
It's his toy.
With that
It's his
said,
toy. He
I
can
cha-
show what he
I
wants.
changed the thumbnail so people wouldn't see it.
You did.
You know,
Joe's
but
just
when
a
people come
gangster,
at
though. He
you and
calls
you
in
hear about what
favors
people are
later on.
saying, then you go fuck you. Like I don't.
Yeah,
give
the thing is though is most people that are Four Horsemen mythic collectors, right, aren't going to Punk's channel to watch his fucking review of the figure.
No, they're not.
So I mean, like to freak
Space-
out about it, like some people.
Well,
did.
that's the thing though. Like if you're just scrolling and you see it in the thumb, like it's not like they're watching the video and it came up, right? It's the fucking thumbnail.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have known it was in thumbnail. I didn't pay. Who pays attention to the fucking thumbnails? Come on.
If you saw the one thing that is not supposed to be shown, you absolutely would catch it in a thumbnail if you're scrolling through.
Yeah, I understand that. But it didn't deserve the backlash that
Adam did catch Baldy and Travis in the one picture. So
true, it's true. And you actually said, "What's wrong with this
Horrible
picture?" And I totally missed it.
My take on the thumbnail is this. I mean, if you're looking at a Punk with toys for your mythic, your figura obscura, news, you're probably there because you don't know anything about it. So
right,
I don't think you're.
But the
I
thing
don't-
is that when it's on a thumbnail, you don't even have to go
When
to
you're
it to
scrolling
look
through.
for it. You're just scrolling through. Like maybe you're subscribed to him because you also like Joe stuff.
Yeah,
and,
no,
and you go to
yeah, I
your
mean,
YouTube and
that's-
it pops up and you go,
Yeah, but
well, that
only
sucks.
people that have already opened it and saw the special gift would know that that's the special gift.
No, because there's also a title on the fucking video that says what it is. Right? Like if it says, here's the figure obscura. And
Well,
by the way,
again-
here's the thing that they haven't shown yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on.
Wait a minute.
That's the thing. Punk didn't know that that was like a secret.
Yeah,
it's
I
not like
understand
he
this.
knew.
I totally get him not being part of the community and not knowing. I get it. But I also get people being upset about it. I
Yeah,
think
and
where
I'm-
he
and I
doubled
agree with
down.
both of you. I
I
agree
think
with
I
both
think the only douchey thing about the whole thing, sorry, no, whatever.
Uh-oh, here we go
but
again.
was like when he came out afterwards, like, hey, basically, you guys can go fuck yourselves, right? It would have been really easy to say, listen, I'm not part of this community. I didn't know. I changed the thumbnail.
He did say that the first time.
my bad. Yeah, but then he's like, but by the way, it's my toy. Go fuck yourself.
Well, that's
so
because
he said that
Yeah.
after people continued to ride him in the
That-
chat of his own stream.
I'm gonna go
After
get some more
he
popcorn. I'll be back in a minute.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what,
yeah,
Curtis.
so
if Punk ever
that's
sees you
why
at a
we're
con,
saying-
you guys are going at it.
If I see Punk at a con, I'm beating up Kenzo.
Yeah.
If you see Punk at a con, you got to look down first.
Look at these toys.
Yeah,
I got toys.
I'm gonna kick my own ass.
So, again, what really, again, being around at that, Punk was getting a lot of backlash, and again, he didn't know.
Yeah,
And
I
for
know of
people
one
that
person. I know one person in the Mythic community that was going after him pretty fucking hard.
We all know
That I-
in
that I-
every stream, and
yeah, and I was like,
chat,
dude, you need to calm down. Like, you need to fucking back off.
and
like,
that was the thing during
like
that
where they were
same
making
stream,
separate posts about it and stuff. It's like, come on.
and when Punk was apologizing for it, continued to write him in that chat.
No.
So
And-
like
and
I
again-
get getting a little pissed off.
Yeah, I know it's over, but again, I will reiterate. If it would have been like, hey, just so you know, that's
Punk
supposed to be
using the big
something.
words.
And I said it. Of all the stuff that came in that figure obscura,
Mhm.
you easily could have put a little sheet in there that said, hey, by the way, there's a small little bag in here. Please don't open it to Christmas or don't show it. And I would have been like, awesome, right?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
But there wasn't. And so I'm like, oh, hey, cool fucking bag. I don't know,
Yeah.
I don't know why it's there. I have no
It was
idea.
a
I'm
really
not.
cool trash bag accessory.
So here's
It was a black
here's
bag.
the frustration on my part because I'm not sure if everybody knows this, but I'm an admin in the Cabal, and so on the past figure obscura, so they've only done the surprise ones on the Christmas ones, right?
Right.
And in the past ones, they haven't said when you could show it. They didn't say like, hey, hold this till Christmas or whatever. It was just kind of like, hey, there's this secret in here, but try not to share it because we want to get all these out first. And so then people were constantly going, is it time yet? Is it time yet? Can I post it now? Can I post it now? And trying to kind of push because they wanted to be the first person to show like a custom with or whatever. And we didn't have anything. Like the company didn't even tell us like, hey, here's where it's allowed or whatever. So at least this time they did that. But you're right. They didn't put like anything in the package. So if you're not in that group, you have no idea that they've even set a date. You know, so like we were just relieved that they finally set a date after the past couple surprises, and yet, you know, they didn't let everybody know. So,
well, maybe I force change that now with the next one that comes out. There'll be just a small little paper that says, "Hey, just so you guys know,
that one person in the cabal that was really going at it probably has them printed out and ready to go already."
I
went over to Jeremy and say,
"They're like
the next Christmas figure."
Right, he's sending a message
the one piece of
a
shit
month ahead of time.
Yeah, the one piece of shit that showed everyone, that little fucking punk. All right, like this is for him.
I'll be honest. I would imagine that it's more likely that they just stop doing it. They just stop doing the surprise because it's not worth the fucking trouble. No, it's not. It's definitely not. It's just a hassle thing. Like they try to do it as a fun thing, but it becomes this whole like people get so fucking upset about it. It's like
right. How dare you?
Like
you got to do yourself like I do, like with movies, right? If I want to see a movie for real, I don't watch trailers. I don't watch any reviews on it.
I've been trying to do that with the Superman. Yeah.
I mean, I can be a complete.
They all die, Curtis. They all die.
You know what, Kenzo? Punk told that to GI Bro at the JoeFest because GI Bro, he's like a ripped dude, right? He eats clean.
He eats clean.
Doesn't
we all
drink,
die, man.
Water and iced coffee. That's all he has. And we're standing there, and me and Punk and Tony are like just devouring cheeseburgers, pizza, you know. And he's sitting there like he had a shrimp salad earlier, and he's just sitting there. And Punk looked at him and goes, "You know, we all die, man."
No one gets out of this world alive.
That's right.
No, like I said, I can be a dick, but if I would have known that's what it was, I would never have shown it off. I got pissed off because I got the backlash. You know, Terrence and I are cool. Like, you know, Terrence and I are cool. So, and I know he was, I don't know if there was others. Well, I know there were others, but I don't know if there's anyone that was that mad as he was. And that's why I went in.
About freaking toys here. They're toys.
Because in theory, I bought it. I have every right to show it off, but I wouldn't have done something like that. So, but my also gripe was there's like 10 different things. There's like 2 different Christmas cards. There's something to tell you to heat it up. I'm like, you could have easily put a little sign in there that said, "Hey, don't open the fucking bag, asshole."
Yeah.
Well, you can open it, just don't show it.
Yeah.
Or even if you're going to show it, like people have shown it, but they do their whole review and they go, you know, put a screen. It's like, hey, after this, we're going to open the thing that is the surprise. If you don't want to see this, don't go any further, kind of thing.
Where do you find out that bit of lore? Like those are community rules. And if you just buy from the outside, like you don't know that.
Correct.
Community rules, exactly.
Like that's something that I would have done for sure. I'm glad Punk did it because now I freaking know.
Yeah, and in all honesty, I said like Joe, myself, and Curtis, we were like, dude, the guy doesn't like. He's not in our community. You know,
doesn't know. We were all live saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like if someone from the Mythic Legions doesn't know anything about G.I. Joe and they tune in and they're like, what's this uproar about patches with the HasLab? And it's like, they gave us fucking patches instead of a fucking goddamn figure. All right. And no one wanted patches for a tier.
Nobody wanted these stinking patches.
Well, it's just like the Walmart thing. Walmart was sending stuff early. And he was sending in that thing about Fight Club saying, don't post it, don't show it. It's like, motherfucker, you're selling it to people. The reason they want it early and they're paying extra is to post the shit. So that didn't work. That didn't work at all.
No, it didn't. And then others got really mad about others saying where they got it from.
We remember that.
That was a whole thing. A whole thing. Like, yeah, it was really going to be kept a big secret for long. Okay.
Toys are cool.
Yep,
they are.
Hey, you know what? I'm just going to put it out there. John says he likes the patches. He wants the patches.
Me too. I'm down.
Okay. I have no problem with the patches. They should not have been a tier. They should have just been put in there.
Yeah.
That they should have just been, you know what? These patches,
Them
they
free
shouldn't have made
patches.
it a tier.
We
That's
just
what
can't make you
bothers me.
fucking happy, can we? Jesus.
No. You spent the whole fucking weekend with me.
I know, and I'm not happy
Right.
now.
And when I was happy that I did this fucking video, I have to
rubbed
wake up
off
to
on
your
him.
fucking nonsense of doing commentary over it.
But my commentary is so much
See,
better
that's
than
what
yours.
they were saying they couldn't.
I really don't know because I was like fucking passed out. I just know that I was trying to like open my eyes because I heard you saying shit, and I'm like, what part is he on? Like that's
So, I wanted to bring this up all night. I've still got my haul to go through. Now, you guys know I'm like one of the kings of toy edging. Like, I won't open a toy until
I don't like
Saturday,
that
no matter
comment.
how bad. Hey, I toy edge a lot. I
Goony.
wait until Saturdays to open my toys. But last night I couldn't help myself. I finally got the character that I fell in love with immediately on Delta 17. Totally
Oh my
opened up.
God.
Totally, yeah. I'm showing this just for you, Curtis.
Speaking of
talk
short
about
shorts,
this thing. We had a 4-hour stream last night.
Just
Oz must have talked
wait.
about the fucking dog for 3 hours of the 4 hours.
There's a slideshow coming.
My goodness.
So if somebody could embiggen me, please, I'll wait.
Yeah. Hold on. Here you go. Make sure
Thank
you
you.
show the dog too.
where's the dog?
So,
The
I got my
articulated
Leonidas.
dog.
There's
Yeah.
the puppy, and then the Marauder Studios. Their German Shepherd with his cool ass goggles, his vest, and his tack gear on. This is a great set. I know Delta 17 will probably be giving us a full-grown German Shepherd later in the line, but I picked this guy up in Zolo World, and these two look great together. Awesome, really good. I know Curtis is already a big fan. He said he was going to buy 4 of these dogs.
No, not till he starts putting purple in line. Stops being prejudiced against purple.
Hey, the dog is not from Delta 17, okay?
I'm just saying.
Dog's from Marauder.
Okay.
But yeah, no, this dog, fantastic. Leonidas, hands down, lived up to being my favorite figure for coming with the puppy German Shepherd that rides on his back. I dig it.
He's also wearing very short shorts.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Short shorts in military is very okay. Purple in military is outlawed. It's not allowed. You cannot have purple in military.
Yep.
Unacceptable. So what are you putting
So
on the
here we
head?
go.
What are you putting on the top?
Oh,
You know what? Yeah, maybe
bought-
Curtis can identify the head sculpt.
I don't know where the head sculpt is, but it's cool.
It's very
He
cool.
picked
Hang
it
on.
up at
Let me.
Legion's Con.
I did, but I bought like $700 worth of heads at Legion Con.
Oh yeah, and there were plenty of people who were selling head at Legion's Con. I'm just wondering
you can
maybe
get,
Curtis
you
might
can
recognize
get
the
that all
artist.
weekend at Legion's Con.
You do. There's a lot of head going around.
Yeah. No, it's a cool head. I don't recognize who it's from though.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't recognize it as anybody's, work.
But it looks good on this body too. It's
For sure.
Maybe it's a hair small, but it's fine because this guy has like 80 shoulder pads on.
Yeah. Yeah, that works.
And now it's dry enough where I can paint his beard.
Oh, here we go with the military mumbo jumbo. All these people wear shorts, but they can't wear purple. Purple's not acceptable in the military.
I think like a plum color could be.
Can't have a purple bandana. Can't have any purple camouflage. There's no purple whatsoever. But we'll wear the short shorts and put Nair on our legs.
Thank you, Brick.
Hairless legs and
French-born
short
Legion
shorts.
was, spent a lot of time in Africa. So I mean, they definitely needed shorts.
Yeah, and Nair for their legs for sure. Yeah.
Punk, I didn't get to watch a review yet, but what'd you think about the ball and chain dude?
I really like him.
Yeah, he's pretty badass.
I see why people don't like the knees.
Yeah, they're different.
Yeah, it looks like he has like a
Thank
like
you, Brick.
like a sleeve on, so they're really
Yeah.
tiny.
It doesn't
I
look
think
any
the
worse
figure-
though than having like the actual kneecap, so you can bend the knee though. In the big
I think we're all just so used to the kneecap.
Yeah.
That's the reason why.
Yep.
I enjoyed it. And I even mentioned. You remember, like, I mentioned about we're like, what are those hooks over the shoulder? And then once you get it out, and then you're like, oh, this is for the pelt. You muted yourself. Ed. Good job.
I don't even know how I did that. I couldn't see the loops on the cape. And
Carefully.
Then Luke was looking at it. He's like, "Oh, there's loops here, Dad. You blind old bastard."
Well,
I was like, "Oh yeah."
I also dealt with a Swiffer ghillie suit, so I know all about the little
okay, you need to
elastic.
look for the
So I
loop.
had an idea. No, I have a lot of fun with him, and he does. Even though Red Sonja, like the boss fight studio,
Yeah,
it's a more clean look.
Show the dragon again.
Dude,
It's a
wild. This
clean
thing's
look.
great.
I think it's gonna go really well with that figure. And someone made a comment, and they're like, "You should have really compared it to a like the height wise to a Mythic Legion." I didn't even think about it,
Oh yeah, for scale size.
but they are bigger than Joe's. So
I mean,
which
Look at
actually
that
does
beautiful
work.
dragon.
It's I mean
I
I
will
gotta
say,
heat it
I
up.
think
I'm not
they're a
gonna do that
bit
tonight.
taller.
What?
But like this is so this is the tail. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 segments. The thing is articulated like crazy.
Yeah. And what I like about it is it does not break
This looks like
the
a
skull
fish or an
at
eel or
all.
something. But... What's that?
Or a dildo.
Yeah, Ronnie, he was definitely intimidated by you, man. He was scared. GI Bro was actually
Cringing
crying.
and cowering.
Me and him were sitting over there, and he
I
was
think he
crying
left
about
right
how
after that, didn't
many
he?
muscles Ronnie had compared to what he had. So I mean,
Yeah, I think Rich said he said I'm out of here. So see you guys next year.
Yep. Gonna go home and train every day now.
Da-da-da-da.
Hey,
Da-da.
here's how we can find out if GI Bro is still in. You remember when I got really mad when I was on steroids? We'll see if GI Bro.
I
jumps
mean,
in
he
here.
just
He
left.
loves steroids.
He just left this comment a minute before Ronnie's. So
I thought it was just now, and I was
should-
worried he was saying steroids was the only thing he bought at JoeFest.
It might have been.
I mean, I'm sure he has some of that some of that protein powder breakfasts. I don't know what he had.
Nice.
That looks good, Corey.
Yeah.
And that's the print from the new movie sword.
You're muted.
The new movie Sword and the head of Nicholas Gallant. I'm sure.
I don't know what his name is.
Jesus, Corey, the one time
Hey.
we want you to talk, you're freaking
Right?
muted.
Right. But these are from Mega Custom X. And I've made, I've already talked to him. I've made sure I tagged him in all the video, and his links are in it. Actually, the paint color's his too. But yeah, it actually turned out really good. And I have no idea, obviously, what the front of this costume looks like. I just kind of made it up because all you've seen is the back in the photo.
Right.
But I like it, and it was kind of fun to do. And it didn't take for long. So, but the prints, like the models, are top notch.
Very
He
cool.
does really good work.
When
Always like
Brick says family time Squid Games, is he talking about watching it or playing it with the family?
Hopefully watching.
Well, it's
Yeah.
family game night, right? So
Yeah.
good games.
Okay.
Family game night, Squid Games.
Yeah.
Who's getting eliminated?
Last weekend was Saw. This weekend is
Only one of the Brick family members will come out alive.
right.
But then he'll go around and be able to collect all their hair pieces too. So then he can change hairstyles while he comes on live.
Mm. Apparently, JoeFest does not have the best steroids. So.
All right. Ray says she wants to be where Bud's at because
I
he
know, right?
look he looking toasty.
Especially with that red light.
Yeah, you do.
Red light special.
Oh, that reminds me, Oz, we're still good for Eternia next weekend, right?
Oh shit! You know what? I completely forgot.
No,
yeah,
he's not
yeah.
because
We
he's
should...
on all dry July, so he's not buying anything.
Look, I don't have to buy anything. I could just go and sniff the toys.
I'm just keeping it in check, brother. Just
Sure,
keeping it
you
in check.
Are we doing both of them, or are we just doing the one?
No, let's just do the one. I don't think we got to do both.
He's like, I can't handle not buying toys.
Right. I can only sniff so many toys, Corey. I can only sniff so many.
I cannot buy toys at 1. I can't not buy toys at 2.
Well, see, the thing is that the second one, then you go just a little farther north, and there's a third store right there. That's
come on. Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
And when we're talking, it's Eternia Dreams here. It's hard not to spend money when you go.
Dude, this place is a superstore, man. Like,
yeah, they had a good booth at JoeFest.
Like, the booth doesn't do it justice. Like,
yeah,
it's
I'm sure it doesn't, but
it's like 4 mall suites of a store. Like it's like almost a Toys R Us size.
You know what? I forgot to go back in and check the poll. Did we get enough votes that he's going to turn the old Funko Pop store into the all Masters of the Universe store?
I don't think so. I hope we did, but I don't think so. I think we would have heard about it by now.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, Alan has enough stuff. He could fill an entire store with Motu toys. I mean,
I'm pretty sure he has enough stuff he could fill an entire store with anything he wanted.
True enough, which is why I think he'd be perfect to pick up some Delta 17.
Is anyone following Sergeant Reds by any chance?
I'm following Sergeant Reds.
So D recently, I think it was actually today or yesterday, posted being in the warehouse, and I haven't seen the warehouse, and they're not lying. There's no fucking room in that warehouse.
It's packed, man. Like, it looks straight up. You remember when they used to show the show hoarders and they would show the way those people's houses look? That's what we're talking about when they say about their back room, their warehouse. It's stacked like that.
It's not a back room.
I don't know how they find things.
That's a whole nother location.
Right. A warehouse that's just storage.
Yeah, so that's
I've
a
heard
location.
him talk about it before. I've heard you talk about it.
Yeah. There's a basement that's just as long, and he knows where almost everything is. He has everything categorized. And when I've been downstairs, and you're just like, and he's like, it's in one of these boxes. And by when I say one of these boxes, I mean like he'll have like McFarlane boxes. They're all in in specific places, but you can barely walk. Not to be mean, like you wouldn't be able to fit down there. Like
no, I wouldn't. I mean, you saw in some of the places at the con where I was having a hard time moving around.
Yeah,
I got extra. I got extra girth. No, I didn't bring the backpack.
Yep.
But
I didn't bring the backpack, so all dios were safe.
Yeah, I think he wants to build another location because he owns the location. But yeah.
Yes, they do, Terrence.
Yes, they are the only licensed the only licensed 4-horseman dealer in the state.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oz, when you're down at JoeFest, did you go to Top Dog Comics? Top Dog Comics. That's the name.
Easy for you to say.
No, right? I didn't make it over there. Like, I saw some other people were heading over there. I know JB posted a video before he showed up to the con where he stopped in there. Well, I don't know if he posted the video, but at least he said he was going to be stopping there first.
That's a hell of a store too.
That place is legit.
It's a nice store. It's a really nice store, and they got a lot of space to add more.
Oh,
but they do all the like Sergeant Reds doesn't do like
they do the gaming. They do
the gaming. We have another store. I can't think of the name of it. We've been going there for 30 years.
You're old. We forgive you.
You know, but they do it like they just moved, and they do the card games and everything, so they have to have extra. And that's another good store, but there's just I don't really care about that.
Yeah, last year where Top Dog was last year, though, their gaming section was like 2 tiny little tables in the back corner, right? Like where they play the games. You could definitely see they were taking more, using more area and stuff for the games in the new.
But they had 6 Fisher Rices at $60. So not at a high price or anything. I kind of wish I would have bought that.
Curtis, please don't kick my ass.
Oh,
I need my light on.
No, I'll just beat up Kenzo next time I see him.
Yeah.
Well, everyone got quiet all at
like
once.
I don't drink, but looking at something with this magnifier after I've painted it without glasses on, it's like drunk Alan painted it.
I've thought about getting a set of those. Actually, I was just looking them up because I'm horrible with
I can't stand them.
my faces and stuff like that. I keep trying to get Jess to do it because Jess is great at it, and I suck at it.
I got one of the ones that's got like the arm where it's a magnifier and a light together in one on an arm that attached to your desk. And dude, I can't go back to the headlamp, man. I hate those things.
That's what I have on my desk over there when I normally paint. Is I use that, but I'm sitting over here by my computer with y'all in case I have to bail again.
It's just, like either you have to keep lifting it up and down, or like everywhere you look is magnified, and I don't know, it'd give me a headache.
I dropped my soldering iron on this one and melted through half of this eye.
That sucks.
At least you weren't wearing it when you did that.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
I'm like, what's that smell? Oh, I'm burning my tools. Great.
It's like that picture that they have of who are like it's a picture of someone, they're holding the soldering iron, but they're holding it at where the hot tip is supposed to be, and it looks like they're using it. It's like, yeah, no, you're not actually using that.
Yeah,
That
I
is
remember
definitely
that.
not plugged in. You would not have fingertips.
I think they were using a wood burner. It wasn't a soldering iron, but it's the same
That's it. You're right. It's a wood burner.
They're holding it like a pencil, like they're holding it down on the end, like
right. It's like that's not how that works at all.
Nope, not at all.
Would not have fingertips. So yeah. All right.
Fingertips are overrated.
The rest of
Like
my Delta
this?
17 wave. Yeah, but it's actually in use. I mean, I don't know how long the cord is on yours, Corey. I know the one that I had, that cord was extremely short.
I mean, it's an arm. It's not even an arm's length, so it's not even 6 feet.
See, I mean, I don't know how tall you are. Now we would know if I did that and it was only arm's length.
Well, if you did that, it'd be 3 feet. I'm 6'1".
Corey's, yeah, I was going to say, Corey's a couple inches taller than me.
So see, now if I did that, then we know it's a short cord.
Right.
Right. Then it'd be like, wow, you're like at the outlet, like.
They do make these things called extension cords.
Power strips too.
Power strips. You can have, like, they even make desks now that have integrated power that you could just put on there.
Yep.
Luckily for you, all the desks are stand-up desks, so you don't have to worry about that part.
That was uncalled for.
Hey, I just got that. That was funny. That was good.
I love you, brother.
Well, I'm your friend, not your smart friend.
All right.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, what's that head?
Man, it's good to be back.
Hold on,
in the
Cobb.
clubhouse.
Let me bring you up.
Oh,
Hold
that's
on.
awesome. Hold on.
What is that?
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
It's the Skeletor head from that Mumra, but then that same one from Dragon Orb for that girl. But man, it fits in there perfect. I was like, I need to find some.
That
Wait.
looks really
How-
good.
No,
Where
it
did
looks
you get?
crazy, yeah.
Where'd you get Mum Ra Skeletor from already?
eBay probably.
Walmart.
I don't know if we're allowed to talk about it.
I thought I saw. I swear I saw that at Target.
Later, Jetman.
Did you?
Maybe I
Okay.
saw another.
Kenny, you out?
There's a
No,
few
no,
of
Jetman's
them.
leaving.
Jetman's leaving.
Oh.
Yeah, Jetman's out for the night.
I can't
thought I
leave.
saw
I
that
would
at Target.
disappoint a lot of people there, Corey.
Or is there another Skeletor mixed match?
You're probably thinking of
There,
the Turtles one.
Maybe
yeah,
that's
there
why.
is a Turtles of Grayskull Skeletor that's been around.
All right, then maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. The samurai looking one, maybe.
I don't even know. I know it looks like Skeletor.
Adam, is that a Dio you got there? What's that red wall you were holding up? Yeah, that.
Yeah. This is Wall XD.
Oh, the Wall XD stuff. Yeah, that's good. Good looking stuff.
Yeah, Mike from Wall XD, who's just an awesome dude. He gave Jason a couple of the like blank, just artist proof gray ones.
Yeah.
And Jason had painted them, and Mike was like, really happy with what Jason had done. So he gave him a couple more of the like pre-painted ones, which is like the brick colored ones.
Yeah.
And so Jason was kind enough to gift one set to me.
What you mean brick colored ones?
Yeah. Mike is a cool dude. We talked to him about getting the Wall XD into Hella Dope Toys a while back when he was first going off of those. But
look at
they're
this.
cool. I don't
We
want to
got
break it though.
Tony Figs.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to make the wall flush, but I don't want to break little tabs and stuff on it.
Tony's Figs in the house saying, look at all these legends on the clubhouse tonight. Save some honeys for the rest of us, damn.
I love me some Tony.
Good to have you, Tony. Good to see you, brother.
All right, I think I'm going to bounce out so I can.
All right, Punk.
Start my day tomorrow. I did 2 sessions of skateboarding today, which is I don't know the last time I skated twice in a day. So
we're at 45 viewers just so we can keep track after he leaves.
Yeah.
See how it goes.
Right when he leaves,
watching
it's
those
gonna drop
skateboard
down to
videos, I was wondering when the
7.
last time you actually skated was.
3 weeks ago, because it was like 2 weeks before JoeFest. Because I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna do a series and just constantly put it out there, keep me motivated. And then the week before JoeFest, I'm like, I got so much shit to do. And then there's no way I was gonna skate at JoeFest.
You're busy tanning and getting rid of your farmers.
I had to tan and try. Believe me, I did not get rid of the farmer's tan. All right, it is. It is. Yeah,
you made a feeble attempt though.
I try. Oh, dude, I'm peeling on my stomach now. Guess that's what I get for fake baking, but I was trying to, even it out a little bit.
Everybody's talking about how cool it was to get baked. Lawrence didn't understand the reference.
Buddy did.
Buddy did, definitely.
Yeah.
Bud got the assignment plus extra credit.
Bud, you're doing a great job using words.
I'm not the only one that comes on the clubhouse and ever talks.
It's true. It's true. Although I did see Corey had his hand raised there for a second. Corey,
I did, and only because of the 45 viewers, and it made me think that I'm 45 subscribers away from 4,000. So if anyone's not subscribed to me,
wow.
like,
yeah,
that'd be
Well, let
great.
me tell you something,
guys.
Corey. The guy right above you, he's over 7K. So
I know he's a big deal.
I know he's a big deal, right?
Deal.
It's
in
because
case you forgot.
And only 6,000 of those were purchased.
I know, right?
So,
You know what? Not one single one. I can stand by that.
No, he got a email sent out, a chain letter sent out against his will
to the anonymous group.
You know what?
Yeah.
I will say, for all the copyright strikes and all that crap he's had to go through, He's earned every one of those 7,000 subscribers. Like more
Definitely
power.
has.
I do not wish ill on anybody trying to get subscribers because I know like you get close to that number and then it's like that count stops and it just stays there.
Doesn't it feel like
Hanging
it's
there.
like when you're hitting? And I was just when I was talking to Rowdy today, I was like, when I was trying to hit 1,000, it feels like it was just yesterday. I was sitting like waiting to drop my daughter off, and I'm talking to Olivia, and I'm like, look, 953. But then you hit like 975, and then you look later on at 973, and you're like, fuck, we lost 2.
Yeah, you and me talked about that before. I think it really.
It's like I just want to hit the 1,000 so I can hit the monetize and then just be done, right? Like just
they really are trying to make sure that all your 1,000 are actual people and everything. Because right at that 1,000, it goes funky for a while there.
Yeah,
you better watch out. Watch out, Punk. K-Dog Broadcasting's coming after you.
It feels like when you get one of those milestones,
I'll split somewhere.
All the thousands. It feels like after that, like the next 1 or 200 just go.
Yeah,
and you get them right away, and then you hit a wall, and it's just like, what the hell is going? What did I do? What didn't I do? And it's like you haven't changed anything. You're doing everything exactly. Like I don't know.
But you know, also every time, and you'll know this, every time you get over 1,000, you're like, once you hit like 5 over 1,000, a 10 over, you're like, okay, I'm never gonna dip down past.
Right.
So as soon as you hit 4,000,
I can still go right back. Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as you hit 4,000, and once you hit like 4,010, you're gonna be like, never gonna dip below that.
Yeah.
It'd be monumental. You'd have to take copyright strikes at people.
You were threatened to punch me at
Well, I was just gonna say, Punk, it has happened.
It has happened. When Viper Island did it, when he was doing all his shit, I'll never forget.
I haven't heard that name since the last time you were on.
Well, it was funny because Ninja was articulated Ninja. I just happened to watch him, and he was like, he's talking, all the stuff that he did, and he's dropped below 20,000, so he has a chance to be that first guy to hit 20,000 and then hit 20,000 again.
Oh, wow.
He's like, so that's something.
Curtis is in Biggin.
Are you ready for your Forrest Gump impersonation? I've been waiting for it.
No, I was just going to ask when Punk's talking about his subscribers, if Alan ever goes, I got like 140,000 more subscribers than that, right?
I've been very quiet.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Do I bring up how many subscribers I have?
Now, wait a minute. Let's go back to the story of Curtis going to visit Alan at his show thinking he's going to be a lost puppy dog at the time. Alan's a superstar. Let's go back to that story, Curtis.
I really thought that I was doing Alan a favor. I was like, I'm going to go support this guy. I'm going to show him that he's not by himself. He's away from home. And,
you know what? That makes it even cooler. That makes it even cooler that you were so nice that you would have done that for something. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, that's way better because we didn't know each other very well,
No.
And you invested the time, which is our most valuable resource, and you came out and well, it wasn't what you expected, but I think you had a good time.
He got humbled.
I don't think anybody would expect to walk into a place where you see people wheeling out carts of bodies. just bodies.
Curtis is like that guy that like he doesn't watch movies, and he's like, you know what? I'll go see this Tom Cruise movie because no one's probably gonna go see it. And then he's like, oh wait a minute, this thing made $200 million the first weekend.
Well, that's what I said. It would be like if Robert Downey Jr. Asked me to come, see him at San Diego Comic-Con, and I was like, I'll go visit him. He's not gonna have anybody there that knows him, and I'll just,
he was just in this little movie.
Yeah.
But what makes it better is how you just told the story. Like, you're like, I got to tell you guys something. and you tell the whole story like I'm just feeling like he's gonna be by himself, like he's Virgil. Okay, now anyone that's been to a con that's seen the former professional wrestler Virgil, rest in peace, he always sat there by himself. And someone would go up and go, hey, how much for an autograph, because they feel bad, and they'd be like $80, and like, I'm not paying that. 20. All right, that's
they haggle with them.
Yep.
That's how it was when I met Greg the Hammer Valentine.
I mean, we've all been to that con where you see like the artist alley, right? And people are selling their comic book that they made, or they're selling their, whatever it is, their perler bead designs that they've melted together, whatever it is. And it's like, just avoid eye contact. Like, don't even make with these people. And I'm like, this is what I'm thinking I'm walking into. Like Alan's at this thing and people are walking by and he's just going to be sitting there by himself away from home. And like, I need to go and, spend some time with this dude. And, no.
Did you bring him lunch?
For the record, Alan, do you have perler beads at your booth?
I don't even know what perler beads are. Like, I'm going to Google those after I'm done here.
Next con he will, Adam.
Melt together to make like 8-bit designs and stuff. Yeah.
So I do want to say this. We went to Motor City Comic Con and just like, not Artist Alleyway, but where all the autograph seekers are.
Yeah.
And some of the guys that are going to be huge. Like the Hardy Boys, there's going to be a line, right?
Yep.
Steve from Blues Clues was there, and I was blown away by the line.
Really?
Because first off, we saw all these people when we were walking in dressed like Blue and Steve, and I was like, oh, that's pretty funny. Why is this? Well, they had Steve, and then they had the second guy, and no one cared about the second guy. But Steve's line was all the way to the end the whole time, every time I walked by him.
I have a Steve story.
Oh,
right?
Oh shit.
So when I lived in Orlando, right, which is where Blues Clues was shot, I worked at Janie Lane's Sunset Strip nightclub. I was a rollerblading wolfman who handed out free admission.
Hold on. Clarify a whole bunch of terms that you just
you can't blow by that.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll backtrack a little bit. Warren Zevon was playing there. I worked for a year-round haunted house there called Terror on Church Street, and the owner of Janie Lane Sunset Strip said, "Hey, do you have a Wolfman that I can use for this promo? I want to give an award to Warren Zevon because his most famous song is Werewolves of London."
Yeah.
So he said, great. And then the owner of the bar brought that up to Warren Zevon. He said, I hate that song. If the Wolfman is here, I'm going to walk out. So I'm like, he already purchased me for the night. So I'm in a werewolf. And he's like, you can't come in. But because Warren Zevon can't see you. But I'm going to pay you anyway. Here, hand out these free admission flyers. And I got back like 1,500 flyers, which is the most he's ever gotten back because I was a werewolf on rollerblades, and I guess that was weird.
Yeah, he doesn't like that song because it was the hit that he didn't want it to be.
Yes, and he hates it.
Yeah.
But he has to play it, and that's his life now. But anyway, so because of that, he said, I want to keep you being here, and any night I wasn't working at the haunt, I worked for the bar. After I was done handing out flyers, because there's no point in handing out flyers after midnight, I would just hang out in the bar as the Wolfman. And I would help with being a bar back. I would help with being a bouncer or whatever, but I was just in the Wolfman costume.
Did you have nards?
Many people tested that. The 90s were a tough time for Wolfmen, dude. It was hard out there.
Can you imagine being in a bar and getting rowdy and getting thrown out of the bar by a Wolfman, though? How badass of a drunk story would that be?
Well, wait, who else do you ask to be the bar back but the guy on rollerblades? I mean,
two types of people were the worst, and we had to throw out every time they came. The gladiators from American Gladiator. Nobody wanted to throw them out because they were massive and they were dicks and mean drunks. And it got to be we didn't let them in. And Steve from Blues Clues, who would get hammered, and me and another guy 3 different times would have to carry him out of the bar and take him down, and we would just set him on the street
You just
And-
ruined so many people's childhood.
and someone would come and take him home.
No, come
I,
on.
I had a guy try to stab me with a butter knife when I worked as a bartender.
Butter.
I totally believe you.
Was it Steve?
Please,
No.
please tell me when you remove Steve, you're like, you just got a letter. You just
Here's
I'd
the mail, it never fails.
I had never seen the show, so I don't. It was that and the Bear in the Big Blue House. That guy was also rough.
Curtis,
The bear?
you have your hand raised.
Can we get a video of Alan in a Wolfman suit on rollerblades kicking Van out for the next time that he gets abusive in the chat?
You know what?
No one needs to contact Corridor Digital to make this happen.
Yeah.
Please don't
This
involve
story,
me.
this story is awesome because Alan literally says, "Okay, so I was a werewolf on rollerblades," and we're like,
Wolfman.
"Whoa, wait a minute, wait a minute."
Wolfman didn't have a
skip
snout.
over that.
Yeah. Yeah, not werewolf, Wolfman. Difference. Okay.
sorry.
Well,
All
as,
right.
as
Yeah.
Lauren says, a
and
wolf man,
rollerblades.
not a wolf man.
You know,
Wolf
this
man.
is how you know he's a professional because he stopped everyone and said, "No, wait, I didn't have a snout."
I didn't have a snout. I was
None
a
of the
wolf
rest
man.
of us were like,
I did have nards, no snout.
That's right.
right.
Yeah.
No one else made that distinction but the professional up here.
That
Well, you
I
have
have
to be a
yeah.
professional if you're going to do it on rollerblades, Corey. I mean, that's that's part of the certificate.
I have a lot
Are
of
we
wacky
accusing people
stories
of
from
being
my time.
professionals now?
From my time as a rollerblading wolfman, I have some wacky stories.
I bet.
So that's going to be next week's clubhouse topic. Alan's
Yeah.
rollerblading werewolf stories. or
That could be a
wolfman
whole
stories.
series.
I mean, we might need to make a pre-show for that.
Yeah. That could be a new segment. We need a transition slide.
It was.
Well, I asked Bud to get on that, but he won't remember. So
I've had a very interesting life. So
All right, I am gonna leave this time. I think
All right,
I'm gonna
Buck.
just go
Have a
outside.
good
I
night,
need to
brother.
back over a whole bunch of shit
Good
too.
to see you.
Mm.
All right, guys, have a great night, and I will. I'll be around.
good night,
Later,
man.
Later.
Take care.
Take care, Punk. Thanks for jumping on, brother.
Yep.
Roman says
Yeah.
goodbye too.
Clearly.
Come up here. Say goodbye.
Oh,
Oh, bye, Roman.
take me out to pee, Dad. Take me out to pee.
oh.
All right, guys, take care.
Later.
What an exit.
I will
right,
say that
so-
I do not miss working in a bar. Like I loved it because the money was great, but oh my god,
Yeah, I think Oz is trying to say something.
sorry, bud.
So, as the night has gone on, I've been getting a little more and more pissed off over here. And now I'm being told my vision is blurred or obscured, rather. Throughout the night, since we had ejected somebody after it was time for them to go earlier tonight, this was Van, as we all know, because honestly, I'm not condoning violence. And I ain't
Well, I
cool
mean,
with
if
it.
it's
and I can
against
tell
Kenzo,
Van is still watching here now.
you know.
Sorry, Curtis. This is going to be my time to talk. So, throughout the rest of the night, I've seen many accounts that I've never seen watching the show making disparaging comments against Kenzo. And as my mods and other people running on have been jumping in, deleting those comments and removing them. And I've messaged Van because I said it stopped earlier and it didn't stop. So whether it's Van jumping on an alt account or it's Jordan jumping in the chat on the alt account, and I don't know if Jordan's been watching or not because I haven't seen a wholesome warlock in the chat. But I know there's only one person who's got a bone to pick with Kenzo, as he made it abundantly clear earlier tonight. And I've messaged this person saying, look, it stops. Cut it out with the alt accounts. What I find funny about this is he accused and got pissed off calling Kenzo a keyboard warrior for hiding behind a keyboard and saying shit that could offend somebody, and then said he wouldn't have the balls to back it up in person or that he would fight them. Threats were made to go to a con with each other so that they could duke it out, which honestly, again, that's just like elementary school bullshit. Meet me at the flagpole. We may be doing a toy hobby here, but I'm tired of the fucking drama and it stopped now. Van, you're done. You're not coming back on Clubhouse. You're not welcome. Now, Van is saying in here only one person. So he had made claim that there was at least 3 other people on screen with me that felt the same way about what Kenzo said. So I'm just going to go around now, and there's not going to be any hard feelings here on what anybody says. Does anybody think what Kenzo said was out of line?
Not one bit.
I
A
wasn't
month
here.
ago? A month
I don't
ago.
know.
A month.
I don't even know what you said, but I've never had a bad thing to say about Kenny.
Sadly,
So-
I disappeared because Van was on,
What-
so I don't know what was said.
Yeah.
So-
Can you refresh people's memory, or for people that weren't here on
There
what
was a
said?
half-hearted apology about something, and I hadn't said anything at all. And I said, I don't ever say anything, but it's just when you say something and you're like, well, just in case I'm an asshole again. And then I said, well, if you have an apology and you don't change, that's just manipulation.
Agreed.
Because you don't care about it and you're not really sorry because you don't care about changing. And that's all I said. And I was done. I stopped talking after that. And
So
then,
it wasn't based on anything tonight. It was based on that
like
from
3 weeks ago.
It was based on that comment from 3 weeks ago.
I've
Van
not
got
said 2 words
his
to him since.
feelings hurt. He was hurt. And no, Van, you said right here again, ask folks on screen if they had an issue too. You said
I
that in the
totally-
DMs.
Totally agree with
So
what
I'm asking the people on screen if they had that issue. So yes, Kenzo told you that if you make an apology, but then you keep repeating the same behavior, that makes the apology meaningless.
Yes.
And that's
I
true.
agree.
When you make an apology, it's supposed to be because you learn from your mistakes. All right. Now, I've told you before, I've had a blast with you. We've had fun. And you know what? Yeah, like I've been really entertained by hanging out with you, Van, and I had a good time. Never had a problem bringing you back. And you know what, though? Tonight, I said the shit between you and Kenzo stops, and it continues. Okay, so he's waiting for other people who said Kenzo was snippy to speak up. So did anybody else?
He's probably talking about me because he was bitching to me about it, and I told him, like, yeah, I've seen Kenzo be an asshole, but I'm also an asshole. Like,
well, everybody.
That's just something that happens. Now, I will say right now, and sorry if this upsets Van, but when he said that about Van making an apology, I agree with that 100%. Like, I probably wouldn't have said it on screen. I probably would have said it off, to the side. But like, if you're constantly going on other people's shows and then you got to come back later and apologize about it, that's probably, you probably shouldn't either go on that show, or you need to, change something you do, because that's different than doing this and apologizing. But yeah, I mean,
it just got old. I'm sorry.
Again,
for me, it just got old. That's why I said something, because it had been months and months of it. And that's why I said it, because there was multiple apologies, and then the same thing happened the week after, to where even I know you guys noticed when he come in, I would just leave because I just did. It was just not it wasn't just fun anymore. It was weird.
A lot of people would leave though.
And so for me personally, when I heard that, I was just like, dude, just don't apologize because you don't mean it. That's basically all I was saying. It had nothing to do with against him personally. It was about that specific moment of an action that he did. And if I want to, if that made me live rent free in his head for 3 weeks, then I'm sorry, but it really wasn't that deep. It wasn't that deep, dude.
Listen. I am backstage on their show every Saturday. I love Van to death. Van,
right?
Van is one of my favorite people in the world. But Van starts drinking, and when he starts drinking, he says things, and he needs to be the center of attention, and he goes a little bit too far, and then the next day he apologizes. It's like dude, I agree with what Ken's was saying, and the fact that don't apologize, just don't do it. Just
change the behavior.
Be better. But it doesn't mean I don't love him. He's a great guy. He's good hearted. I love Van to death. But yeah, if you're going to be drinking, if you want to drink and be on your own show, you do whatever the fuck you want. It's your show. You're going to drink and be on somebody else's show. you need to make sure that you can hold your liquor. So that's it.
And again, what I've said tonight, Van, the actions that you did before didn't piss me off. But what's pissing me off tonight is, I'm sorry, I don't appreciate trolls in my chat. First off, the reason I said this was done earlier was because I didn't want to have to address it again, but it's gotten to a point now where I'm pissed off and I will fucking address it.
I mean, yeah.
And
Wolfman
you're going to
on
accuse
rollerblades
somebody
is
of being a
cool, though.
keyboard warrior, not being cool enough to say shit to someone's face, but then you're going to play dumb and say it's not you jumping on alt accounts. Okay, well, no one else here has a bone to pick with Kenzo. So for
I mean,
four
he is a
separate
Bronco
accounts,
fan.
I mean, that's a whole
Outside
different
of
story.
that, outside
Yeah.
of that.
Hey,
Well,
I
that's
did have
true.
lunch with John from Emerald Night
You
Photos.
did. You
and
did.
we got along fine. He had a Raider hat on. I had a Bronco hat on. We can coexist.
There we
Okay.
go. There we go. But again, there's been 4 different accounts tonight that have been banned from the chat because they're just coming in to talk shit about Kenzo. I'm not taking the disrespect because now you're being disrespectful to me because I said it was fucking done. And it didn't get dropped. And then how hypocritical it is to accuse somebody of being a keyboard warrior
And then be a
and then
keyboard warrior.
repeating the fucking action and being a keyboard warrior because you're not in here saying the shit. Kenzo's the worst. Fuck Kenzo. That shit. It's bullshit and it stops.
And that's fine. Honestly, like I don't, dude, I stay out of this bullshit. Like I don't mess with drama. I don't care about this shit. Like
I don't want the fucking drama.
I step
hate
back. I
that
don't
shit.
deal with this shit. And for someone to be so aggressively like weird to me, it's I didn't even understand it, honestly. It did but I'm Italian. I'm not gonna let somebody talk shit to me either. Like, sorry. That's just not how I am. And that's not being a keyboard warrior because not once did I type. Not once.
Some people don't understand how that works.
I just
There it is. In the clubhouse, it's gonna be chill.
Can't we all just get along? Agreed.
I didn't realize Chihuahuas were 6 foot, 225 pounds. I didn't realize Chihuahuas were that big. Anyway.
So here's what it is. It stops now. It's done. I've had enough. And I've had enough talking about it for tonight. Period. I'm done with it, Van. Time to take your drunk ass to bed and quit picking fights.
I liked Alan's story. It was fun.
Alan's story was fun, and that was the time when we were talking about toys and testicles on werewolves on roller skates. Rollerblades.
When I was a rollerblading Wolfman in 95, 96, and 97.
I was still in school.
Shaq was playing for the Orlando Magic, and he had a pimped out car with like full of Superman logos and stuff. And they would let him drive up into Church Street Station and park. One night, him and Jason Kidd, who at that point played for North Carolina, like I know nothing about sports, but they were like there on my street. And all of these people swarmed up to get pictures with them. And I'm rollerblading by, and Shaq goes, "Hey, Wolfman, come here." And I rolled over to him, and he picks me up like a baby. Like, I'm a big dude. He picked me up like a baby. And so all of these Japanese tourists have pictures of Shaq and Jason Kidd holding the Wolfman like a baby.
That's
cool. So that's one
Now,
of my...
if he would have called you werewolf instead of Wolfman, would you have corrected him?
I just skated on by. I got time for that.
You'd have been like, "Do you see a snout on me?"
Yeah. Alan on roller skates in a Wolfman costume, schooling Shaq on what a Wolfman is and a werewolf.
But I bet Shaq would have been like, "Oh, cool, bro."
So, like, I don't know why I imagine that Vine Jungle over here has like really, really skinny, tiny legs.
Not.
That's just the marijuana talking.
Stilt walker, rollerblader from way back. So
he's got the
no.
Popeye calves.
I got the legs and the booty, unfortunately. So yeah, But Shaq was downtown a lot. He drank a lot, but not to drunk excess because it probably takes a lot. But he would be downtown at Church Street
Andre the
Station quite a
Giant.
bit, so we would see each other often. So he recognized me.
That's cool.
Would he recognize you outside of the?
Not a
werewolf?
clue. Not a clue. Probably not at all. At that time in Orlando, they would have a cop on every single corner to give people jaywalking tickets.
Oh wow!
Like
Oh my
all
God.
the time. And this is like a bar district downtown. So there's thousands of people just kind of walking around and stuff. And when I would go up to get more flyers, all the cops on the corner, I would bring them cranberry sodas, just like seltzer water and cranberry juice, and I would give it to them to drink because they asked me for one once or whatever, and I would just bring down 8 of them and give them to all the cops in the corners. So I got to be really friendly with the police. So you get harassed at a costume. I had a guy smack me on the back of the head and just start running down the street. And I start chasing him on my rollerblades, and I'm pissed, right? So I hadn't quite caught him. I got most of the way down the block, and a cop grabs him while he's running full speed and spins him. So he slams into a stone building, right? A big concrete building, like a downtown building. And the guy just hits and crumples and makes a noise like a set of bagpipes, and he just goes down to the ground. And then the cop, so I finally catch up, and I'm going, because I've been chasing this guy for 2 blocks, and the cop walks over to me and goes, "What'd he do?" Because he had no idea what he did, but he knew that I was chasing him, and that wasn't good. So he
knew he was in the wrong.
He saw. Okay, so just break this down for a second. He saw a wolf man on rollerblades chasing some guy, and he immediately knew that the guy was in the wrong.
Wolfman on
but he knew me.
Yeah.
Like he knew the Wolfman. He knew.
Okay. So gotcha. I didn't know that he knew you. That okay.
And this is why Alan doesn't need anybody to bring him lunch.
That's right.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay. Yeah, at my booth at Trans World, which is the show in St. Louis, I bring 18 people for my booth. I used to have 6 booths. I downsized to 4 booths this year. But I've got people in costume. I've got people doing sales. So
how many lunches do they bring?
Well, we all just take lunch shifts, and we go out to eat afterwards. It's a day, man. Shows are
Well, they
brutal.
don't bring any lunches. They keep hoping Curtis brings them for them.
Curtis,
They
did you
just
have
want
to bring
Curtis to
someone
roll
lunch
in.
sometime?
It's the one thing they haven't figured out yet. Well, who's gonna bring the lunch?
I know one thing Curtis will bring you. Curtis going to bring you some paintbrushes.
Yeah.
Art by Ackerman paintbrushes, folks. If you haven't heard, Curtis, why don't you tell us a little about these Art by Ackerman paintbrushes?
So I created my channel this year, all focused around customizing action figures. And, I've been customizing for about 4.5, 5 years now. Before that, I had zero art background whatsoever. I mean, I was no artistic ability. Just kind of learned through YouTube University and just people that have shared knowledge and stuff in the cabal and everything. And so what created that channel this year, just to try to consolidate some of the things that I've learned and have other artists on to talk about their stuff. And one of the things that I found as I've gone through this hobby is just that a lot of the paintbrush sets are really designed for miniatures. And I wanted something that was more for like 1/12 scale. So I've been working with a certain kind of paintbrush for the last 2 years. Really like the company, really like the paintbrushes. And so I got with them and said, hey, I would like to kind of, put a set together that I feel like would be better for like a 1/12 scale, action figure customizing. And is this something that we could do and, kind of, brand it and all this and that. And they said, absolutely. And so I worked with them and came up with a set that I feel like is really good. It's 10 brushes. It's got a couple dry brushes, some base brushes, a bunch of detail brushes with it. And we just finished production. So They should be shipping here any day now, and I should get them in the next month or so. And I'll have them at Legion's Con. I've also just opened up memberships on my YouTube channel, and those folks
I'm a
will get
member.
early access to it. I saw that. Thank you. Yeah, it's $1.99 for membership, so those people get early access. Otherwise, I'll have it at Legion's Con and go from there. So pretty excited about it. Even just to get it in hand myself, just to, they did send me a sample set that I've been using. And I've been using it for about the last month and a half, and I really love it. But I just, I would love to get the actual box with, all the information on it and everything. It'll be cool to just have them in hand. So
I agree with you. So
Alan,
you guys,
oh, sorry, Allison. I was going to say Allison would like to see somebody make a movie out of the rollerblading Wolfman chasing down the guy in the
that would be something to see, man. Imagine you're just like somebody going to that place that night and you just see that like Wolfman rollerblading down the street chasing a guy.
That sounds like a bad 80s cop movie, though, doesn't it?
Totally.
So if we're going to get this movie made with action figures, everything's got to be 1/12 scale so that we can get the 1/6 scale Shaq action figure. So it's like actually more to proper scale. I'm just saying. Like, I feel that would be proper scale.
Shaking Shaq's hand is like grabbing a bunch of bananas. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, he's a big dude.
I've got a big hand, and I know that man's whole hand would just encompass my hand and my forearm. Like, done. Even Big Show's hands fucking make me feel small. Then again, we're talking about people who are 7 foot.
Yeah. I mean, Big Show is huge.
Yeah. Like, I'm not short. I'm just a little above average.
Hold on, Alan. Let me bring that up. That's looking good, dude.
Please do. Oh, what happened to my plastic snippers?
That looks
They've
really
disappeared
good.
from my bench. Damn, that looks good. That thing was gray earlier, folks.
And I want to go lighter on the head, but this, like, his vest here is really that gray. So I'm pretty close.
You are real close.
As far as those colors go. I could lighten it up a little bit. I can make it more solid because I dry brushed. And that's just solid paint. Okay. So yeah.
Either way, it's looking gorgeous, man. And again, folks, this started as a Mirrorverse Genie figure. You can go pick them up at Ollie's for like $5. The head sculpt. Yeah. Well, like the only ones I've seen really are like Belle and Genie. And I think a while ago I saw Jafar, but I haven't seen him more recently.
Those are the ones that Jess started collecting, is the Mirrorverse, because she just found them like a year ago. And she's got like, I don't know, 6 of them or whatever. She's like, these things are real cheap. I'm like, I know. Like, if I knew you wanted them, I would.
I know. No one wants those.
Right. We could have been buying them.
The question is, Bud, did you get to
know? So it's like, I didn't buy her any because, she doesn't tell me stuff. And leave it to a woman to tell a man that they don't communicate, but yet don't tell me anything.
Doesn't communicate.
Bud, did you get to see Alan's head?
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, he did. And again,
But is confused and intrigued.
Yeah, man.
Put it in the chat earlier. The head sculpt on that is from
Jason
Dusk
Demon.
Till Dawn. Jason Demon. He did put it in the chat earlier. So if anybody's interested in getting that head sculpt or similarly wicked looking head sculpts, awesome head sculpts, you got to check those guys out.
There's a weird Motu guy with 4 arms that looks like he has a head like this, wearing a turban and all that. And that's who I was going to do out of this, but then
that
I bought
Genie
this
figure
Genie.
just spoke to you.
I saw,
man.
I think it was Pixel Dan's video earlier, and there was like this it might not have been Mexican, I don't want to say that. It was this foreign bootleg of a vintage faker that has 4 arms, and just something about the way it looked is like, I know exactly how to make 4 arms on Origins figure now. And it just something about the way they made it, and it was like, okay, I gotta figure out how to do that, but I know how it should work. And
Nice.
Beth looked at me like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Don't worry about it. I'm talking to myself." It's weird what you see that will like
snap,
spark inspiration or grab your imagination. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah. So I've been looking at the Smilodon from Beasts of the Cenozoic. I have to get the line straight. This is the Ice Age, so it's Cenozoic, not the Mesozoic.
It's some
I've been
sort of
looking at
zoic.
what's that?
It's some sort of zoic.
It's definitely a Zoic,
Yeah.
not Cyberzoic because it doesn't have the armor.
You just mumble that part. You go, beast of the zoic.
Yeah, and everybody's gonna get it. Everybody will know. If you don't, go watch episodes of Friends. Look for the guy Ross. Listen to everything he says. Pivot.
Can I not?
Pivot. Pivot.
That was during the late Cretaceous period. So this is Beasts of the Cenozoic by Creative Beast Studios. I know Joe picked one of these up at Legion's Con. That's where they first had these available. The all black version is Beasts of the Cenozoic. They have the colored versions, which is Cyberzoic, where then you've got like browns and yellows. They have released, well, it's not out yet, but during their Kickstarter, there was the Kickstarter exclusive where you can get it done up more like the old school Dino Riders.
Yeah.
Exactly. We were on a break. All right. We were on a break during the Cenozoic. But I love this. I absolutely love this. The articulation's really good. I want to heat it up a little. I don't want to mess with it too much because some of the joints right now feel a little stuck. So I'm not trying to force them, but I have been able to do some nice posability. It's got different main pieces. So you can actually pop off this main here, put on a smaller one so that it can look more like a female. It's got an alternate head sculpt where the jaws drop down drastically and fully open, which looks really cool. There are some alternate paws in there as well that you can swap out. Outstanding articulation. Again, these are the same guys that was doing the dragon that Adam had up earlier. If you guys aren't already following Creative Beast Studios, I highly recommend. They're putting out the best freaking animals right now. You know, you've got Ice Age animals.
Oz loves animals.
I do.
Yeah.
Did you see this fucking dog?
I've heard there's a dog. Is there a dog?
You know, not from them, but Marauders puts out this really fucking cool dog.
Oh,
you can buy
wow.
the extra gear pack that comes with the goggles, fully articulated, 1/18 scale.
That's crazy.
Fully articulated dog. Looks great with your Leonidas and his
The
puppy.
dog comes by itself, or is it with another figure?
The dog came by itself.
And how much does the dog cost by itself?
$12.
That's not bad.
It was like
shows,
$8 for
Marauders-
the dog, and then it was like an extra $4 for the accessory pack, which came with the different vest, came with the goggles, came with the extra kit, came with 2 extra leashes. But the dog by itself comes with the leash, comes with the dog treat. Did I mention the dog treat? You got a dog
Do they
treat.
have like real men scale, like 1/12 or so, or are they just the little guys?
No, they do the 1/18.
No, Marauders all 1/18.
Yeah.
At the shows, though, they have like a pick, like parts bins that you can just buy from. So
Most
you don't
of
have
the
to buy
stuff,
the whole figure.
Yeah, you just get gear that you can put on your other figures, or you can buy gear set. You can buy whole sets.
Yeah.
So, like, as we know, I picked up for Recon Rage, one of their JoeFest exclusives. I don't even know who this guy is. One of the Skeletron guys. But it's the 1/18th, and there's a whole custom kit in here, including the figure pieces. You kind of put it together yourself. Honestly, the guys at Marauders do great stuff. They've been doing stuff forever. Like, they've even got Snake Plissken kits, stuff like that. So, highly, highly recommend.
Hey, Oz. My
Yes.
question for you is, what is the smallest included pet that you have bought an action figure for?
Okay.
Real quick, sorry. How much was that, Adam?
I think Kickstarter price was like $200 or $210, and then like show price they do about $220, and then I think if you buy it online right now it's like $230, $240.
That's not bad. That thing's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah,
It's really not bad at all. And that tail is beautifully articulated.
I'm a convert. Like I said, I know the Creative Beast Studio guys. Like I chat with them very often, like too much. And you know, I got to play with the prototype. I played with the Paint Master, and I still was on the fence. And then at JoeFest, I decided that it was probably time to pull the trigger, and I am not disappointed in the slightest. This thing is phenomenal. The articulation is amazing. Like I said, I think the tail has like 10 points of articulation. The head and neck, there's like 4 or 5. Like it's fantastic. It's a 1/18 scale. But
Right.
I think, you know, if you don't want it to be like super oversized, you know, put it next to
like
a 112 scale
yeah.
figure, and it's still quite big.
Yeah, that's still pretty massive.
So
yeah, nice for that.
I think, you know, whether it's a mythic mount or something like that, I think at 112 scale it still works. At 118
could you fit
it's
something on the
huge.
back for like some sort of saddle or something? Is there enough room in between those?
No, but these come off.
Oh, they
These
do.
are-
Okay.
Yeah, so you could just pop these off.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool. You could put a saddle on there easily.
Yeah, you could definitely get a third-party saddle.
Yeah.
You could probably grab the Battle Cat saddle.
Yeah. Yeah, something like
and
that would
throw
fit,
that on
I
there. It
think,
might
quite
work
easily.
pretty good.
Third party saddle was my dancing name in college.
I bet it
Oh,
was. I don't doubt that, Alan.
Did you
He
rollerblade
danced on
dance?
rollerblades?
Yeah.
Third-party
Disco.
Ken, how are you feeling, sir? You're still looking a little peckish.
Yeah, a little bit.
Are you on a bus?
No,
Okay.
Are you in an Uber?
no, I don't think I am. This looks like a bedroom, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely looks like a bedroom.
Are
I
you
think
aware
you
of what bedroom you're in?
You have a sound about you.
Oh, that's my freaking air conditioner. Okay, let me get rid of the echo cancellation, reduce background noise.
Yeah,
I actually am pretty impressed that Adam took that dragon home in the box.
Is that better?
Yeah, didn't even unpack it.
Yeah.
Took the whole
I
box
didn't.
home.
That's the thing. I didn't get to tell my whole story. I was kind of like it kind of got sidetracked.
I'm sorry. Please tell the rest of your story.
Well, no, I was saying I packed. I got everything that I needed. I got all the things that I thought I was gonna get. You know, I got the Monster Force stuff. I got a couple dinos. I got a couple Hammond collection dinos from Target. You know, I loaded up the suitcase thinking like, you know what? It's no big deal. And I had, I'm not even kidding. It was like a dragon-sized hole in my suitcase. And it was just fate. I was like, I got to get that dragon. People tease me because I have like a full-size suitcase with like one little bundle of clothing in it when I go to cons. And I open my suitcase and it's like embarrassingly empty. And they're like, why do you have such a big suitcase if you don't have anything in it? And I'm like, I don't have anything in it now.
Does customs, when they check your suitcase on the way in, ever like ask you about why you got an empty suitcase?
Yeah.
What is custom? Do you take everything out of your suitcase when you check in your baggage? What airport are you going to?
Well, don't they check your shit when you're going across the border?
They don't care.
They don't care.
Not unless you
paid
get
for a
flagged.
suitcase. It doesn't. Like if your suitcase is not overweight or ticking.
Well,
they
if
don't care.
You have to declare what you bring across, though, right? Like you do have to check that
Yeah,
it's
and I
not over a
did.
certain
Yeah.
value. Yeah.
That's coming back though.
Yeah,
Ed's
you're
talking
a
about going
Canadian,
there.
so it's easier for you. When we go there, you are frisked to.
Yeah,
they want to know everything.
Yeah.
Well, that's because you're American.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
They
When
probably
when
knew
you're
you were
Canadian, they
Wolfman on
already like you.
rollerblades.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a wolfman rollerblading into my country, I'm gonna fucking frisk the shit out of you. I gotta find out if you got nards or not.
When Alan crosses the border, they go, Shaq told us you were coming.
Yeah.
Actually, I got a question for I got a question for Adam.
Pet that.
Yeah.
They just want to check your phone for freaking JD
I
Vance.
just want to know if you got the rollerblades in the bag.
While we're talking about that, though, I do got a question for Adam. Adam, since you have a booth, and because you're crossing the border, because you're from the same part of the world as I am, do you ever get a whole bunch of requests when people know you're going to a con saying, "Can you look for this? Can you bring this? Can you look for this? Can you bring
We've
this?"
talked about this.
Oh, we have.
Oh boy.
I don't have friends, and I don't tell them. I don't offer.
Okay, I just wondering because I got kind of bombarded on Thursday night.
They
People
used
found
to.
that I
They
was at
used to.
JoeFest.
And what I realized, what you've realized now, is that if you're behind a table, you barely have enough time to like grab a couple souvenirs for your family or whatever.
Yes. Right.
So I don't even entertain. If I know that I'm going to have a little bit of time and I know that there's a couple people that are looking for a particular thing, like if I see that they've commented somewhere and they'll be like, "Oh, I wish I could get this," I'll reach out to a couple people.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, "Hey, if you want that, I'll see if I can get it." But I do not take requests anymore.
Yeah. Do you actually like make it clear to them when they ask you? Because I have a hard time sometimes saying no. Okay, good. Because the worst is I got a message on Thursday night. Hey, there's a guy. There's a guy with a Palatoy box.
I'll tell them no.
Yeah, like there's a guy with a box of Palatoy. Can you meet him? His name is Mike.
No.
No.
How
dare you ask? You know what I mean? Like for the last 20 years, I've had friends either go to BotCon or TFCon. If they're working a booth, I have never, ever, ever, ever asked them to bring anything back. Is there a rare situation where when Hasbro used to support the shows and they had one big, huge thing in the middle and I knew the guy was going there anyway and the thing they were bringing back was this small, maybe I would do it that way. But a box from a guy I don't know, you don't know where he is, but Ken, please go find him somewhere in Augusta, Georgia. That kind of pissed me off really badly. Like
And then
I got about 7
take
requests
your
on the
inner
weekend.
thigh really tightly. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I even had somebody say like, ask me to ship to the U.S. I'm like, hold on, I can't bring it back and have a tariff going the other way. And they're like, oh, but you could ship it before you leave. And I was just like, can I just block you now?
Wow.
Like, I don't know what it is. It's just the audacity of like, how am I being wrong to say, how dare you even ask? Like, you guys saw me, you guys. Like you guys saw me at the con. What about me screamed, sure, send me a list.
Well, that's because you're a Canadian, you're a nice guy, Ken.
Yeah,
you're a nice guy. That's really what it comes down to. Now,
Yeah.
real quick here, we have Curtis with his hand up.
I would say because I've actually addressed this situation with another friend recently who had some people that knew that he was going to shows and they were message him out of the blue, but they hadn't talked to them in months. Like they haven't conversed, they don't interact. It's just kind of, and then the last time that they had talked to him, it was because they were going to a show and asking for something. Like that's not friendship, folks. Like that's not not what being a friend is.
That's not what that is.
And if you truly are friends, that person that is going to the con, they will message you and say, hey, I know that they're going to have this exclusive or such and such, and I know this is something that you were looking at. Is this something you want me to pick up for you? That's the way that conversation should start. It shouldn't be the other way around. Hey, I know you're going to this con. Can you do this for me? And then vice versa. If you're going to a place and you know they're going to have something unique that somebody else that can't make it, would like, and you are friends and you talk on a regular basis and you take care of each other, then, you throw it out there. So, but it doesn't sound like this is that situation for Ken. So that would be my.
I mean, there are some of these. Curtis,
Yeah.
I apologize to Terrence.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well,
But Terrence reaches out to everybody. Hey, I'm going to the
right.
show. Is there anything you want?
I was going to say to clarify, yes, with Terrence, he does advertise that he is shopping. But I do think after
gets
Zolo
so
World,
overwhelmed. It's
I
crazy.
do not think I've seen him post it quite as
it's more
advertising
DMs now,
quite
I
as
think.
much now.
He's learned his lesson.
But it's like
But
just don't be that person that only reaches out to somebody when you need something.
When
right?
they're-
Like that's just not
don't
cool.
do that. That's not how friends are, right? That's not it. But I will say, just to add on to this real quick, because it was Ken's teachable moment from earlier. Ken, earlier, you were taking shots from strangers, but looking for a random guy named Mike with a box of toys is where you draw the line.
Well,
All right.
No, but
Corey's
to
answer.
your point,
Corey's had his
Corey,
hand
I don't
up.
mean to take your time, but to your point, Oz, Ken's Canadian, I'm Canadian. We do just take random shots from people.
We do.
Oh, it's a cultural thing. Okay,
Oh,
gotcha.
just do that.
Yes.
Adam, would you take a shot past you while you're in the urinal next to another guy in the urinal?
Probably.
That I did that last year.
Probably.
Carol
That's
does
a great
ask.
story. That's a great story. You can't not take it.
Anyway,
Carol
Corey,
does ask,
Was it
but that's
warm
different.
or was it cold?
it was red.
Was it yellow? That's the main
That's
thing.
what I mean.
No.
Like, I mean, come on. You like
Was there urine in it? No.
Apparently
If
not.
you're in the bathroom,
Sorry,
you don't
Corey.
take a red or yellow shot. We're just going to go with that, first of all. Second of all, I totally agree with what Curtis said. Last weekend, or was it last weekend, Maryland Toy Expo, we
2
went.
weekends ago, yeah.
Thank you. A buddy of mine who doesn't get to go very often, Oz has met him, Kelly, loves the classics Thundercats. And so whenever I see him, it's like, hey, picture, do you want me to get this? If so, cash at me. Otherwise, that's it. You know,
Yeah.
Oz knows I'm going. That's it. You know what I mean?
I know. The impression they have is
if Oz asked me to get him something, that's cool, not a problem. Or I'm sure if I said to Oz, like, hey, I can't make it to this one, could you see this? But that's me and Oz talk other than
Outside of, hey, can you get me
You
something?
know,
Just like Carol said, she says, I ask my bro when he goes. But Carol and I also talk throughout the week, which in all honesty, Carol and I have talked more in the last 3 years than I think we talked in the last 10 years.
Yeah, and I gotta be honest, the
just
people
trying to get those exclusives.
The people who ask me, generally speaking, more often than not, they are people who do talk to me. But the thing is, and I know they would do it for me, but they're never in the situation where like I know they would do it for me if they were in that situation, but they're never in that situation. You know what I'm trying to say? Right. Like
There's never like any reciprocation of it.
because they don't have the opportunity. You know they would. You know they would, but it's a case of like, yeah, they give you the shirt off their back, but they don't have a shirt to begin with. You know what I'm trying to say? And I'm the so it's like I don't want to say no because I do talk to these people, but it can't be reciprocated because they're never going to be in that situation. They don't go to shows, right?
No,
Or they
but
live in an
there's a-
area
yeah,
where there
there's
are
a-
no
there's a
shows. They don't
nuance to
travel
it.
abroad. So
There's a
there's
nuance
that
to it.
nuance, and it's just they have this impression, oh, you're running around filming anyway. What do you think I am filming for? If I'm standing next to that booth, I'm not going to carry your big bag of merchandise back with my camera like this, going, hi, this is Fight Connection, this is my tour. Like, I don't get it. Sorry,
Do you
it's
have
become
room
a
in your
real
luggage
pet
for
peeve.
it? Do you?
They don't seem to care. They're just like,
Can
you
you
can just ship it.
allow? Can you
Yeah.
allow for that in the budget of like how much you're allowed to cross the border with? Like, and sometimes people don't. You know.
Yeah,
ask
not
those
everybody
questions
gets that
before they
if
make
they've
the
never
request.
traveled
Yeah.
across the border.
Yeah.
Agreed. And sometimes, to be fair, sometimes it's easier to say, sure, I'll keep my eye out for it. And maybe you're not really, but then it kind of just like, oh, hey, I didn't see it.
Yes.
And
So
maybe you're lying, but like sometimes that's easier than like
No, don't do that. Just tell them no.
right.
tell 'em no.
So like
Straight up, no.
Carol was asking this past weekend at the while I was at JoeFest. She asked me, and she also reached out to Terrence too, because again, Terrence does the hunting, the community hunting for people. So there was the red demon female from Legions, Zarya, and she was looking for a while for at a decent price. She didn't really want to pay over $50 for it. Alan actually had one at the Attorney in Dreams booth. Terrence saw it before I did. And he was letting me know, he goes, I can't confirm whether it was complete or not, but it was definitely open. Right. So he told me the price was $55. I reached out to Carol and said, look, found one that was $55. We can't guarantee it's
Pretty good
complete.
price.
Well, Carol had already seen one online mint on card, new in box, for 60.
Okay.
She was trying to stay more closer to the 50, but it's like when you're looking for 55.
I mean,
And it's
50 is the
open
minimum price. That's like table
Right.
price if
Yeah.
like the Horseman had it. So
Right, retailer price. That's really what you're going to find it at.
Mm.
So 55 for an open one that we couldn't really guarantee at first glance if it was really complete,
Right.
versus just paying an extra $5 online and getting it new inbox. I mean, really, you're better off just getting the new inbox. Ooh, and Kenzo showing off some of that mythic love.
This has been sitting here since, remember they did that one sale where they were dropping them? Like, I don't know. Baker Battle Cat messaged me. He says, "Hurry, dude, you got to get one of these." And this is before I was broke. And I was like, "Oh, okay." And then I got it and I was like, what did I buy it for? But it's cool.
That's the standard one, right?
I haven't opened it yet. Yeah, it's just the lame one. Yeah, so it doesn't have all the extras.
He's gonna make a
Wasn't
scarecrow.
it- Was that the exclusive from ZoloCon?
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But
No,
that
that's
is
the
the
standard version.
But this is the regular version.
Just
Yeah.
the
the
cheaper
regular version of it, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it was
So it
$50
doesn't.
or something.
Yeah,
$40.
yeah, it would have been $50 for the standard price, regular version. You're missing like the green effects from around the head and the
Yeah,
eye
the glow in the dark
sockets.
effect
Mhm.
But
And when you guys
honestly,
send
if
me
you
those-
just get,
No, I'm joking.
for your son.
I actually would, because you guys
No,
may have
I'm
heard of
just
this cool
Yeah.
channel, Art by Ackerman, where I won an extra one, but I don't really need those extra pieces. However, John Emerald Knight, we were talking about that this weekend, and I already told him I'd send those con pieces.
No,
over
I
to
wouldn't.
him.
I wouldn't want. I'm just
Okay.
teasing.
I honestly am not using mine either. So if somebody needs it, I would,
Well, there you go. If you really want
He
them,
is cool looking though. He's really cool. looking.
dude, they are great. That's a great freaking figure.
And it was sitting there sealed. I forgot even what it was in there. I was like, "What is
That looks
this?"
awesome, Alan.
I'm happy with
Yeah,
him.
it does. Actually, I think he's probably one of my most favorite customs that you've done. In all
And you did it
seriousness,
on the
like he
live.
looks rad.
Yeah.
I opened the figure during the live, and I painted the head during the live. I touched up the paint on the body too to blend it in a little better. But yeah, I think he's good.
Hey Oz, when your sister reaches out to you and you're going to a con to get something, do you tell her, "Hell no, I ain't getting shit. I can't believe you asked me"?
How
Is that what
dare
you say?
Now I will
Anyway.
be, because that might be the next time I hear from her.
Yeah.
K-Roll calls Oz, and Oz is like, "Who is this again?"
Yeah.
New
Right.
phone. Who dis?
The phone
Yeah,
is-
You only talk to me when I'm going to cons.
Or on live.
All right.
Yeah.
So, well, now
yeah.
she might be reaching out to you, Curtis, because she says she wants them extra. She wants them extra bits.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I'll have to find them. I don't know
So,
where I've
yeah,
got them.
so
They're definitely
reach out
around
to
here
DMs.
somewhere.
Gang, I'm going to head over
Right.
to my house. I have either I'm going fishing tomorrow or I'm going to DFW JoeFest. I haven't figured that out yet. But
Oh, go to the DFW. John Emerald Knight's going to be there. Radnom's going to be there. Just Jeff, who was in the chat earlier, is going to be there.
Mhm.
Yeah, so go on
John
there.
John was there
And,
Friday. I know he had a car problem today. He had to get something replaced. I don't know whether he's going to go back on Sunday or not. Yeah. He was going to go and scout for Delta 17 purposes and see whether it was worth getting a table next year for us. So, yeah.
that
So
looks like
Curtis
Sid
put a
Haig and
captain's-
Skeletor had a baby.
That's what
Yeah,
I was
this is-
thinking. Like, it's definitely a Captain Spaulding head.
One of the artists in our community, David Williams. This is a head sculpt of his head, and he did the paint job on it as well. So I picked that up from him at the West Coast Mythic meetup, and I thought it was perfect for this body. So that's why I'm not using any of those other parts. So
Right? Yeah, I see that.
Again, you guys are awesome. Have a great night.
Have a good
Hey,
night,
Alan,
Alan.
since you're
Yeah,
going to be at
my brother.
Alan, since you're going to be at DFW.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I need
Alan,
some
I'm going to
vehicles,
need
yeah.
you to pick up.
I'm willing to bet anything good at DFW was also at JoeFest. So see you guys.
Considering a lot of
Yeah.
the vendors drove straight over from JoeFest, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
That's
I'm
what we're
just gonna
doing.
go to
2017
Guys,
next
I'm
year,
gonna
right?
pop off
company.
of here. I'm gonna go mobile.
Time
All right, all three of us just spoke.
Darkness.
Yeah, cover your mouth like this. Time to go mobile.
Time to roll out.
Hey, speaking of British film actors,
Mm.
has anybody seen 28 Years Later?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
I don't
Not yet.
remember if
I'm
I've seen
interested.
8 days later.
Dude.
How long it'll take me to watch it 28 years later.
Man, 28 Days Later is one of my top 5 favorite movies of all time.
Really?
28 Weeks
Yeah,
Later,
it's a good one.
kind of, it's not.
It wasn't doing it as much for me. There was
But
something
28
that,
years
like,
later is all the original guys back. It's Danny Boyle, it's Cillian Murphy, like it's.
I'm gonna have to
but-
rewatch them
but it came out
beforehand
last
to
weekend,
refresh
so
my
I-
memory.
About just 28 days. Sandra
28
Bullock.
Days, great
Yeah,
film.
yeah.
Sandra Bullock, one of her
28
best
Days,
roles.
the one that started the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a really
Prequel.
weird trilogy.
Then there was
If
the what was
you've
it?
never seen 28 Days Later, and you like zombie movies, it's one of the best, if not the best zombie movie.
I love it that the zombies are. I mean, it's like it's not one of those. I mean, they're
Yeah,
gonna
they're
catch.
fast.
They're going to catch your ass. Yeah.
That's what. Yeah.
Love it.
Without ruining it for anybody. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I don't like
it's
fast
like
zombies.
25 years ago that movie came out. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
zombies are fast. And that
Yeah,
was
they
the
are.
first thing in that movie where so the first scene where you see zombies in that movie is in a church and it's a priest.
Mhm.
And he
Mhm.
fucking sprints across a church at this guy.
Mm.
And you're
Oh my
like,
God,
what? This is not
man.
Night of the Living Dead.
Now I can't
No,
watch
not
the
at
movie.
all.
Thanks, Adam.
There's no humor to it.
Yeah, way to ruin it, Adam.
Way to ruin the movie.
Oh, there's
Adam.
humor to it,
Well, yeah,
There
is.
ain't
There is.
some. There's some funny parts.
but there's a whole lot
so-
of awesomeness to it.
Troy
Agreed.
is asking, is there a Four Horsemen event in California, Sacramento coming up?
There will
yeah,
be
May,
another
like
one
10
next
months
year.
away.
Yeah.
Right. There will definitely be another West Coast Mythic meetup. They're going to keep that going. I'm not as familiar with enough of California to know distances.
Yeah.
I don't think there's
So,
another one in California. There is
San
Four
Diego
Horsemen are-
Comic Con.
well, yeah, they're gonna be
I don't
at
think
San
they're gonna
Diego
be-
Comic Con, but I don't know if they're going to be I don't know if they have a
I don't
table.
think they're going to have. Yeah, I don't think it's like
Yeah.
a retail table. I think it's them
Yeah.
going off to show off what they've got going on and
Yeah.
try to reach out. But it
They
doesn't
will
hurt
be
to
at
still check them
Designer
out.
Con, same kind of situation. And I
Mhm.
know Blake on Off World, he has just been, I guess, dubbed the what is it, Northwestern Mythic Meetup, something or another, to where he's going to do something next year in like Washington or Oregon or something like that. So
Oh,
there's
nice.
going to be some sort of event next year. I think it's somewhere around like April, May timeframe. So there is some more stuff coming to the West Coast, but specifically in California, probably gonna have to wait till whatever that is, like next May for the California meetup. So yeah. Awesome.
Awesome. Yeah. So I said I was going mobile, but my computer's freaking out. I'll be back, guys.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take off, but appreciate everybody.
Yeah.
I'll catch y'all later.
Later, Curtis.
Yeah. Kenzo, kick your ass later.
All right, buddy.
Yeah.
I'll see you there.
Oh man, I feel like this is the most drama-filled clubhouse I've been a part of.
Dude, I
This has been fun.
I don't mean that to start anything up.
So hold on, Van was back in the chat. Did everything get squared up, or no?
Who gives a shit? Like,
Like there was no need for it. There was no justification on him.
It was a pointless conversation in the first place.
Doing what he did.
Well,
So it's hard to say what was going on there.
and it kind of seemed like and I might be wrong, but it kind of seemed like, oh well, I made this video as a joke, and then it was like, wait a minute, that wasn't a joke at all. Like the way it was presented to us was like, no, when you're not being okay, that's what the video was for, and it's just like, no, you don't even seem like that's okay. Like, I don't know. I don't know homeboy, but like, yeah, I don't know.
He had a great talk with me at JoeFest about how he gets that way, and I thought that maybe it's
I'm
in the
doing
past
this.
now.
I'm gonna do this real quick.
Yep, go ahead.
And I was just going off of this, so
amazing.
I was
But
just
it's
going off
magnetic
the,
too, right?
yeah, this part I just did this and then the head. And the reason I did the head was because I actually have the original one also.
Yeah.
And I have those magnets. But this one I scanned from the Mondo and I just like it so much better.
Yeah.
And it sits on it real nicely. And then the arms are just regular vintage articulation.
Yeah.
But yeah, once I get the head done, I'm gonna try to do the airbrushing like Mondo did. So should look okay.
Do you do your own modeling too, or do you just get?
I can Frankenstein stuff. Like if somebody makes something, I can put two different parts together to make. Like I did the old like I did this one all by myself. Like it was the actual Modi, and then there was a torso, and then I was able to figure out a way to connect it on the computer before I printed it.
Right.
And then I actually have it to where I made the jaw still articulating.
Are those like playable figures? Like,
If what I do is I'll do the torso and the head, and then I'll use Origin's parts on the arms and the legs and torso, or on the body, I mean. But up here, it's just going to be printed. Everything else will be standard articulation.
And that's soft enough that the arms will plug in?
Well, yeah, and what I'll end up doing is I'll make sure and have a good drill bit in there, and I'll make sure it fits.
I got one like that too, where like I was able to print an Origins body. Yeah. The neck doesn't articulate. The neck barbell doesn't articulate. But like you can just drill out the hole so the arms fit in and the pelvis fits in and the head fits on it.
And the same thing with the other ones. If the head prints, like a lot of people that do the designs, if they do it for like Mythics or they do it for a different company, I usually just do that hot glue trick with the cellophane. You put the cellophane over the figure and then shoot the hot glue in there, push it over, and then take it off, and it mold after it cools because it molds to the peg that you're putting it on. So and it does really good. So
I bought a 3D course a while ago, and I've since realized that I'm pretty sure I'm dyslexic and can't learn that way.
It's not easy, dude.
I feel like I'm someone who, like, if you're right there with me and say, do this, do this, do this.
Yeah.
And then the cogs will click. And once the cogs click, I'm good. And you fuck off and I'll figure it out. But I just haven't gotten that cog to click yet. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you use like Blender's insanely hard. Mesh Mixer is what I use because it's a lot more user friendly. Blender I have not learned Blender yet. I have Nomad Sculpt on my tablet, which is another one that's kind of hard. But
I've heard that Fusion 360 is relatively user easy, but again, having no bases.
Yeah,
I don't
easy
know
for
where
what?
to start.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, so. But you can get a free version, and like you have something to start with. So you might be able to go on there and figure it out and be like, oh, this is relatively easy. And so you got the same head sculpt. Yeah. I figured you did.
I was proud of the eyes on this one.
Yeah, see, I literally just did the beads just because I'm not good.
I did the darker. I tried to look at his picture to get the hair closer to him.
Whenever I do one of these, I try to think like, what would Mattel do, and try to keep it like.
Most of the time I do that, but yeah, this time I was like, I'll try it.
Right, yeah. But no, fun. I just I don't know. I feel like if I get the hang of
did you get the Dolph one also?
I did. I get the whole pack. I just haven't printed a Dolph one yet. I did print the sword. The other sword they had was awesome.
Beautiful, ain't it?
Like, and I think this is just one he made up, but it's beautiful.
Here's it painted right here.
Oh, yeah.
It's got the H on there, and then
I
there's
gotta
the.
tell you, that is one of the best looking power sword sculpts I have
he did, or
seen.
the movie one?
Yeah, they did a.
Just both of them, to be honest, they're
Ujibu
both
did
great.
good, man. He did great.
Yeah, he does.
He never disappoints. He really doesn't.
Like, I reached out to him when I was doing this, and I was like, "Hey, I'm letting you know that like I'm doing this. I'm doing it for a video, but I'm referencing you. I'm letting them know where to go. I'm putting your Instagram and your Patreon in the description. I'm sending people there, so it's not like I'm."
Well, you can do it anyway. I do it. I just tag it. I don't tell them.
Right. Oh, great. But I it's just me. I'd rather reach out to you and say, "Hey, I'm doing this."
Yeah.
I'm not going to stop doing it if you say
I'm gonna do it.
I'll
Anyway.
throw their picture up in the video. I put their little picture in the corner. Shit, say who made it.
Right. But and he was like, "Oh my God, thank you so much. Like, feel free to tag me as a collaborator on Instagram for any of it." Blah blah. I'm like, okay, and so I did, and I sent them as soon as the video went live. I sent them the link. I sent them the pictures of it before I did it.
Teddy, is that the red glow in the dark?
Yep.
Oh.
That's beautiful.
Bud,
Dude,
if
did you ever end up getting any of
orgasming,
those?
take yourself off screen.
Did you ever get any cubic resins on sale that I sent you?
No, you know what, dude? I ended up because I had some of the Sunlu is so cheap all the time, $13 all the time anyway. And I got all the glow. I just got in some orange glow, and I'm gonna try that next. So I did that. So I did this one in blue. I did it in the pink also, and then I did it in the green, and now I got a orange, and I'll do this in an orange also. I might do it as like a giveaway, as like a member giveaway or something.
Can you
Obviously,
that glow in the dark stuff you were talking about?
Yeah, budget. It was the orange one I just got. It was like $15 for a liter.
the orange.
Yeah.
Print off a set.
First one I'm doing is a faker armor, and
Yeah,
I was gonna say
Stinkor armor.
Stinkor too. Yeah.
And then you can paint some like glow in the dark green into it too, and it could be like leaking sewage like armor that glows. So it's like
that would be
radioactive.
cool. Now,
Yeah.
And you know what I did for Alan? What I did for Alan from Eternity of Dreams? I did a Stinkor Modi. A Stinkor Modi, and I printed it in extra large. And when I did the spray paint, I put patchouli in the black. So when I sprayed it black, my whole house stunk like patchouli. But that's Stinkor,
right? Hey,
and he
that's
loved it.
Gonna be Stinkor, right? So Kenzo,
Because his
what I'm
whole
gonna
area
say,
was nothing but Stinkor. So
if you're getting some orange glow in the dark paint, I'm going to ask you the most important question. Everything that everybody else just mentioned doesn't matter. You're getting orange glow in the dark paint. Can we please get?
You mean resin?
Resin.
Yeah.
Can we please get a disco Skeletor that glows?
Yeah.
that would be perfect, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Right. We all know that's my favorite freaking Skeletor, Kenny. I know you're in that same boat with me.
Yeah, dude. I have a
that
Mondo
was-
one. Love it.
Sorry. Just the coolest freaking Skeletor.
Has someone made a 3D print of the cartoon collection Skeletor head where you can pop off the faces?
Not that I know of.
Not that I've seen. I haven't seen anybody do the face
I
print.
feel like you could cast
Print the hood in glow in the dark purple, print the face in orange, and then you of course paint on the green and stuff. But that way, like the whole thing could glow in like different colors.
Right.
So the one resin I've been using it's literally called like ABS, where it's flexible. I mean, it's not like
it's not tough resin flexible, but it's
not like this, like actual ABS plastic where I can twist and stuff like that, but it has flex, and you can make armors and stuff out of it. But
Yeah.
You can't like do this. I don't know what Kenny found, but
Corey, can you flick your bean again like that, please, on screen for everybody?
Yes.
Yeah, just flick that a little bit more. Yeah. Ooh.
Oz likes that. Oz likes that now that he's outside in the dark and no one can see what he's doing.
Nobody can see what I'm really doing back here.
Yeah.
All right, real quick. We got to give big props and kudos to this man here. Steve.
You the man, Steve.
Thank you for joining us tonight, brother. I got your big screen because we're giving you a huge shout out. You really, really helped pull everything together, getting Ken, Mega J, and myself down to JoeFest. Oh, you got the angel? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was really, really good, brother. Thank you again for everything. Had a blast with you all weekend.
Yeah, that was fun, man. It was good to see you like in real life. That was awesome. Thank you.
Right? Yeah, meeting up, hanging out.
Was very good. Was very good.
Sehr gut. Ja.
Ja, das ist sehr gut. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Ich lerne in Schule, aber meine Deutsch ist nicht sehr gut. Du bist
It's
eine
kleine Deutsche.
No.
Huh?
I haven't spoken it fluently in a long time. That's why I said, like, I got to talk with David, Motu Origins Cork, and Sonny more and try to brush up on the old German, but I'm never in a situation where I can use it anymore.
The old Deutsch, yeah, we can spazieren sometime.
Yeah, lots of feeling.
Yeah.
So, do I take it that you went to go see the Lilo and Stitch movie? Is that you got the Hawaiian shirt on? You got the angel?
No, we're all putting it off because of the family event that used to be like our family movie.
Got you.
So we're just kind of like, not yet. Maybe later.
Yeah, dude,
So-
I get it.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I love all these plastic things and Lilo and Stitch and Wally and stuff like that. I've definitely got a collection of all that. I like getting into the ridiculous, like SpongeBob and some other things, Robo Bears and whatever else.
Hey, man, that's the kind of stuff that helps us stay young, really. Young
Yeah.
at heart, because our bodies certainly gave up on us a while ago.
Speak
Brick
for
is
yourself,
back.
Oz.
Squid Game is good stuff, and he
Just- I
also
just started.
compliments the Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah, I need
Thank
to
you, sir.
get on that.
Yeah.
Steve, glad you made it back safe. I know your trip was a bit longer than the rest of ours. Ooh.
Nice. Yeah, I wrote down the kilometers. So it was 7,430 kilometers driven there and back. So in
in
miles,
just a few days.
In less than a week. Jesus, that's brutal.
right? So I got an oil change before I left, and now that I got back, I got to do another oil change. It's like holy
Need
shit!
a whole other oil
That's
change.
40. That's 4,600 miles.
Is it? Oh my
Yeah.
You
Corey, it's
don't
not as
need
much.
new hoses. Hopefully
Glow
again.
in the dark. And this is a glow in the dark.
Nice.
It's nice, yeah, pliable.
It's the glow in the dark portion of the show. I'm happy.
When you blow on it, does it spin though?
You know what? It's funny because if you print it in ABS and not, or if you print it in the FDM and not the resin, it does.
Okay.
But the resin, it obviously it kind of sticks. I probably, if I heat it up, I might be able to break the resin seal on it. But actually, Alpin Flicked, the guy I always chat with about printing and stuff, he printed it in FDM, and he's like, "Look, dude, it spins if you print it in the other style." So,
yeah, Kenny, it probably would. I mean, like that's what the thing that
I just don't want to crack it off,
Right. It's like 50-50 that you just break the support and not break the main support.
Just that little bit. Come on, Dave. Go on.
All right. So
we went. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. You gotta show. You gotta make contact.
Broke it.
There's that show I didn't show in my post.
Oh, sorry. That Jessica
Yes,
Rabbit?
right.
We're gonna get a collab with Thanos this Wednesday.
Balls.
Possibly. I told him that it matches up well with our body type. Man, the skin tone just like perfect.
Oz, is it windy out where you are?
No,
Oh, sorry, that's me.
Oh.
You're
Jesus Christ, bud.
I appreciate you being on top of that, Ed. What the fuck
That's
was
still
that
from
noise?
seeing my sword.
So earlier tonight, we were asked a question. We've got some more people who were at JoeFest that weren't here when that question was going around. Let's start with Ken. Ken, you've had a lot of teachable moments, but what was your favorite moment of JoeFest?
Oh man. You know what? I'm not gonna.
Sunday night was Ken's favorite of JoeFest.
Yeah. Definitely not Sunday.
No.
Definitely not the shot where I fell on my back. You know what? Let's go with something nice and wholesome. How about the Action Force Sea Lion that I picked up? How about that?
There you
Hold
go.
on, guys. Let me find you. I'll bring it up.
There you go. I got this from the UK/Ireland sellers booth. A gentleman named Trent gifted me a O-ring Rocky Balboa figure.
That's
And he
awesome.
made a custom based on the unproduced Rocky Balboa figure. And then Ray Murphy sold me his custom 6-inch version of Rooster.
Hell yeah.
Oh, no kidding.
Now, hey Ken, in that video you did, was the guy you bought the Action Force from? That was his childhood one. Is that what he was saying?
Said? Yeah. Christopher was saying that this was actually from his personal collection from when he was a kid. I was like, wow.
Damn.
But it kind of makes sense because some of the stickers that are on mine, like I showed Jim from Blood for the Baron, and he said that some of the stickers that were on there were not actually from the box of the Sea Lion. There was a separate sticker set you could get in like a mail-in or a magazine or something like that. And then there was some stickers there, and he put those on here, which is kind of cool. Now it's considered error because that's not how the blueprints say they're supposed to be.
Right.
But the stickers say Sea Lion on it, so it's clearly meant for it. You know what I mean? It's almost like they had an alternate sticker set that was meant for it that wasn't part of this. And that's what's on here, which is actually kind of cool. So yeah. Chris said it was his from childhood.
That's
awesome. And Ken, I have to say I did quite enjoy your video. That was actually really good, really well done, especially considering where you're at mentally and physically after all that. You did really well. You did really
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ken. I was worried because my voice was kind of shot the entire time. Like I could hear.
Expected though, it's kind of. You did great. It was good. It was a good video.
Yeah. No, thank you, boys. Yeah, I got back. I was not in a good space Monday and Tuesday, but I just started clipping things together until I could talk, and then I started doing the voiceover. I just couldn't stop myself. I just really, really wanted to get it out. So
yeah,
it was so much fun, right? And Steve, we killed it that weekend. Like we had.
Oh, that was busy. Yeah.
Yeah,
there was always people at your table unless it was
make
before
great
the show.
Yeah.
We had a bit of a break on Saturday, and I was almost happy about it. It's like, holy shit, that's a bit much.
Yeah. But now we know next year, close the table for at least one day and just go shop for stuff for people who send you text messages for
for people who only reach out to you when they know you're going to a con.
Yeah, especially when you've already said I'm not bringing anything back. Then you get there and they ask anyway, and you're like, "Didn't we just have this conversation?"
It's like I've got enough stuff to bring back anyway.
Oh, that's
look at this.
Look at that.
Ooh. Yeah, I dig it. On the picture is like the splinter camouflage, but the one that I got, like you see the triangular shaped geometrical camouflage, but the one that I got is like the sprayed camo. So I got the rare box, but the regular
play set.
Yeah, but one of these days I'm gonna get that splinter set because I am my favorite type of camouflage. I did one of my Jeeps. The first Jeep that I spray painted, I used professional tools. Was a Swedish splinter, so I did that to my Cherokee. But
If there's one item that rivals the Robo Skull in terms of most desirable Action Force item, that might be the one, Steve. And I think you have both the figures for the two. You got Jammer and Gaucho.
No, it was supposed to come with it, but they couldn't get it in time. They thought they were going to get it, and
Okay.
No, which was okay because it was a bit easier on the wallet that way. It was going to be quite a bit more with the figures. So
Okay.
Right.
No, it is because Gaucho just costs way too much, and Jammer's gone way up in
Yep.
price too.
So I brought up Brick's earlier comment saying congrats to Delta 17 on having a freaking busy ass weekend. Because that's really the important part when you're renting that much space. You want to make sure you do high sales, you can make all that
Yep.
rent money back. Plus, just the amount of people coming up, it shows the reach that Delta 17 has gotten over the last year. Just the fact that you still had this many more people coming up this year and buying stuff, and even like the new, having the hailstorm at the table because that's going to bring new people in. Even the doing the tan camo on the battle pack. God, those figures look so good.
I'll tell you, Delta 17 having people cosplay as them and making custom
Right.
figures from their
Right.
characters. It's
Toy
crazy
line's
stuff,
been out
man.
for a year,
That's crazy
and
stuff.
you've got people doing cosplays for Thunder Battalion.
right,
Friggin'
I know.
awesome.
That was pretty cool.
I know. Well, I'm glad from your guys' perspective that the booth did look busy, and it wasn't just us trying to hype ourselves or anything like that. That it was really
you guys,
busy. So
there was a reason that I wasn't coming over and talking to you guys more at the booth
Because you didn't
you
want to
guys
work.
had to do what you had to do.
yeah.
And really, when I was standing over at the AWOC booth, it was just, okay, whoever's free at the time. And I definitely walked away every time there was potential sales to be made because I know my friends are there and they're still going to be there all weekend with me. But they're there to work. I'm there to hang out. So,
Yeah.
But Brick also mentions, and I got to agree with him, the Action Force version looks way cooler than the American version when it comes to the base. Yeah, it definitely does. It just hits a whole different level. Wait a minute,
That's
is this
cool.
a plain rooster?
This is from Matt LaCroix.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, Matthew LaCroix. So he's doing in World War II, the Airborne, 101st Airborne.
Yeah.
They all shaved mohawks and put on war paint and stuff like that. I forget the main guy who was their leader. Very famous dude, but that's supposed to be him.
Winters, right?
Wasn't Dick Winters, was it?
Yeah, it was Winters. Well, he
was the
wasn't-
main guy. He wasn't Band of Brothers main guy, but I don't know if he's the 101st Airborne main guy overall. But he was the Band
eventually.
of Brothers.
He started with Easy Company and worked his way all the way up throughout the war during field promotions.
He did, but he got to the head of. I don't think he got to the head of the actual airborne division, though. I think he got to the head of
for 101st
the battalion, maybe the battalion.
Yeah, but I don't think it was part of this specific squad that that did this sort of radical look, right? It was
No, they didn't.
Squad.
They did that for intimidation. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and since John brings up the cops thing, I did get the Marshall Sundown from Chicken Fried Toys. So this is the 4-inch scale one.
Yeah, that looked good. I almost picked that up.
Yeah.
Didn't you get the prototype, or was that Crash that got the prototype 6-inch of the Marshall or whatever it was? Oh, you're talking about Crash. I'm talking about Brave Star here. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah. No. And the funny thing is, people always say that figures are too expensive at $25, right? This was not only $35, but I paid with no hesitation whatsoever.
Right.
Right.
I mean, it really comes down to what you feel it's worth, and that's the thing. If people aren't feeling that 25 is worth it,
yeah.
Well,
but this was 35, and I wanted to support JE. Right?
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, the modern Eagle Force is what, 25 on BBTS for the Eagle Force from Fresh Monkey Fiction. Those are usually 25. The Chicken Fried Toys, it's the normal price now.
Standard, yeah, and they're limited runs.
Thank you,
too.
Jordan.
Yep.
But that stuff kind of works itself out in the end too, though. Like it just because bulletproof, because John mentioned bulletproof, which I'm super hyped for.
Oh hell yeah, that looked good.
And then talking to Bill about like what else he wants to do, and talking to Bill about, or basically saying to Bill like, but what are you gonna do with the tooling? He's like, it's effectively a one and done. So most of those cops characters and the crooks are like one and done.
Right. There's not a lot of reuse or shared
But
parts.
they're pricing them the same price as the Monster Force figures.
Yes. Mhm.
But if you, so this is just kind of an inside baseball thing, and I mean, like Steve, Ken, you guys know how this works. Like, you kind of just you go, okay, what's all the stuff that we want to do, and how do we sort of get away with it? So valuation of like the Monster Force stuff, yeah, maybe they could sell them for 36 or 37, but if they sell them for 40, they can make Cops and Crooks at 40 and not take a loss because they're making
They're
a few more
balancing it.
$4 on one.
Yeah.
So when people
Police.
go, which is to say that, like, when people look at one specific figure and they go, well, that one should be cheaper because it's smaller, it has less
Yeah.
accessories or whatever.
Right.
They're missing the point of like the line or the company or whatever.
Yeah, that
Like,
was a complaint about Dracula with the book one from
yeah,
Force, right?
a couple sets of hands and a sword.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Mhm.
dude, you get 37 accessories with the like vampire troop
Yeah.
builder.
Right, with
Right.
the
But
army
it's the
builder
same-
stuff.
Yeah.
Same with like Super 7 doing like Snarfer. And people are like, well, it's tiny compared to like the other $55 figure. I'm not
Yeah.
justifying the price, but I will say that like that cost is sort of
Spread out.
Yeah.
spread out across the one that costs more and the one that costs less. Like,
And
Yeah,
if you're
'cause
going
I
to get
mean-
a Snarfer, you're going to get the rest. You're not just going to get Snarfer, right?
Yeah, no, I don't
Exactly.
think anybody was like, oh my God, if I don't get anybody else from this toy line, I need Snarf. Like, that's not how that works.
And not even
$40
Snarf,
for
Snarfer.
bulletproof is
Yeah,
a
yeah.
phenomenal price. Soft goods, they're not going to be able to use that tooling again. Like,
No,
Even
they're
Robo was
not.
saying that this morning in his weekly rewind. That
I thought for sure it was going to be $50, $55.
Something along those lines, yeah.
Andrew Davis, watch the video.
Yes. Yeah, seriously, go watch the video.
Or ask me for the time timestamp.
I even brought up that story earlier tonight. You may not have been in the chat at the time. I think it was before you popped in tonight.
Yeah, I was
that
probably
was,
driving.
that was the best. I'm at the bar. Ken walks up to me, goes, "Guess what? I should have gone into the wrong bathroom this time because I opened the door and Andrew Davis is standing there ready to take me out as soon as I walked into the men's room."
Yeah.
Also, Ken's
That's great.
Ken's perfect punk camouflage. Just stand behind a plant, guys. Just
Oh
you
my
don't even have
God.
to have
Just
camo
walking
on
down
to
the
blend
hallway.
in. Just stand behind the plant. Punk can't see you.
That played perfectly. The way I
The
timed
crazy
it when
thing
I
is, is that Ken and I were standing in the hallway talking, and then Punk said something to me, and Ken went and hid, and Punk still didn't see him until after he came out from behind the bush.
That's funny.
Yeah, the way that played, that was one take. I did not ask Punk to like reshoot that or anything.
No, that was legit.
That was Ed saw it. It was absolutely legit. Like I timed it so that like I pressed record and started talking, and like 2 seconds later, Punk's like, "Hey, where's Ken?" I'm like, "Oh my God." Like, how is it playing out so perfectly? The Andrew Davis one, I'll admit, when I went into the bathroom, that was legit. That was legit the reaction. But I asked him, "Hey, can I reshoot that one?" Just because
Well, yeah,
it's too
'cause
funny.
nobody
I
walks
want to
into
get
the
that one
bathroom
on film.
camera.
Because nobody walks to the camera with a bathroom on. But yeah,
I mean,
that
some
one,
never
that one
walk
I
into the
said,
camera with the
people
bathroom
get
on.
kicked out of the hotel.
yes, that one I said we need to recapture that one, but because it was still fresh on his mind, we were able to reenact it. So
Yeah.
anyway.
K-Dog brings up that Punk's visual acuity, much like a T-Rex, is based on movement.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mind you, there is no evidence to prove that a T-Rex's visual acuity is based on movement, and they definitely have clarified that within the books and within the movies later. Like, oh yeah, no, he's going on some bad info, and then people got eaten.
Then they're all dead. Adam,
Ah,
are
the
we getting
Jurassic Park
Nightshade in
movies are
that group, in that toy line? Nightshade was always my favorite in that card.
I don't know. I didn't ask about specific names. I
Right.
intentionally, I know that nobody wants to specifically give names, right? So I strategically, what are we, like 4 hours in? I could probably share
Yeah,
what
we're
I
4.5
asked,
hours
what
in. Go ahead.
No
Honestly,
one's
the fact
paying
there's still
attention.
33 people watching at this point surprises me. So
Bill's vision, Bill's dream was that it would be like one cop and one crook per wave.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, that's fair. I think that's pretty decent.
yeah, but Bulletproof had been sort of like shown, and everybody had sort of seen it, and they really wanted to gauge the market by releasing sort of one.
Right.
And it was sort of one of those things where, like, if you release one, you know that everybody that kind of backs it right away is going to back whatever you do next.
Yeah.
Like because you're not guaranteed a line, you're not guaranteed a bad guy, you're not guaranteed anything. You just want the IP bad enough that you'll back that figure, or so that was sort of like Bill's logic, from my understanding. And so again, from my understanding, the next offering will be a crook. And then if that is as successful as the cop, then the next thing that comes up could be a cop and a crook.
Yeah, well, they showed
And
off
going forward, it could be cop and crook.
They showed off the bad robot, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it's next, but they did show that off. That's.
Now, who's the main? Was it Boss Man? What's his the
big boss?
Big Boss is
Oh,
the
yeah.
main bad guy.
I feel really bad for those guys at Fresh Monkey Fiction. I was talking to Bill, and I said, "Listen, I don't care that it's taking whatever time it's taking to get the figures out, right? Because I love the Monster Force line." And as soon as I said anything, he's like, "I'm really sorry that it's taking so long to get." I'm like, "I don't care how long it takes to get out, right?" So they must be just getting pounded on how long it's like the delay in releasing the figures and stuff. I was like,
everyone is.
I just want to know like when they're going to hit, so I know to have the money
Yeah.
in my bank account ready to go, because I have a shit ton of it on pre-order.
That's all the emails that come through right now are like, "Where's my stuff?"
Yeah,
like you're not paying attention, are you? Like you just have you're just oblivious to, to like not only like the situation of the world,
right?
But like you're not paying attention to like every brand's updates, because there's emails going out, there's Instagram posts, Facebook posts, website
for
posts,
Hailstorm on Delta 17. When I put an update saying we will have it available by the end of the month, and that is my post, one of the first comments I'll get is, "Hey Ken, when are they available?"
Yeah,
I'll think to myself, is this guy trolling? And I'll ignore it. Then I'll get a private message saying, when are we going to get them? I'm like, as
they're
per
not
the
trolling.
post,
They're just
as per the post,
ignorant.
blah blah blah, right?
Yeah,
I'm just
they're
like,
just
it's
genuinely
the first
ignorant.
line in the post, right? It's just like they need to be, they're spoon feeding, and then I don't know. There's like spoon feeding, and they don't want to eat it, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, like I think about this a lot, because it's something I deal with every day.
K Dog's here. Sorry, I forgot to say hi.
Hey, K-Dog. K-Dog.
The reality is, it's just because people want cool toys, and if you're providing, if you're supplying people with cool toys, they get angry when you can't supply them with enough cool toys fast enough.
Speaking of cool toys,
that's a really privileged position to be in.
2 years in a row now, Adam, I have passed on Tanger because it's too big to go into the luggage.
I am going to make sure that it sells out so that you never get one.
You're supposed to bail me out, not kick.
You're supposed to message me and
Ken
ask
wanted it for
one.
his son.
I could have got you one.
He wanted it for his son.
What
That's
did,
not very nice.
but what did we say? But what did we say earlier about messaging people to ask for stuff?
You could have talked to me in person and asked for one.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Ken,
That's
what
true.
about asking you when you're already home? Hey, so could I get one of those 2-packs? You're home now. I'm not
Yeah, what am I
asking you
supposed to do
after the call.
now?
I'm asking you since you're home now.
You know what?
Hey,
If
now
you
that
want
you're
one of
home
those
from the con,
2-packs,
can you
there's
get me
this
that
cool
figure that was
site called
at the con a week ago?
Delta17toys.com.
Yeah, but I want Ken's. No,
Oh, okay. That's a different story. That's a different story.
it's touched greatness. I want Ken. No.
It should be ready by 10:30 Pacific time tomorrow for order on the site.
Ken, I'll get you a Tanger. Send me a message and remind me. I'll get you a Tanger.
So I just want to say, K-Dog's on screen now. Now, the reason I backed off and jumped off screen, I was trying to look for the last message, the last time I invited K-Dog on, And I'm scrolling down through my Instagram, and I got tired of scrolling, so I jumped back on. I was going to say live, K-Dog, send me a message so I could shoot you the link.
I took care of it.
Motherfucker's already here. Son of a bitch.
I had a chat window with him open from like an hour ago. So
got you.
I just sent another message to your Instagram, Oz.
I appreciate that. That way it'll bounce it back up to the top for me. Because over the last week, especially with communicating with different people who were at JoeFest, like my comments are just flooded throughout the top of the list. And then I got to scroll. And I'm like, shit, when was the last time K-Dog was on? Because he only ever messages me when he wants to come on. No.
Just or he wants you to get something at the con for him, right?
Yeah. You know, he wants
that flag.
Yeah.
You know, all the big cons that I hit every year. I gotta say, I've actually done
Oz
pretty
walked from
decent.
Baltimore to Augusta, so he wasn't going to be able to carry that flag home with him.
See, I knew Ed watched my videos.
Yes, he did. Yep, because he got the me walking portion of that video that we recorded.
Thanks for watching, guys. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to me.
Brother, I wasn't gonna miss out on it. I definitely was watching that while I was getting ready to, jump on Let's Go Off World last night. I'm like,
I like to document the stuff. Just preserve the memory. You know what I mean?
I got to see Punk's JoeFest walkthrough before JoeFest was even over. So I mean,
you're right. You were along for most of his walkthrough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. JoeFest needs to be longer because it was such
know,
a blur.
dude,
Like it was such a blur. Like I felt like all I did was run the entire time from one end of the freaking thing to the other.
Look,
It's just like
I will say this, and I'm going to say
it doesn't need to be longer.
Yeah, I enjoyed JoeFest more than I enjoyed PowerCon, and more than I enjoyed Legions Con. Now, a lot of people may be surprised to hear me say I enjoyed it more than Legions Con.
We got to screenshot this. Hold on.
I'm
pretty
surprised about that one. Hold on. No, very different energy.
It definitely is a different energy. It's got a very similar feel of like the close-knit community.
Yeah.
But when I was at Legions Con again, it was definitely more Mythic Legions and then Legions adjacent kind of thing. And I had my Mythic family, while I was down at, while I was down in Augusta, because, again, Purple Gang was there. Big Dub, got to see Jeremy for a bit and talk with him. Terrence, of course. Not only did I get to see Terrence, but getting to see Gina and getting to see Liam again after like 2 years. That was really cool. We didn't have to protect Liam from any crackheads this time around, which was even cooler. As a matter of fact, I think we were more worried about Willie wandering off with a crackhead. Just we had to look out for Willie. He was a little spent. And then
he's a good kid.
Yeah, he is a good kid. He really is. He was trying to work his butt off at the table for you guys too.
He was amazing.
Which
really good.
that was definitely really awesome to see. Even after he showed up late, was it Sunday morning, real late? But it was still a good time.
One of those days, I was outside having a smoke out the front lobby, and little Willie comes out the door, and he's like, "Man, I was working my ass off. Steve said I had to go take a break." He's like all bummed out that you made him go take a break. I was like,
he's so mad he wanted to work more. The youth and like of work. It's amazing.
Right. Yeah,
Every convention,
he was great.
at every convention, I try to propose like, hey, we should schedule it so that everybody gets like 2 or 3 hours where they can like go and walk the floor and like actually like see what the convention is like.
Right.
And every convention we agree, we never do it. We're always like, we just want to be at the table.
Yeah.
And,
right.
Like, and I'm sure it's the same for you guys at the table. The Delta 17 table, where it's like the best part is like talking about the toy company that you love, and so you're kind of like you run off to like go grab something, and you're like, I want to look at other stuff, but like at the same time, really just want to like go and talk about my
toys
favorite
with all
thing
these
at the
people,
show,
right?
Like,
Yeah, basically, I'd go to the bathroom and I'd buy like 2 things on the way there, and then I'd run back. It's just
Yeah, exactly.
First thing I see. That's cool. What is that? How much you want? $3? Okay, cool. Here, go.
Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, I mean, like, I gotta go up to the room to get like a water or a snack or whatever. I'll be right back, and
Yeah.
I'd stop at one table on my way, and then
Yeah.
you do that like 3-4 times. But you'd never we all, like I said, we all agreed. We're like, oh, we'll take a break, and I'd go to a table, and I'd feel like I was there for too long, and then I'd go back, and then I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry I took so long. And they're like, didn't you just go to the bathroom? Like, what? You've been gone for like 11 minutes. Be like,
right.
Yeah, that's like 9 minutes longer than I thought I should be gone.
Right. Yeah. No, we had some great guys at our table. Holy cow. Amazing people that were
You
working
guys had a
hard.
small army.
Yeah. We had
They needed that army.
Yeah. And I had to force them to like go enjoy yourself. And they're like,
Yeah.
no, man. And I'm like, do it now, orders, right? Go
You
have
never
a
told me.
smoke.
You never told me to take a break or
They come
to
up with
enjoy
a name
myself.
for the
You were
dope.
never
get a
at the
break, Ken.
table, Ken.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, because I was out. That's true. I was out
You
making
took
side
everybody
deals.
else's breaks.
That's
Yeah,
true.
no.
I was out making side deals.
He was getting shots from strangers.
There we go.
Yeah,
At urinals.
we can't let you go too far from the table because we don't know what Ken's coming back to the table.
Right.
So,
Hey
Yeah, no.
guys, I met
Ken's
this
like,
guy.
Ken's like,
He-
hey, Steve, I'm gonna go take a break and get some lunch. And Steve's like, yeah, you're gonna eat this peanut butter and jelly because you ain't getting close to that bar. I know. Ken's coming back.
Yeah,
Ken,
no.
I give you a hard time. I wasn't there, but to be fair, if some random person walked up to me when I was drinking and said, "Here, have a shot," I would take the shot too.
guys,
There we
teachable moments. We're trying to
There we
learn
go.
from this here.
I'm
Don't
letting you
encourage
know,
the behavior.
You
Like, when
can't
I'm
you
drinking
can't
those, I'm
override our Canadian
I'm all in.
cultural.
Let's go.
And to be fair, the guy who gave me the shot was Kenny from Toy Department, so he's not a
Oh,
stranger
yeah.
anymore.
Yeah,
He's not a
yeah.
stranger anymore.
He's
He gave me
so-
he gave me the pudding shot, which I kept calling dim sum. I didn't know what else to call it, so to me, I just called it dim sum.
I didn't tell that part of the story, Ken.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the dim sum
We were
story.
gonna talk about your glory moment there. We mentioned you fell over, but we weren't mentioning the rest of it. But way to go ahead and put that out there for everybody. If
And
you want
you
to
already-
finish the rest of that story, you can.
Let's say hi to Ace, and then
I was gonna say, but real
let's say
quick,
hi to
yes.
Ace, and then we'll let Ken tell his dim sum story.
One of the other busiest tables that you could find at JoeFest this weekend was definitely Ramen Toy. Ace was
I
there.
feel like that's any con they're at.
Wait, what was
Probably,
it?
yep.
But yes, having Ramen Toy there, he wants to make it a three-peat for next year. Now, mind you, this is my second time seeing Ace in person. I didn't see him at last year's JoeFest because I didn't make it. I saw him at PowerCon. We had a good time, and I was glad to be able to see him again. And I met Ace's brother, even though Ace didn't introduce me to his brother. I met him outside, because I was doing one of those things where I smoke.
Fair enough. Yep.
All right, now, Ken, would you like to tell your dim sum story for the rest of the class?
Uh-oh.
No, but I think everyone's too intrigued to the point that
We
Hey,
we can leave it a mystery. We can leave it a mystery. If you want to find out about dim sum, guys, definitely pop into JoeFest next year, and you might get a similar story. It won't be the same, but it will be similar.
Ed, did you already hear the story while I was there or no?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
twice.
everybody heard the story. Ed was sitting right next to me when you came up and told me the first
He
time.
told me
Oh
right
my
after
God.
it happened when you were loaded, and then he told me the next day when you weren't loaded. So
And
yeah.
then I tried to convince myself it was just a dream, and then Kenny came by and pretty much confirmed it right in front of you, right? That it wasn't.
And that other guy, Carl, I think
Carl,
his name was,
Carl.
was sitting in the chair. I didn't know Carl.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jordan was sitting next to me because we just sat down, and Ed was like right on the other side of me, and you came up and you told the story.
I think
Now,
I had
mind
just
you-
gotten up off the floor when that happened.
And again, I'm not going to tell the whole story here, but I will say when Ken first approached, he did not mention that he knew the guy that gave him a shot.
No, I did not. I did not. I did not.
He made it sound like he definitely was just grabbing shots from a stranger.
I didn't know what the shot was, right? So yes, I probably should have mentioned that it was the toy department guys. Kenny gave me the so-called dim sum shop, which I named, not everybody else, and then Chris from toy department gave me the one that had me, fall over on the floor.
And next year we're going to have the great debate between you and Ace. That's going to be the panel. How good is dim sum?
Yeah.
If you had it too often as a kid, it's not.
I feel like this is a great advertisement for me to come next year and give Ken random shots.
Yeah.
He doesn't need any help. He's a degenerate.
No, but it sounds like it will be fun to give him help.
Look, I got offered one of these shots and I refused, just saying. And 3-Star also heard the story firsthand.
I was trying to get ahead of the story because it got to the point where what happened on Friday night. On Saturday morning, I walked by the Roma Collectibles table, and of course I see Kenny kind of go. I'm like, oh no, it happened, didn't it? I walk by the call sign Longbow table, and I see Troy go kind of like that. I'm just like, oh my god, they're laughing at what I did last night. It wasn't a fucking dream. God damn it.
And Jordan remembers it too. So yeah, I don't think that story would have gotten around as much, Ken, if you weren't telling it.
Right?
Because honestly, nobody else brought it up to me but you.
Ken was getting ahead of the story, so
a few people confirm, but a few people confirmed the story after. That's the part.
Oh
that,
yeah, many people.
I was like,
confirmed.
when I realized on that Friday that I was, and the Saturday morning I was the only one telling the story. I'm like, maybe I dreamt it. It's okay. But once Kenny came and confirmed, like, God damn it.
And then shortly thereafter, gave you another shot.
Yes.
But that was after Crash had given you some goodies, and man, that was a rough night.
It was. K-Dog, does K-Dog have a question?
K-Dog has a question. What's up, K-Dog?
Okay, so I'm going to ask a roundtable panel of a dumb question for the people that went to JoeFest. So I think 5 of you guys went. What was your favorite memory of JoeFest at the fest itself? And what was your favorite memory of the after parties, if it's a different memory?
I'm getting out of here, guys. Have a good night.
All right. You as well, Corey. I'll see you next week, brother.
Later, Corey.
See y'all.
Take it easy, dude.
Bye, Corey.
All right. I'll go first. Shoot, I'm trying to think of what it was that I said earlier, because now as we keep talking about it, I keep remembering more and more. Mind you, I wasn't even the one that was plastered or anything about what my... so my favorite part about JoeFest was Van trolling the shit out of Seth Green. That will forever be my favorite story to tell from JoeFest. Because
what was he saying? What was he saying to him? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
So again, Seth Green came into the panel room for the Mythic meetup, wondering why all these people were here for his panel. That was the next day. And then Van just started talking about how they were making eye contact and they should make out. And yeah, basically just kept going with it until Seth left the room. But then Jordan yelled out to do the Chris Griffin voice. And as he left, he did the Chris Griffin voice. And that's where I found out that Van definitely topped Seth Green. Seth Green was the bottom in that scenario 100%, aside from the fact that he just left the room. So that was my favorite moment. And I mean, even then, that's kind of like an after party story.
Right.
But I mean, truly, in all honesty, and everybody can agree, the best, most fun that you have at these kind of shows is just meeting everybody.
Yeah.
We, got a chance to meet a lot of people who I've never met face to face, or people who haven't even been in or on Clubhouse. They're in the chat, but they're not on Clubhouse. Clint Jorgensen probably gave me one of the biggest compliments that I've ever gotten about toys. Yeah. He was talking to. That was insane. He said, Ken and I both need to become professors and teach about toys at a college. Which, first off, I don't even know that much about toys. I know He-Man like a motherfucker. I know He-Man almost front to back and everything in between. And what I don't know, I at least know who to point you in the right direction to. Like, I'm going to point you towards Battle Ram Blog. I'm going to point you towards Allison Troy, Retro Toy Princess, because both of them have an even bigger knowledge of it than myself. I have my memories and basically what I've learned from people like them over the years, you know? So hearing him say that about Ken and myself, that blew me away. That really blew me away.
Clint was great in person.
Yeah, it was so good to finally be able to put a face to the name. Because again,
Can
a lot of
somebody
times,
send me a picture of Clint Jorgensen?
Yeah, I need to see who this is.
Because he was
Punk
he
had
messaged
one.
me before the weekend and was like, "I'm looking forward to meeting you," and I still
Punk
don't know
has-
who he is.
Punk
and
has a
I
picture
feel
of him.
terrible. I probably met him, but I'm so
Oh, I'm
bad
sure
with
you
names.
did.
I remember faces. I don't remember names.
Right? Yeah, and you like Mega J was the one to call me over to that, and then I was standing right next with Ken, and it was like boom. Because actually, Ken, I think you and I were getting ready to go take the walk over to the Horseman table.
Yes.
And yeah, that's when he said it. So they're just really a lot of great memories to go
Thank
over.
you, Oz. This is a great buy.
Hell yeah! ATL 25, hands down.
Is that the
one of the
exclusive one or the loser?
Retail,
version?
just a retail version.
That's the
Lame.
retail version. Oh come on! Didn't
Terrence
need the
got me
riot
the-
shield.
Terrence
Didn't
got
need
me
the
the
stun
I didn't
stick.
need it.
He got the important parts.
Mm-hmm. Pop
I
Blender
know.
made the last Delta 17 purchase of the show. He literally saw me at the elevator and said, "Damn, Ken, I forgot to buy a 2-pack." I'm like, "Come up to the room. I've got Steve's key."
So you're getting right up there with those Jake Stevens.
He's like, "I don't have any money."
Carlisle.
Ken's like, "You don't need money for this."
You don't need money. You got other ways to pay.
I got Steve's key. You don't need any money.
Oh boy.
He's rubbing his back on the
Just
way
make
up.
sure you keep that fedora on.
Yeah.
Steve's going to go double check inventory now to make sure the numbers are looking
Right?
right.
Yeah, I'm counting the money right now, man.
Like, how many of these did you pawn off, Ken?
Yeah.
You taking shots from strangers?
I have no idea what was in that last shot. I just know my head was on fire.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of things with you that went wrong that last night. It was the alcohol and the edible.
Oh no, I'm talking on the Friday. I was still functional.
Oh, on the
after that
Friday,
one.
yeah.
Yeah.
Friday you were good. I mean, you were tipsy. You were more than tipsy, but you weren't like Saturday night. You were like, I'm gonna go out, get an Uber, take a bus, and come back with a turtle play set, Ken. And then Sunday you were just sick, Ken, and that was, we're all a little sad because we didn't like seeing you in that condition. We wanted
That was Sunday late night until Monday
Sunday
morning. was
late
when I
night
was-
into the
when I
Monday
was sick,
morning.
when I was feeling sick. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and
you know, kudos to Mega J, because I woke up when I went to bed, everything was spinning, right? And it was when I was talking to Carl, right? I realized I was zoning out. Like I was trying to listen to him, but I kept zonking out and zonking back
Yeah.
in, right? And then Brian Sauer from Assembly Required came and introduced himself to me, and I was doing the same thing. I'm trying so hard. I wanted to meet Brian for so long, but I couldn't help myself. I was literally like seeing double vision. And then I went up to the room. I passed out. I got up about 5-6 hours later, and I told Mega J, everything's fucking spinning. And he goes, "What did you take?" And when I talked to him, he goes, "Well, I got you, Ken." And he basically would tell me how often to stand up, where to walk, when to have water, when to go to stand by the toilet, see if I need to puke. And because that was his goal, was get him to hurl everything out so that this doesn't happen on the plane. And I said, "How did you
Right.
know how to deal with me like that?" He goes, "My mom had vertigo for years. When something bad would hit her, get it all out of the system before she has to fly." And that's exactly
Oh.
what happened. I did not have problems flying because Mega J was like, "Get it all out of your system." I'm like, dude, you knew exactly what to do.
So apparently the tales of Ken's aloofness at JoeFest go deeper than I remember. Ken performed in the JoeFest Kumite. I don't even remember the Kumite, but I'm sure that happened out by the pool.
Well, we lost a few folks, so I'm
You know
not
what?
sure.
The pool was fun. Like that on Sunday.
That was Sunday
after the
night.
show
Everybody was
wrapped,
hanging out there.
Everybody kind of just ended up at the pool, which didn't happen last year, but it was
Honestly, I wish I had brought my swim trunks, and now I'm going to be prepared for next year. See, and there was some confusion over the club.
Make sure your
Tarkin
trunks
thing.
are long enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, you can't go
Well, it
no
only
short
matters because
shorts.
you got Canada's ass, Adam. So if you didn't walk around with Canada's ass, right? I mean, the shorts wouldn't matter.
I mean, no one was complaining to my face.
Well, that's because they were too busy staring at your ass. So everybody knows next year everybody's going to be trying to get pictures of Adam's ass.
I got
and
shorter shorts. I'm bringing shorter shorts next year.
shorter shorts next year. I'm going to bring the extra long ones. They're going to look like high water pants.
Just gonna bring a Speedo next year.
Nobody wants to see me in one of those. That's for sure.
Apparently, everybody wants to see me in one of those.
Well, I'm not going to deny that.
I just want to confirm 40 milligrams was too much.
Oh yeah, no, I realized when you did it, bud.
Don't talk to me about edibles right now. But I haven't been the same in 5 days.
I was gonna say we'll talk to you
Bye,
next
George.
Saturday,
See you next
bud.
Thursday.
Yeah. All right. So
Go eat
that
some
was my
ketchup.
story, and led into some other stories there. But let's let the rest of the panelists tell their stories.
I thought of one. I had a cop out answer the first time that kind of got asked, and then I thought of one, and I completely forgot. The whole weekend is just fun. Like the whole weekend is like you can't. I mean, for me, it's hard to pick a moment where I'm like, oh, this was the moment of the weekend, because you're hanging out with people that you don't get to see in real life. At least for me, you don't get to see very often. And because I work with Spiro Toys and do Animal Wars of the Kingdom, I remembered just now what my moment was, but it wasn't a moment. It was sort of anyway. Because when I'm at these conventions, I'm very often doing the Animal Warriors of the Kingdom booth and table. I'm talking about that, and I'm sort of there working, but I get to see a bunch of people and hang out, and it really is just like hanging out with people that I don't get to see that often. But the thing that I remembered, and I keep derailing my own train of thought here. The thing that I remembered is that while I was there in sort of the Spiro Toys capacity, I was overwhelmed by how many people said something about Space Zombies from Mars, and how many people were like, what's next? And like it might be a Canadian thing, because Arlen and I kind of feel the same way, and Ira's sort of in the same boat, where like we don't have our tail between our legs or anything like that, and we're gonna do it again. Like Space Zombies from Mars is still gonna happen. But it was very encouraging, the number of people that I would say, oh yeah, I'm here working the Animal Wars of the Kingdom table, Spiro Toys, and they were like, didn't you do Space Zombies from Mars? And I was kind of like, yeah. And they're like, man, I love those figures. Like, when are we gonna get those figures? Like, are you do the Kickstarter again, or like, what's the plan? And it's like I was saying before, like a lot of it was like other people that are running toy companies that were super supportive, and they should be like, good, you guys didn't succeed, and like
less
you're not going to take
competition.
up any bandwidth where like we could be making sales. Everybody was like, dude, I really wanted to get those figures. This is my favorite one. Like, this is what I wanted to see, and this is what and it was great, and everybody sort of had their words of encouragement, and like there wasn't a single person that was like, you know what you should have done? Like, everybody was like, you guys did a great job. We don't understand why it didn't fun. And I'm like, yeah, well, we don't either. But like, what can you do?
I mean, there was a lot of crowdfunding going on around that time, though, too.
There was a media vacuum at that time.
Yeah.
It was roughly this shaped, but larger.
Yeah.
And as much as I don't think that took our dollars away, I think it took the
attention away,
the impetus of like our
Right.
project away. So
good term there.
How
But
was how was the reception to the human pail and that at the show, Adam?
very mixed.
Yeah,
extremely mixed.
I think they look awesome, man. I love them.
I think they look awesome. I will go on record as saying I am way more interested in the animals than I am the humans for Animal Warriors of the Kingdom.
Yeah, of course.
But it's very much something that I think people that are really fans of the IP and fans of the line will be completely behind. It's harder for people that are like aware of the line but aren't quite sure what the IP is to kind of wrap their head around the idea of having humans in, you know, the Animal Warriors line.
What are these humans doing in my anthropomorphic
Yeah,
animal
yeah.
line? You know, but again, if they're reading the comics, they should already kind of know. But
there's a lot of people out there that don't understand how the actual animals became the animals. They really
Yes,
don't.
yeah.
Line.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I did bring up Ace's comment because this is a concern I think we've talked about a couple of times over the last couple of years, because the increase of the crowdfund, and not just from, okay, so like there's a lot of indie guys trying to break in, they're trying to get into the toy world, doing these Kickstarters, but then we've also got crowdfunded projects that are coming at us from the big companies, and there are a lot of people who are kind of against that because, well, they make so much money, and they go, yeah, but there's also risk involved in a certain project of a certain size that they can't afford sitting on shelves collecting dust. You know, there's a lot of key factors that go into it, but the idea of the oversaturation of Kickstarters, and I know we've certainly seen some bottlenecks here with different projects because, I mean, let's face it, it's not like there's this, to use a name that is used for a different community in a different chat, a toy network where all the heads of the companies get together and plan out their production calendars for the year. Like, hey guys, I was thinking about doing a Kickstarter in March. Can everybody kind of like, you know, stagger around that, right? Like there's not that kind of overall communication. It's unrealistic to think that that could happen. Nobody, it's very similar to how I've said it, and a lot of people, you know, agree. There's a lot of saturation of toy tubers, people making channels, and like none of us want to step on each other's toes, but at the same point in time, you got to go live when it works for your schedule. And it's the same thing.
It's partly why I stopped going live, actually, because I was like, I can guest on other shows.
You're right. Like we may miss TKO Sunday mornings, but we get 10 on the Clubhouse in a much more relaxed state every Saturday night.
Well, it's Sunday morning.
I'm always relaxed.
Yeah, and it's definitely leaned into the Sunday mornings. Always relaxed, sometimes too relaxed, sometimes on his back declaring war on food.
Yeah. Oh my
relaxed.
God. Yeah,
but we don't get any more wrestling talk though.
Yeah, we still get some wrestling talk on here.
Yeah, instead I declare war on dim sum. That's true.
Yes,
that's true. But yeah, 100%. Like, there's always a concern for oversaturation because, let's face it, it's toy collecting as a whole is a niche market. Again, like anybody who gets into YouTube doing a toy tube channel, don't expect to get rich because even the tops of toy tube, most of them are working full-time jobs and doing this as a side project. Like, this is not their main source of income. And for the ones who have gotten to that level, congrats to those guys. But, you know, again, this is very much this is a very niche market, and you can it only can spread so far, right? and certain projects are even more niche within the same demographic, right? Like, I mean, let's face it, a lot of us like retro sci-fi. A lot of people like zombies, and we were all pumped for it. But even at that point, like, and again, there's going to be some crossover with something like the dragon, but that's fantasy. That's an entirely different genre that can hit on a lot bigger level. And again, everybody was talking about the dragon, so there wasn't as much to be able to spread around, maybe, or the spotlight to be shown. There's definitely a concern for oversaturation, but keep
I was
trying.
hoping that we'd have zombie dragons from Saturn, but it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Maybe that's next up on the slate.
Oh.
I'm sure Adam's already having talks with Arlen about what else can we zombify.
Yep.
Because we zombified Christmas.
Yep.
We're trying to zombify space.
Oh, we have we have plans to zombify a few other things, and again, to the point that I've sort of touched on a couple other times earlier. There's a lot of toy makers that are really getting along well. So don't be too surprised if there's like zombified versions.
I would say
of other
that's
things.
one of the things I saw at JoeFest that was pretty cool, is that there's a lot of collabs between a lot of the different toy companies.
Yeah.
Yeah, we we're not, as I said, we're not done. We're not defeated. It's just now. So we set a date. Like, we set the date of March 1st. The dragon was supposed to be January.
Yeah.
And then they delayed the dragon.
Yeah, you can't account for that, right? Like, there's not much that
we
you
were
can
kind
do.
of like in a weird spot where we could have delayed as well, but we just decided to sort of go with it.
And wasn't there somebody else who did delay? Like,
no. I don't know what you're specifically referring to. But
it was more towards the end of March. I think somebody was planning on going a bit earlier. You know what? No, never mind.
After us, Longbox Heroes launched their Kickstarter and then canceled it because the tariffs kicked in.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they just canceled it because they were like, well, we're not sure we're going to be able to do anything. And so we kind of dodged a bullet. And I will, full disclosure, we did, there was sort of an offer on the table that would have pushed us over the line. But given the volatility and some of the uncertain numbers, it would have been too risky, and we decided not to take the risk, because it would have hit the number on Kickstarter, but it wouldn't have really got us where we needed to be, like in any sort of stable financial way. So,
well, yeah, because there was it was a very big fluctuating situation that could rapidly change the cost of what those figures could have been. And again, that was one of those main reasons that Toy Otter decided, you know what? We know the quality and the kind of product we're putting out. And right now it's looking like we're going to have to charge $40 plus for our figure. That's not fair to you guys. That's not reasonable for us, knowing that you could buy a similar style action figure at retail right now for $10. And, we're giving you stuff that they're not going to give you because that's one particular comic book line. It's a great thing about Long Box Heroes. You're getting figures and in a similar scale and style that never would have been produced otherwise. And they were just like, we're not going to go down this route where we're going to overcharge you for a product that it's just unreasonable. And one thing that I will say he did put in that memo when he canceled it too was that he said, this may not be permanent. Like, if things change and, the climate changes, we will be back. And that was awesome to hear because, again, he's like, he just understands, like, this isn't going to be forever. This isn't going to be a permanent thing. Things can change, and then I can bring it back to the table once I feel that it would be okay to do so. Like, give it to you for the price that I think is reasonable. And, yeah. Toy Otter's a great guy. Heard him speak on plenty of lives. So it was good.
Yeah, we got 2 other projects that we're kind of working on that will be like one of them we think we could probably launch without a Kickstarter. And then it'll sort of cross over into Space Zombies from Mars. And Space Zombies from Mars, there's a lot of things that we know that we can do to improve the chances of it funding if we launch for a Kickstarter a second time. And as I said, we had kind of set a date and kind of set what we wanted to achieve before that date, and we did sort of achieve what we wanted to. But in hindsight, there's a lot of things that we could have done better, and there's a lot of things that we have now sort of set. As far as there's more boxes we want to check before we launch again. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, you learn, you adapt, you overcome, and honestly, that kind of lines up with what Ace is saying here. Titanium Titans Kickstarter was supposed to be launched at JoeFest this year, having shown some prototypes a year earlier, but we're still not ready for a Kickstarter as of yet. And he proceeds to say, in his opinion and concern, it's imperative that a crowdfunding campaign be well planned, better executed, and we just felt we weren't ready for that step yet. And it's true, right? Like, again, you've learned.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna reset. You're gonna go back and you're gonna plan it out differently, because you did. That's how we all grow. We learn and we grow. So, all right. So we did lose Ken. Ken said he could feel his voice going out. His throat's still a little bit sore. But I think we've definitely heard a lot of what Ken's favorite moments were during and after the after parties, especially.
Yeah. Right.
Ken's stories are always wild. Love that guy. Ken, hope your voice feels better, brother. Because you're a champ, man. You are a champ. You're definitely some heart and soul of this clubhouse. That's for sure. Steve, what about you?
Oh boy. Well, my goals were a bit unusual this year, but I feel like I hit them. My goal was to not get drunk and to have good, close, personal conversations with people that I value. So I feel like I hit that, and despite all the driving, I enjoyed it. I spent a lot of time with the man upstairs, and it was very beneficial. And so, yeah, I can face this next chapter in my life with some peace.
That's good, man. That's really good, because I know you definitely had a blow right before we were getting ready to go down. And, I was definitely concerned because I was really looking forward to meeting you. I was glad you were still able to make the trip, and we were able to get to spend, some decent amount of time together. I knew you were busy, you had a lot of stuff going on. But, even on the car ride down and then, where we were hanging out after and going to dinner, it was a good time, man. It was really good. I was glad to get that one-on-one time with you. And again,
it was fun. It was great meeting all you guys. Thanks, Ramen. That's really sweet. It's very kind of you.
Yeah. I said it earlier tonight, and I've said it several times before. There's something different about, we all hang out here each week and we have fun. We get on and we talk and we get to know each other and we have a good time. But there's just something different about when you actually get that in-person interaction. You sit down, you break bread, somebody sees you sitting by yourself in a lobby and comes over and says, "Hey, you want to watch some sports ball with me? I know you hate it." And you go, "Yeah, I'd love to." It's a really fun moment.
What if somebody walks up to you in your bar and shines your head and gives it a kiss? What about that?
You know what? That happened as we were sitting there. I had a very intimate moment where, I got a nice head shine and a kiss on the top. Ed, you're a beautiful human being.
I know. I love you, brother.
I know you've been co-hosting the Clubhouse with me longer than anybody since before I upgraded and got more permissions added. You know, and I couldn't ask for better co-hosts than the one that I have for this show. Because all you guys mean a lot. And again, I can rotate permissions around and have when it suits the needs of the channel. So, but Ed, you've definitely been the longest showrunner with me. And really, really, that means a lot to me because it's not easy keeping up with all this every weekend, still trying to open toys. Yep. Head kisses and sports ball, baby. It was a great moment. It was a great moment.
My favorite post-show moment was probably in Sunday night when Ken came up and offered to give me a Delta 17 2-pack if he could touch my boob. I just let him do it for free because I knew that was Steve's money he was trying to spend.
Right. Well, you know, we do whore for toys around here. I'm just saying.
I have pictures of it. He did touch my boob, but it was for free, Steve, just so you know.
No, and that's a manly chest there. That's
oh, it was definitely manly chesticles.
Yeah. There ain't no boobs here.
I don't know. I had tits, so I gonna lie about it. Certain shirts frame them really nicely.
That ain't true. Come on, be nice.
I'm trying to think of who I think it might have been Crash had said something about him in the one shirt the one night, and I was like, yeah, but you know what? When you're checking out my cleavage and I push it together like this, it just looks like a hairy ass.
Yeah.
And that like broke Crash for the rest of the night.
Yeah. Yeah, Crash is a good guy.
Yeah, he is.
3-star saying he didn't know he could trade moobs for toys.
That'll be the campaign for next year's JoeFest.
Now you know how to get free toys at JoeFest. You got to let people feel your boobs. 3-star. That's how you do it.
Right.
And on that note, I'm out.
I was going to say,
it's about that time. It's about that time.
I think we.
I gotta go through my shorts and figure out which ones are the shortest. See you guys next year.
All right.
Later, man.
Yeah, brother. We'll see you next week. Maybe just shrink the ones that you wore in the wash.
Right.
They are crocheted wool, so yeah.
Adam, just ask Amanda which one shows off Canada's ass the best, darling. Just ask.
She knows.
She knows. She'll tell you.
She definitely knows. She has the best frames. All right, guys. Yeah, I think it's about time we cut it. We got 5 hours and 20 minutes under the belt. Everybody, it's been a blast tonight. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for watching. Oh, Black Phoenix popping in saying everyone has boobs, but some are nicer than others. It's true.
True story.
Usually the female variety is better. Yeah.
All right. Well, everybody, have a great night. We'll catch you all next week here on Clubhouse with more shenanigans and definitely some insanity. Peace out, everybody.
Take her easy.
Later.